Good morning, everyone. It's January 29th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. I hope everyone had stayed safe and warm during the recent snowstorm. I just want to note that Commissioner Linden, Vice Chair Linden, is participating virtually this morning, so we have a full board. The first item is adoption of resolutions. All commissioners can vote on the first item. Is the National Seminary Preliminary Plan, the National Seminary Preliminary Plan. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, 5-0. The next, Commissioner Bartley cannot participate in this one. We have 4 resolutions. It's Waters Village Preliminary Plan Amendment, Waters Village Site Plan Amendment, and Waters Village Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval of these 3 resolutions?
I'll move to approve the resolution.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, 401. The next is approval of minutes. We have one this morning, the minutes of December 11th, 2025. Do I have a motion for approval of these minutes?
Move to approve the minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 5-0. The next is, we have one record plat this morning, subdivision plat number 2, 2025-0140, HBKY's addition to the Bradford Rest, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval of this record plat?
Move to approve the record plat.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next is, we have one regulatory extension this morning, the Korean Mission Church Preliminary Plan, regulatory extension request number 6, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval of this extension request?
Move to approve the extension request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. And next, we have our Planning Director, Jason Sartori, to present his roundtable discussion. Welcome, Director Sartori.
Thank you, Chair Harris, members of the board, and this is my first director's report in the new year, so Happy New Year. I know we've seen each other plenty over the last few weeks. I always appreciate the opportunity to update you, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about, there we go. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have coming up in the next few weeks with regard to work that you've seen come through you and going to the council, and then share some updates on housing data, that some things that you've seen before, but we have updated data, and it's all from a presentation that I gave last Friday to members of the Montgomery County House delegation, and then talk about Black History Month briefly, and then give some personnel updates. So first, as we look to our upcoming schedule with the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee at the council, you can see that we've got 3 work sessions currently scheduled for the Clarksburg Gateway Plan. So obviously you all are very familiar with that. We are excited and prepared and looking forward to having conversations with the council as that moves forward. The council did have its public hearing last week, and up in Clarksburg, and it was quite well attended. I was pretty impressed with how many people were there, including people who did not testify. I think they had about 30 people who testified, and but there were at least twice as many people in the room that day. Then we've got in March a number of ZTAs, one that you are already familiar with, ZTA 2514, that's the incentive zoning overlay zone. That's the ZTA that implements the final steps for the incentive zoning update that we've done. The others are 3 ZTAs that have not come to you yet, but they're already on the PHP schedule, which kind of sets our schedule in motion here, so you'll be seeing those 3 ZTAs in the coming weeks. And then lastly, the Rosebud House, you'll recall that's the house in Sandy Spring that we recommended, and you, the board, recommended be designated to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. The council will be taking that up, the committee will be taking that up on March 16th. So we also we are in the middle of the new Maryland General Assembly legislative session. And so as we look ahead, there will be plenty of times and opportunities for our leadership to get out to Annapolis, to talk to our elected leaders about the things that are important to us. And we actually took advantage, so this is a look ahead, but it's also a look back, because this is just yesterday. Our Chair and Director Figueredo and I got the opportunity to meet with Speaker Pena Melnick. She's the new Speaker of the Maryland House of Delegates. She was elected in a special session last month, and she's the first Latina and immigrant to serve in this role. So we were really proud to get the opportunity to meet with her and talk about the priorities that we as a county have, but as the board and the planning department and parks departments that we have for our county and the state overall. And it was clear we share a concern and an interest in housing affordability, so we talked a little bit about that. And it was just a great opportunity. While we were out in Annapolis, we met with several other delegates as well. The speaker actually represents a district that is part of Prince George's County and part of Anne Arundel County. So she's very familiar with the commission and with the work that we do, and she expressed kind of her support and her pride in the work that we do, which was really, we really appreciated.
Very nice picture.
Okay, thank you. So talking about housing affordability, as I mentioned, I'm going to give you a kind of a rundown of some of the data that I shared with in a presentation to our delegation last week. And this isn't everything. I took out the things that you had seen recently, so there's not going to be anything repetitive here. But you may have seen these in the past, but again, these are with updated data. So just to begin, this is the location of all the single-family detached demolition permits that have been issued in the county since the year 2000. So we've seen nearly 5,200 demolitions across the county. 1,200 of those have been in this decade. You can see in this map that there's a concentration of those in the southwest corner of the county. However, it's notable that these demolitions do occur throughout the county. And it's important to note for everyone who's paying attention here that it was impossible until recently to replace any of these single-family homes that were demolished with anything other than another single-family home. And so after I show this, I normally like to show, well, what have we seen in how the size of homes has changed? So a lot of the homes that we're seeing being replaced were ones that were built decades ago and were much smaller than the ones that are being built today. So you can see new single-family detached homes today are nearly 2.5 times the size of the remaining homes that were built in the 1950s. And this is despite the fact that we're also seeing smaller household sizes. Our households have shrunk in Montgomery County by nearly a single person since the 1940s. So one recent analysis we did on the demolition market, what we showed from since 2011, the average size of the original home that was demolished was 1,500 square feet, and the average size of the replacement home was over 3,700 square feet. But you can see here, just in the last 5 years, the average size of any new single-family detached home that was built was nearly 4,000 square feet. So this is an updated graph that shows, demonstrates the effect that unit type has on home sales prices. Detached homes remain substantially more expensive than attached homes. In 2025, the average sales price of a detached home in Montgomery County was nearly $1,050,000. Meanwhile, the average sales price of an attached home, the townhouses and condos, the average price was $483,000. And you can see that the gap here is widening. Another way to look at this is through the distribution of sales prices by unit type. So these are units that were sold in 2025. This is the blue bars show the distribution of single-family detached home sales in the county. Just over 5,100 home sales last year, single-family detached. And you can see that the largest share of home sales was in the $1 million to $2.5 million range. In dark orange, we now see the distribution of townhouse sales last year, a total of just under 2,100 sales. You can see that the distribution is a little bit further to the left, lower in the price range, and that the largest share is in the $400,000 range. And now in light orange, you see the distribution of nearly 2,500 condo and co-op sales in 2025. And these are even further down to the left, with the largest share of sales occurring in the $200,000 range. So what does this all mean in terms of who can afford to buy a home in Montgomery County? So this is an analysis that you'll recall we showed this a lot when we were working on our attainable housing work. This is just, again, updated data for one zip code, but this is still consistent with what we're seeing in every single zip code in Montgomery County. I'll walk you through this. I've tried to break this down in a way after showing this so many times, it's hard to kind of absorb. And so I'm trying to break it down in a way that I really walk people through all the steps. So in the year 2000, in this zip code, 20910, the typical home was valued at $245,000. Now, if you inflate that to 2024 dollars, it would be valued at $443,000 today. Now, using the assumptions that we have on the screen there about interest rates, down payments, mortgage types, all that, a $443,000 home today is comfortably affordable to households earning $112,000 per year or more. In other words, the typical home from the year 2000 would be comfortably affordable to 55% of our households today. But in reality, the typical home in this zip code in 2024 was valued at $728,000, nowhere near the $443,000 that the typical home from 2000 was. That's 64% more. That $728,000 requires an income, a household income of $184,000 or more, which means that that typical home today in this zip code is only attainable to 1/3 of our county households. So again, this is something that we are seeing still throughout the county, and this graph shows that same zip code and how the actual typical home value in the light blue up at the top has diverged from the inflated home value in the dark blue over those 24 years. Another trend that demonstrates the constrained for sale housing supply in the county is the average number of days homes for sale remain on the market. And while we saw a slight uptick in 2025, we're still seeing historically low numbers for nearly half of all units. Nearly half of all units sold in 2025 were on the market for 10 days or less. And we just saw, just last week, GCAR put out information for December. It showed another uptick in December for this, but again, still we're at historic lows. Now here's a look at homeownership rates that show that they are not the same for everyone in the county. Here we see persistent disparities when it comes to race and ethnicity. White and Asian households continue to be much more likely to own a home in the county compared to Black and Hispanic households. Unchecked rising housing costs will have the greatest impact on potential first-time home buyers, which are disproportionately more likely to be households of color. So we need to do more to create opportunities for those who have historically not tapped into this important wealth-building tool. And another way to look at the disparities in homeownership here, you can see that non-Hispanic white households make up 47% of our households today, and Black households make up 19%. However, among homeowning households, non-Hispanic white households represent a disproportionately high share at 56%, and Black households represent a disproportionately low share at 11%. And obviously for this to be proportionate, the light blue should be at the same level as the dark blue. So now let's look at the average turnover rents for multifamily units in Montgomery County over the last decade. You can see that rents dropped slightly in 2020 during COVID here, but have bounced back, and the average rent in the county held steady last year. The blue bars show the change in average rents year over year. The decrease in rent that we saw in 2020 was offset by a pretty large increase in 2021 after the COVID rent restrictions were lifted. You could see, though, in recent years, it's gotten back down to the kind of more typical normal values. Now, understandably, there are a lot of reasons why, factors that contribute to the rising cost of housing in the county, but among the biggest drivers are the simple rules of supply and demand. We talk about this a lot with the board. People want to live in Montgomery County with our great schools, our diverse neighborhoods, our cultural resources, community amenities like parks, access to jobs, but we are just not producing enough housing to meet that demand. And so these blue bars show data from the Department of Permitting Services showing the number of units that have been permitted each year since 2000. On average, over that time, the county has issued building permits for 22,562 units per year. But in 2025, you can see that we saw under 1,300 units permitted, the fewest that we've seen since the Great Recession. Now, in 2019, you know quite well, the county signed on to housing targets that were prepared by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments in conjunction with the local governments. And we have not been keeping pace to be able to, in terms of permits issued, to be able to hit our target by 2030. So in order for us to hit the target over the next 4 years, including this year, we need to be producing just over 4,000 permits per year. But you can see we haven't come close to hitting 4,000 permits since 2001 in any 1 year. I do want to note that earlier this month, the state's Department of Housing and Community Development issued new annual targets for every jurisdiction, every county and every municipality in the state, and that's shown here in the gray bars. So I could tell you these are quite unrealistic, not only given what we've seen historically here, but just even more so given the current market conditions and the climate. There are just too many headwinds for us to be able to get to a target of 8,000 units permitted in 2030. So I know we're doing everything we can to increase it, but this is going to be extremely hard. So just want to dig a little bit deeper real quickly here on some of the numbers that we've seen in terms of production and units permitted over the last couple of years. So this is some data that you've seen before in our quarterly economic indicators updates. We are about to give the council another one, and so this is pulled from that. So you're getting a little bit of a preview, and you'll get a briefing on that as well, fully. But this shows the number of units permitted the last couple of years by quarter, by type. You can see that the largest share of our units permitted each quarter has typically been multifamily units, the dark blue. However, we know that that's changed recently. We actually had 4 consecutive quarters here during which essentially no multifamily units were permitted. The few that we saw were not in traditional multifamily buildings. A lot of them were the 2-over-2s that we've talked about in the past, but I can tell you that, we've talked about this a lot. 1 quarter is okay of not seeing production. That happens, it's probably cyclical. 2 consecutive quarters is probably not normal. 3 consecutive quarters was concerning. 4 consecutive quarters is something that we've really only seen previously during severe economic downturns. Now, in what may appear to be a positive sign, we did see a break in this pattern with a significant increase in multifamily units permitted last quarter, 518 permits, which that brought the total for 2025 to 602 multifamily units permitted. So if we just dig a little bit deeper onto that, though, you'll see why I say it may appear to be positive, but if you see that the vast majority of those 602 units were income-restricted affordable units. Now, that's good. We need more affordable units in the county. but it's emblematic of a troubling trend that the few multifamily projects we have seen moving forward to construction recently have been the ones that are deeply subsidized with county or state resources. Even the 114 market rate units that you see in that last column all come from a single project that is 50% affordable. And finally, here's some updated data on how our numbers compare to our neighboring peer jurisdictions. So whereas the other data I've been showing you came from our Department of Permitting Services, they've cleared it, they've vetted it, and it's up to date through the end of last year. This, to get the comparison to other jurisdictions, we have to go to the census. They are only reporting permitting data now through October. So you don't see the full 602 permits for multifamily, but yet from Montgomery County. But you could see through October where we were compared to where everyone else was through October. Now, across the region, we're seeing this kind of depressed a little bit, with the exception of Fairfax. Fairfax is pretty much on target with where they've been historically the last few years. So, you know, there is a sign here that the regional housing market is somewhat deflated, but the drop-off in Montgomery County has been kind of the most striking and most concerning, obviously, for us because it's where we are. So just wanted to highlight all of that for you.
Jason,
Yeah.
do you know what is Fairfax County doing that we are not?
We could probably.
That's multifamily. I know that we always hear our sister county, Fairfax County, is doing better, but this is multifamily, so it's not just the open land. So I'm wondering that what is different that Fairfax County doing that they're successful?
Well, I mean, we haven't done a deep dive on to try to understand what the difference is, but, you know, certain things are going to be pretty similar. The cost of construction, the labor market, it's all pretty much the same in this region. So then you've got to look at other things, regulatory.
So it's policies, probably.
Policies, regulatory
Yes,
requirements.
policy, regulatory, and I'm very interested to know what is it that we can do to be like them.
And opportunities. There are, you know, maybe slightly different opportunities. We have longstanding policies that we have in place with things like our ag reserve, and that, and the fact that we are otherwise really built out kind of changes the development dynamic in Montgomery County that may not fully apply in all of Fairfax County just yet. So there are a
Can
number
you
of
check
factors.
on that? And maybe at one point, I really like to see that, what are the differences, whatever it could be. And maybe
do a
it is
deeper dive.
5 or 6. For 3 of them, we can't do anything, but 2 of them may give us a hint of something we can do.
Yep. So, okay. So just a few more slides here. Wanted to highlight that we, beginning next week, hard to believe, but just a few days, we'll be in February. February is Black History Month, and it's always an exciting time for us. We have here at the Commission a number of events for our staff, and hopefully board members will be able to join us for these. These are for throughout the Commission, events that we hold for our staff and folks to be able to do a deep dive in some cases in different aspects of Black history, and all organized by our own staff and team. So I did want to also highlight, just kind of tease out, we have a couple of great blog posts that will be posted in the coming weeks, for one on Chair Harris and one on Commissioner Bartley. And so I encourage you, when those go out, to take a look and read those. And then lastly, personnel updates. Kenneth Derryberry has joined the Transportation Planning Division as a Multimodal Transportation Planner 2. He will be working on master plans for us, and he was an intern with us. You may recognize him. From 2022 to 2023, he supported the Great Seneca Plan work. And we're really excited to have him back with us. Kenneth earned a bachelor's degree in geography and political science, at George Washington University and a master's degree in urban planning at Virginia Tech's Arlington campus. And I don't know if Kenneth is here. I don't know who was able to make it down today. Also, Jane Puser was an intake reviewer with the department for the past 18 months. Jane is now the Up-County Planning Division's new Planner 2. Jane earned a bachelor's degree in environmental policy and decision-making and a master's degree in city and regional planning from Ohio State University. She will be working with Up-County's master planning team. So she's going to be a great asset for, she is a great asset, but she'll continue to be a great asset for that division as someone who has experience on the regulatory side with intake, as well as now will be working on master plans. And finally, Ralph Sherrill has joined the Management Service Division as our new budget manager. Ralph brings over 30 years of experience in accounting and finance, most recently working for the state of Maryland for the past 16 years. So congratulations and welcome, or even welcome back, to Kenneth, Jane, and Ralph. And finally, Lu-Wei Wang has joined Prince George's Planning as a Research Planner 3. Lu-Wei had been a term contractor with us here in Montgomery Planning for the past 2 years, where she supported many key projects as a planner in our design, placemaking, and policy division. She worked closely on the incentive zoning work especially. We wish her all the best, and we're really happy that she's continuing her career with the commission, and we're sure that we'll cross paths with her again. So, any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you always for your very comprehensive presentations. I love the housing data, and it was interesting to see the data on demolitions, and maybe off record, I'd love to see that, talk to you about the data over time, the demolition over time. But this is wonderful, and welcome to our new commission members. Just so glad to have you aboard the team. So we're going to take, do any of the other commissioners have any comments? Yeah. Seeing, hearing none, we're going to take a 2-minute break and start with our next 2 items. Items number 6, Chaberton Solar Victoria LLC. Then after that, Chaberton Solar Victoria 2 LLC. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back. Sorry for the delay. We're on item number 6, Chaberton Solar Victoria LLC mandatory referral and forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval of the mandatory referral and transmitting comments. And the second, they're asking for the board to approve the forest conservation plan. So I'm going to start out with Elza Heisel McCoy, who's the division chief, to kick us off, and then we'll turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harris. For the record, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief of West County Planning. For all the work that we do, it takes a dedicated village. And so in addition to your delightful legal staff and your delightful West County planning staff, we also have delightful staff from the Environmental and Climate Division, the Transportation Division, and good folks from the Up-County Planning Division who have a little bit more deeper background on the solar, if that is of use to the board. So with that, I will, Saquon Gatling and his wife welcomed a new addition to their family earlier in the week, so he's doing something more important. And so we have Adam Bossi on our team who will be taking over. And then Molly Stamets from the Environment and Climate to present the forest conservation.
Well, thank you. And first, say congratulations to Mr. Gatling for his the birth of their second child. So thank you and congratulations.
Hey, thank you, Elsa. Thank you, Chair Harris. Adam Bossi, for the record, here from the West County Planning Division. Molly Stamets here with me, too, from the Environmental and Climate team. Again, subbing in for Saquon Gatling today. So this first presentation, this is item 6. This is the Chaberton Solar Victoria mandatory referral and the forest conservation plan that is associated with it. So this is a project that is located in Potomac, proximate to the intersection of, east of the intersection of River Road and Seneca Road, as you can see here on the image. This is in the rural cluster zone as well as the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan area. The property that we're speaking about today is a 42-acre property that does include 1.69 acres of forest on the site, which is highlighted in green on the left side of the site. I should say the site in the image is outlined with the red hatching and labeled here. Unique characteristic of the site is it does have a stream valley that bisects it from east to west. So we have a northern portion of the property, which is really the subject of the MR that I'm discussing now. Item 7 will focus on that southern portion of the property for the second MR. The stream, just to remind the board, does have a buffer zone associated with it as well, and that's what that blue hatch line is showing there. So those are our environmental resources here on the site. So the applications I'm speaking about now are the MR for the Chaberton Solar Victoria, which is the first project on the top of the property here on the north side. It's highlighted in orange, and that covers an area of about 12.2 acres. The overall property, which the Forest Conservation Plan focuses on, is 42 acres. And again, forest conservation plans are required to look at the whole property, so that's why we have the Forest Conservation Plan looking at the whole enchilada, and we have the 2 separate solar projects coming in under the 2 mandatory referrals. So just to touch on the regulatory process that the solar projects went through with us. This is the mandatory referral process, and these mandatory referrals are reviewed under the Uniform Standards for Review of the County, which addresses zoning and master plan conformance. Planning board action on mandatory referral applications is advisory and results in a recommendation and transmittal of comments to the lead review agency. And in this case, that is the Department of Permitting Services. As this application proposes a community solar project, it is also subject to review under the State Public Utilities article. This is a recently implemented requirement, and this application is the first that the Planning Department has had a chance to review under this new criteria. The state adopted the Maryland Public Utilities article shown here last year. And solar energy generating projects, solar projects that are generating not more than 2 megawatts of electricity are subject to that article. The Forest Conservation Plan is subject to our standard regulatory review process that it would go through associated with any other development, and the conditions that the board approves with that are binding. So the proposal itself, again, we are focusing on the northern portion of the project. This is a proposed 2-megawatt solar array. That's shown by the vertical lines here. Those would be the panels. In green, we have a 35-foot wide landscape buffer that will be planted with trees and shrubs of different varieties. And interior to that will be a 7 to 8 foot fence. So as you sort of walk away from the solar panels, you have solar panels, fence, and then landscape buffer to give properties outside of this some visual screening from this. Access to this array will be from Manorstone Drive to the north. That's an existing public right-of-way that dead ends at the northern property line of the site. Once the project is constructed, it will just be limited, access will be limited just to a single driveway. That's shown in orange here, and that's primarily going to be for servicing of the solar panels, maintenance, that sort of thing. Construction will also, the construction access will also be from that same point off of Manorstone Drive. This project isn't providing sidewalks or any other pedestrian circulation.
Thanks, Adam. For the record, Molly Stamets with the Environment and Climate Division. As stated, the applicant has submitted Final Forest Conservation Plan number F2026-0280. There are 1.69 acres of existing forest, as stated, and a total of 7.23 acres of stream valley buffer on the property, as you can see highlighted on this map. So the entirety of the forest will be protected under a Category 1 conservation easement, as well as the entirety of the stream valley buffer. There will be a temporary disturbance for a directionally drilled electric line underneath the stream valley buffer. And it's important to highlight that there's no afforestation required with this application, which is in accordance with the Maryland Natural Resources Article Section 5-1606A6, that solar photovoltaic facilities are not subject to afforestation requirements. The applicant has submitted a request for variance to remove 2 significant trees on the property. The applicant has made all the findings required to be granted this variance, and in order to mitigate for this removal, they will be planting 6 3-inch caliper trees on the property, shown here in those green dots within the stream valley buffer. The application satisfies the applicable requirements of the Forest Conservation Law of Montgomery County Code, Chapter 22A, and the application complies with the Montgomery County Planning Department's approved environmental guidelines. With that, staff recommends the approval of the Final Forest Conservation Plan number F2026-0280 with conditions as stated in the staff report.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Chair Harris. We still have a few more slides to touch on. We did receive community correspondence regarding this MR, and we do have a number of speakers signed up on it. With the written correspondence that we received, they generally fall into the following categories here. Folks were concerned about construction impacts, landscape environmental impacts, as well as impacts to wildlife, the compatibility of the project with the existing neighborhood and any visual impacts for neighbors. We heard quite a bit about the existing adjacent solar project, the Chaperton Santa Rosa project, which is proximate to this one. I think it's next door almost. And some questions and comments and concerns regarding impacts to the grid that this particular project could have. We forwarded these concerns, that correspondence onto the applicant as well as to relevant staff and others to try to get some feedback on that, regarding the construction, Sorry, I already touched on that. Apologies. So regarding the mandatory referral, we do believe it meets the criteria for the uniform standards of review and is generally in conformance with the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. And the application also does meet all the applicable requirements of the Maryland Public Utilities Article, Section 7218F. That's the solar energy generating station siting standards. With that, staff is recommending approval of the mandatory referral with transmittal of comments to the applicant and to Montgomery County DPS. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you, Chair Harris.
So, thank you so much for your presentation. We have 14 people today, or groups, to provide public testimony. We appreciate you coming. It's important to hear your voices. So individuals have 3 minutes, and groups, I see only one in this first section at 6 minutes. So we're going to call you up. We'll call 1, 2, 3, 5 at a time. And Paul Garrett, Diego Caldron, Karen Kalla, Allison Kozhisharov, and Greg Prince. Why don't we do one more? Mary Farrar. This in the end. Thank you again for coming. Please, you can turn on your green button and you state your name, and you have 3 minutes if you're an individual to provide your presentation. Welcome.
Good morning, Paul Garrett. Chaberton's high-priced lawyers and connected lobbyists think they're smarter than all of us. They think they can manipulate their proposals with this process to get what they want. They have 27 other pending solar projects around the state of Maryland in a rush to grab federal subsidies. How about they get one online before they get 2 more approved? Just a thought here. The trees and the animals in our neighborhood shouldn't be disturbed until we know this works, until we know it's safe. If you read their fictional applications in isolation, it appears to be a small 2-phase power station, right? But when you do the math, it's over 5 megawatts, it's covering 22 acres in a residential neighborhood. Now, you can call it residential cluster, but we all have houses surrounding this whole thing, okay? So they think we can't do the math, and we think they're violating the 2 megawatt standard by putting 3 around 2 megawatts. You could argue, right, what the capacity is, but they think we can't do the math. I don't think you would approve a 20-acre project in a neighborhood like this. We're a quarter mile from the Potomac River. You can see for yourselves on the map, the water will run in that stream to some ponds to the Potomac River, okay? So they tried to get this approved, and we fought them successfully at the PSC. It was at a much bigger level, okay? They tried to go big, it didn't work. So they had to withdraw that application. So if you look at their conservation plan, they conveniently omitted Santa Rosa from the conservation. Luckily, the staff put it in when they put it in there, but wasn't it very convenient that it wasn't in there? So there's no way to study or plan for runoff when you pretend that you have 3 separate solar farms. So part of our issue is they have signed up all of the lawyers so that we couldn't even hire lawyers here. So Chaberton has done regulatory capture, so we couldn't even hire lawyers in Montgomery County, okay? They have, their lobbyist is former State Senator Rob Garagiola, who was removed from office for not paying his taxes, okay? And then their CEO comes in and says, I don't care if you support this, we're doing this anyways. Showing not only his arrogance, but showing that he knows this is a rigged game. He's got a $9.1 million PAC, right? And he's spending that money all around the state, okay? So don't blindly approve solar farms in the communities. You gotta follow the money. You gotta understand Chaberton's business model here is to build and flip. Okay, they've already flipped Santa Rosa, Wild Turkey, and Orchard Hill since they've gone live. So all of his money is flowing out of Maryland to private equity interest. You need to understand this business model. And I think Mr. Rossi said, this is the first time you've done some of these community solar projects here. So you have to look at this. It took them many years to construct Santa Rosa, riddled with mismanagement. I walk my dog by it twice a day. I had to live with this construction, okay? No benefit to us. And they used all out-of-state workers. I took pictures, not a single Maryland license plate for any of the construction work. So when they tell you they're adding jobs to Maryland, that's not the case, okay? The North Carolina primary contractor, and then lots of Pennsylvania plates, even South Carolina. So Now, it's all being pushed out of the state. So there are appropriate areas for Maryland for solar farms, just not in neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Caldron.
Hi, Diego Calderon. I'm a lifelong Montgomery County resident, and I am in opposition to this project. I love this county, but when I see an injustice happening to individuals or to a group, then I speak up. When I see a loophole in the legislation that will allow 3 commercial contiguous projects that control more than 40 acres in a residential neighborhood and a lack of compliance that negatively affects my quiet enjoyment of my home, then I'm entitled to speak up. With testimony today, you'll see there are way too many questions to ignore and to let this project go undeferred. This project should be deferred until the impacts of the next door project, Santa Rosa, can be evaluated and understood. Santa Rosa, Chaberton Santa Rosa, has been under construction for more than 2 years with many broken promises, and the county and the state do not seem equipped to have proper oversight. You must enhance the conditions of any approval of this Victoria project. Please protect our community, which is also your community. You should know that our community is not assured. The county missed the mark with this 4-acre Chaberton Santa Rosa project, so please do not miss the opportunity now to do the right thing with this monstrous 40-acre monstrosity in a residential neighborhood. I'm surrounded by a lot of smart people today from whom you'll hear from, who have lived next to this horror for 2 years, and that project is still not complete. Contrary to what this out-of-state developer, Chaberton, has said, every resident here feels cheated by this developer. We see no county oversight and frankly feel abandoned by our own county. If unintended consequences matter, if public safety matters, if public opinion matters, then you must defer this new Victoria project until the impacts of the Chaberton Santa Rosa project can be understood. You're our local planning commission. We trust you. You must protect us. Please act in our interests and not in that of this out-of-state corporation. I ask that you please take another look and defer until the impacts of the next-door Santa Rosa project can be evaluated and understood. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, Karen Kala.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about this project. I've been in Montgomery County for the last 71 of my 75 years, and I love it, just like the people here. But the one thing that sticks out to me is the overall comprehensive plan for developing solar in the county. And there might be one, but I think solar is so important for the vitality and the development that we all want to see, but so is protecting the residents that are here already, and so is protecting the valuable green space that is really threatened by so many of the other needs in this county. So what is the overall comprehensive plan? And it seems that instead of impinging on and taking away the quality or harming the quality of existing residences, that we can look at the existing structures that we have. You put it on parking lots, on parking garages. I know I've seen this in some places, on top of schools, on top of community buildings, on top of other large buildings, on top of malls, and then all of the development that we see happening and that is slated to happen. Can we not put solar panels on those? And even in my neighborhood, more homeowners are doing it, taking advantage of the incentives. How do we keep these incentives going so that we can put the solar projects in places where it's not going to harm these lovely communities and the environment? I'm going to forget one more thing that I wanted to say, but I just feel like it is in the best interest of us for the long term. And I will just cede any other time that I have. But please oppose this project until we can come up with a comprehensive plan, because just dropping it randomly all over the county just doesn't seem like a well-thought-out plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kazisharo?
After failing to secure.
Can you push the mic up closer to yourself? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'm Allison Casatraro. I live on Mannerstone Drive. Want to express my opposition to the Chaperton project. After failing to secure a 4.25 megawatt solar farm at the state level, Chaperton is now proposing 2 slightly smaller solar farms in addition to the already under construction but not completed Santa Rosa, which is a pilot project. We don't know really how it's going to work. Why in the world would you place a mega industrial solar farm in the middle of residential neighborhoods? Chaperton has already sold Santa Rosa, and it isn't even near completion. During the years of construction, our Santa Rosa neighbors have experienced broken promises, trees removed without permission, constant traffic, huge semis tearing the road, general damage to the neighborhood, huge hikes in insurance bills, unprecedented number of sheep deaths due to solar construction disruption. Fire risk is a big fear in our neighborhood. We have no fire hydrants. The closest station is almost 20 minutes away. A cistern isn't enough if brush fire spreads beyond the solar facility. Maryland has been in drought conditions for many years, and it's irresponsible to allow more industrial construction given the replacement costs of these homes should there be a fire. Another big concern is the weakness of the Pepco grid, which Chaperton is not planned for. Our area is already facing electrical challenges. How can the Pepco collect and transfer all the electricity from 3 solar farms with the grid being so unstable? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mary Farrar. And then Greg Prince. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Mary Farrar, and my husband and I live on Mannerstone Drive in Darnestown, not Potomac, directly adjacent to the property that is proposed to be used for Chaperton Project Victoria 1 and 2. While I support solar energy generation, in fact, all the power needs in my household are supplied by solar energy, based on the experience of our neighbors on Signal Tree Lane with Project Santa Rosa, I believe that Chaperton Energy is not a good partner to develop these sorts of installations in a suburban residential community for the following reasons. Number one, for Project Santa Rosa, which is to generate 1.75 megawatts of electricity, Chaperton planned to install mounted solar panels that would be tilted, allowing for the ground underneath to absorb water runoff in a normal fashion. Instead, they installed the panels directly on the ground. This will result in fast water runoff to the surrounding area, including to the stream that is located on the property to be used for Project Victoria. The panels on the ground have necessitated the installation of this 8-foot-high detention facility-style fence to keep wildlife off the panels. Unfortunately, there's plentiful wildlife that no longer is able to move through the area. Number two, the project proposed to install screening trees, shrubs, etc., but no trees or shrubs have been planted. Number three, Chaperton does not plan to have a long-term collaborative partnership with the community. It has sold off Project Santa Rosa before it is even complete. Number four, Project Santa Rosa was to be completed within 2 years. It is much more than that, and there is still disruption to the Signal Tree Lane neighborhood. Number five, adding Project Victoria with 3.25 megawatts of electricity generation would fundamentally change the characteristics of our neighborhood. Initially, we would expect an extraordinary amount of traffic on Mannerstone Drive, especially right outside my home, which abuts the property. The smaller Santa Rosa project has taken up to 4 years, I'm not sure exactly, and counting. Can we expect 8 or more years of disruption from Project Victoria? The heavy construction traffic would endanger families who live on Mannerstone Drive, families with small children, pets, and elderly family members. Number six, once built, there will be 5 megawatts of electricity generation in the same residential neighborhood. It is not clear that the power grid will be able to handle this amount of power. It is my understanding that Project Santa Rosa by itself is having difficulty getting the generated power to the grid. It has not yet been connected to Pepco. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And then the last of this panel is Greg Prince, sorry.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Several years ago, a stranger knocked on our door and introduced himself as a representative of a company that planned to install solar panels in the backyard of our next-door neighbor, Dr. Lance Lighthouser. He assured us that there would be no detrimental outcomes for us and said that before installation of the solar panels would begin, the company would plant a row of evergreen trees that would block completely our view of the solar panels from any point on our property. Indeed, the site plan shown here in our residence is on the lower end of that site plan, called for a 30-foot landscape buffer. Construction of the Santa Rosa project is into its third year. The solar panels and fences have been installed, but to date, not a single tree has been planted along the several hundred-foot joint property line. The next slide, please, shows the view from our yard of the fence surrounding the panels. One could be forgiven for mistaking it for a more sinister fence, such as the one surrounding, next slide, please, the Majdanek concentration camp in Poland. The following pictures, next slide, please, show current views from our property. Next one is an AI-generated view showing the project when Project Victoria is completed. The next one, please. Another view from our property as it exists currently. Next slide, an AI-generated view of what that will look like with solar panels constructed. Chaperton lied when they told us there would be a perpetual green barrier that would shield us from the view of the panels of the Santa Rosa project. We have no reason to believe they will perform any better in installing the proposed solar farm. Our investment in our property and home, which we constructed 18 years ago, exceeds $12 million. Having a perpetual eyesore such as this in our backyard will have a devastating effect on our property value, for which we would have no assurance of any compensation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have the next group, Donald Hoffman, Pamela Du Bois, April Pylon Clayton, Hilda Joanna Hoffman, Joseph Gardemal, and Dennis Metzger. Okay, we'll start with Donald Hoffman.
Good morning, Chair Harris, honorable commissioners, and members of the Planning Board. My name is Donald R. Hoffman. I reside with my wife at 13301 Manor Drive, Germantown, Maryland, which is directly adjacent to the proposed site of these solar installations. I have a 1,000-foot view directly looking at Victoria 2. I hold a PhD, a doctorate in global energy policy, and multiple degrees in engineering, especially nuclear engineering. I'm the president and CEO of for 40-plus years of a global nuclear engineering services company. I work with essentially every electric utility in America and in 34 countries. I work with coal, oil, gas, wind, solar, nuclear, hydro, biomass, and all of the energy assets that are on this planet. I have seen good solar implementation and integration. This is not that. I am also the chair of the Montgomery County Partners in Animal Well-Being and have a privilege because I have 5 rescue pit bulls that reside with me at this location. Further, I am also the founder and CEO of SEMA, a 501c3 Sensible Energy Matters to America, where I am working with the governors and the legislatures in 31 states to determine what the best energy asset mix is for them. I tell you this to give you some context from which I will be testifying today. I'm testifying to ask you to disapprove or defer the mandatory referrals for the Chaberton Victoria 1 and 2 projects. While we understand this state's push for renewable energy, this specific proposal violates Maryland's solar statutes, threatens the stability and safety of our local community, and negatively impacts our quality of life. I have 4 specific objections I will be addressing, 2 in my first 3 minutes, the other 2 in a summary in the second 3 minutes. You will hear a great deal today from many of us. You will see photos and pictures and videos of the significant impact we have already seen. So I want to give you some sense. First, this project constitutes an illegal co-location that bypasses statutory capacity limits. Chaberton currently operates another solar facility on an immediately adjacent parcel, Santa Rosa. When you combine that existing facility with these 2 new proposed arrays, the total aggregate on these exceeds 5 megawatts. Under Maryland law, it is illegal to locate solar arrays next to each other if their combined output is over 5 megawatts. I can quote you the code, but I think you know it. Chaberton cannot enter around the statutory precision of the construction of this project in pieces. In fact, this daisy chaining of projects actually prevents us and actually overloads local distribution circuits. Multiple DOE studies have supported that position.
So, sir, maybe there's a misunderstanding. You've signed up to, you can have 3 minutes now, and you can have 3 minutes at the next one. I think you're thinking you had more than that. Am I wrong or no?
I believe I have 3 minutes to talk about item 6, topic 6, which is Victoria 1.
Right.
And then I have 3 minutes for item 7 for Victoria 2. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Chairman
So,
Harris?
Yeah, your time is done, but take 30 more seconds here, and then we can then we'll talk about 7 later when we talk about
Oh, I
7.
understand that,
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay then. Second, the project will inflict immediate long-term damage to our community. Placing an industrial scale utility facility in a residential and agriculture zone transforms the entire character. Make no mistake, we're not talking about a couple of solar panels on a barn. We're talking about more than 25 acres of glass and steel that permanently industrialize our viewshed, overwhelm our stormwater systems, which you'll hear about later, create massive runoff to neighboring properties, and cause fire hazards in an area already at significant risk.
Okay, sir, thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, all right, thank you. All right, so next we have Pamela Dubois.
Good morning. My name is Pam Dubois. I function as the zoning chair for the Darnestown Civic Association for over 20 years. The DCA's role is to remain neutral on proposed developments and to advocate for the welfare of our residents and our community. Important lessons learned from Chaberton's Santa Rosa project that need to be addressed or discussed herein. First, this testimony encompasses our issues for Chaberton Solar Victoria LLC mandatory referral number MR 202-6010, Chaberton Solar Victoria 2 LLC mandatory referral number MR 202-6011, and Forest Conservation number F 202-6280. Not exactly a winning trifecta ticket. On the contrary, the crossed out duplicative references to the one forest conservation plan for 2 projects under items 6 and 7 today point to the fact that this is an unprecedented process needing more clarity and transparency to address the fundamental project requirements. For example, if Chaberton sells their 2 Solar Victoria projects to 2 different entities, who is responsible for the future of the forest conservation requirements? Santa Rosa was the pilot solar project in Montgomery County. Now, Victoria is the county's pilot solar approval project, subject to 2025 Maryland Renewable Energy Certainty Act. The implementation of Chaberton Santa Rosa was lacking a transparent process. For example, a simple service complaint was filed online with DPS. Service request number 20011294430 for the address at 13300 Signal Tree Lane. And it cited that there was no residential building violation and should be assigned to land development or commercial building, presumably since it was an existing residential house and the complaint was about an industrial project. Among other things, this necessitated the inquiry in my written testimony for the county to provide additional resources to facilitate dissemination of project information, such as websites, with essential project status information, final site plans, stormwater management plans, and key contacts. My written testimony also included 5 other administrative, regulatory, procedural, and oversight suggestions. You know, it could be much more than that, from adding mailing plans to the interesting parties. You know, it's hard enough to read some of these detailed site plans on 8.5 by 11. You can't expect the typical homeowner to be able to print these larger plans in color so they can understand exactly how it impacts their property. From there to maybe even limiting the size of the construction trucks going down a residential street. It's much longer to get down Mannerstone than it is Signal Tree. Or, for example, the timing to avoid rush hours of such construction deliveries. So the combined administrative suggestions with suggested solar facility operation considerations begs the question, how can the county's review of solar project be conducted based on development standards, procedural requirements, and county oversight without the requisite development standards, procedural requirements, and county oversight and infrastructure already in place? Now, how about that darn town? There's no denying we love our community. We say it's a unique place to live, and in fact, in the Montgomery County, it's a minority, one of only 3 smaller geographies relying on well and septic. Does Chaverton have any experience with projects on residential wells? According to DPS, if a residential well is contaminating, there's no easy, if any, viable remedy. Water quality, stormwater runoff, it matters. And you know what else matters? Not subjecting Darnestown to a disproportionately high impact of 3 projects, not collated solar facilities. 3 projects, 5 megawatts, 24 acres of solar panels. Finally, safety first, but let's not forget life cycle realities. The hazardous chemicals and excessive industrial electrical needs of solar generating facilities are well known. Do you think the local neighborhood feels comfortable about these new risks given the 2 electrical related incidents within the last 5 years? One was a transformer fire or a utility pole fire at Calathea Farm Park across the street. And if the project does happen to be operational until the solar panels reach their life expectancy, the decommissioning process should include specific protocols to protect the leaching of toxic materials into the environment, and apparently decommissioning financial authority is a topic too costly for me to guess who will pay in the end. Bottom line, unprecedented process, and the community is not reassured regarding the risk of solar project adjacency to residential property and associated municipal, regulatory, and oversight roles over the project lifespan. We appreciate your considerations of these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you so much for testifying. Next is April Pilon Clayton.
Yes, thank you. I have could you put up my first slide?
Can you please turn your mic
I
on?
apologize. My name is April Powell Clayton. I'm a resident of Mannerstone Drive, and my family moved there in 2005. This is our 3rd home in Montgomery County, Maryland, and our lifelong investment. We are negatively impacted and endangered by both Chaverton Solar Victoria projects, as well as Project Santa Rosa, through a series of elevated risks, which I'm disappointed to see that the planning staff did not recognize in the correspondence that I provided and others. there's an elevated fire risk, not only because the installation involves electrical equipment, high voltage electrical equipment, solar panel connectors, which are known to be prone to catching fire, and an unstable electrical grid, which has already caused several incidents amongst the neighbors, including loss of electricity in portions of their homes, and you'll hear about that from another neighbor. Furthermore, we have no fire hydrants. Chaberton's fire mitigation plan to bury a 30,000-gallon tank at the entrance to their facility for Victoria, which is what they did with Santa Rosa, is wholly inadequate. Can you imagine a fire starting in the back of that installation, Santa Rosa? And you can see from the figure that that portion, the back half of Santa Rosa, is completely inaccessible to a fire truck. And something starts there and spreads to the field where Solar Victoria is, and we're all in trouble. The stars in this figure represent homes. If you'll skip to the third slide, please. I'm going to show you the third slide. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That. This is from Dr. Prince's backyard. If you'll notice, not just the fence, but also the vegetation. This is typical of this area. And Chaberton's plan to have someone come out and view the area once a month and maybe cut the grass is inadequate for fire mitigation. We are very concerned about it. The other possibility and the other risk that we bear is water contamination. Now, if our water is contaminated, it's not going to be visible right away. My husband and I are nearing retirement. We can't afford annual well water monitoring. Can Montgomery County provide that for us and all the other residents who subsist on well water? We need your help here. If we can't avoid this project, there are many things that the county needs to put in place to protect us and our investments. I'm a molecular biologist. I have a PhD in molecular and cell biology and a bachelor's degree in physics, and I understand very well the negative health impacts of contamination from lead, which is part of the solder that is used to build these electrical facilities and the connections to the grid. And that, it reminds me of Flint, Michigan, where hundreds of children were.
Can you wrap up your presentation, ma'am? Your time is up. I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the wrong clock, I guess. My apologies. I'm finished. I wish you would consider the risks to us and mitigate them as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Next is Hilda Joanna Hoffman.
Good morning, board members, representatives, and neighbors. My name is Hilda Joanna Hoffman, and I also live at Mannerstone Drive. Our house actually is right next to where Project Victoria will be. I am so grateful for the opportunity to speak before you this morning. I would like to share a little bit something about myself. I came as an immigrant in 1999 from Ecuador with a heart full of hope and the belief in the American dream. My husband and I work hard to provide for our families, dogs, and other animals. We do not have the resources of a large corporation or a multi-billion-dollar entity. Our family is currently struggling to rebuild our home, taking us to the financial brink, forcing my husband and I to struggle to go back to our home. I find myself on the brink of losing everything just because these large companies are trying to benefit out of us. We have invited Chaberton to our home to see exactly how this project has impacted us, my family. We have shown them photographic evidence of the damage already occurring in our property and shared data, pictures, expert evidence, including clear evidence of voltage on the ground. If you could show these first pictures here with the explosions. Despite this, they move forward with the project. They are trying to move forward with the project Victoria Solar Farm, fully aware that Pepco Grid is already struggling with capacity. Adding more intermittent megawatts to a system that cannot handle it is just reckless. For them to push this project, knowing the safety risk and knowing the rebuild and sell model lets them talk and walk away before the construction is even finished. This shows a complete disregard for the community, for us. Due to Pepco's aging infrastructure, our property is currently in need of additional system in the millions of dollars in order for us to go back to a home that is completely unsafe, where experts, including county experts, have deemed it unlivable until these conditions are fixed. We're dealing with a huge problem with the grid. We have proof of this. Pepco is fully aware of the damage. Can you please show the next footage there? Yeah. This is what the Pepco underground lines look like. They are deteriorated, and you're thinking of adding more megawatts to a crumbling structure. I can tell you for a fact that we are standing here, living still, only because there is some great power watching all over us. There's been explosions. Pepco has been unwilling to come back and fix the grid for us. It's taken us 2 years to get them back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. The next, we have Joseph Gardemal. Is Joseph here? Oh, he's on Teams, I'm sorry.
I am. Good morning.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joe Gardemal. My family and I are homeowners at 13356 Mannerstone Drive. We're one lot from the subject of our discussion. I'm speaking to you today to express my opposition to what I think of as the Mannerstone residential solar project. As you all know, the sponsor of this project faced opposition at the state level, withdrew their application, sliced it in half, and is now before the county and you, asking you to resurrect from the dead an opportunity that has already been killed once, and as Mr. Hoffman noted earlier, likely violates state law. This is a farce, and everyone in this room knows that it is. An industrial solar plant has no place on a residential street in our county. I want to speak about two issues today: construction noise and road safety. The existing Santa Rosa plant sits behind my home in our heretofore peaceful suburban, not rural, community. I first learned that it was under construction in October of 2024 when I called Montgomery County to complain about unceasing early morning and weekend construction noise. That noise continued for well more than a year and ended 8 years of quiet enjoyment of our home. The construction period for the proposed Mannerstone solar plant, singular, not plural, exceeds that of the existing plant by several times, and to put it mildly, will impact for years both the mental well-being of residents throughout the impacted area and the value of our properties. If you face the prospect of years of beeping construction equipment and maddening noise in your backyard from before dawn until dark, 6 days a week, not one of you sitting here today would vote to do anything other than kill this project for a second time. Now on the road safety, I was shocked to learn that Mannerstone has been proposed as the access route for these solar plant construction vehicles. This is a narrow residential street, and it's completely unsuited to years-long use by anything other than passenger vehicles. One lane is usually blocked every day anyway by landscaping or work trucks. It also features a 70-degree blind curve about 500 yards from the proposed entrance to the construction site. This entrance is literally in the front yard of my next-door neighbors, not very rural. And I can guarantee you as I stand here today that there will be, at the very least, a serious accident at the curve in the road, given the size of these vehicles used at the existing plant and the fact that my family and I have narrowly avoided several such collisions in our years here. This is an issue that's not addressed at all in the staff report. I would ask you to drive the street yourself and ask whether this is the type of suburban family street that Montgomery County wants to give away to an out-of-state commercial solar plant developer, taking value from the homeowners who have supported the county government for many, many years. If you take that 5-minute drive, you'll agree that the construction of this plant will destroy the character of our neighborhood, and I hope you will vote to stop it today before we turn to litigation and the county, the developer, and our residents incur millions in legal fees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next is Dennis Metzger.
Hello, I'm Autumn Metzger. I'm speaking on behalf of Dennis and myself. We are directly impacted neighbors as we share a substantial boundary with this project. We will actually be able to see almost the entire project from our home most of the year, including in the summertime. There is no screening that will block this from us. As you guys have heard, we're in a neighborhood. This is not your typical countryside project that you've pre-approved in other places. This is in a neighborhood. We are not far out. We are all surrounding this. We will see it. As Joe just talked about, the construction is a huge issue. We are finding it completely illogical that you guys would think that it would be acceptable to put the construction through Mannerstone. The Pilkertons are making big money on this. They have a long frontage on River Road, which is a main road, and the other side of the project is going to be done on River Road. We want all of this to be gone through the Pilkertons' property. So we are asking for an amendment to be made to force all the construction through the Pilkertons' front entrance on River Road. We have 3 buses that come through here, sometimes 4 with private school kids that drop off and pick up all morning and all afternoon. It is not going to be possible to get kids on and off buses with construction vehicles coming through here, as well as the other things that Joe mentioned. Fire hazards has already been brought out. We talked to the fire zoning experts, and they told us that the cisterns that would be installed would not cover any fire from the solar panels. What was also mentioned is we have 0 fire hydrants in our neighborhood. So we need in the plan to know exactly how much water needs to be provided in the cistern to protect all of our homes in case they go up in flames. That needs to be answered. Lastly, as provided in our written testimony, there was a flawed glare study that was submitted in the application. It omitted parts of our home. It had incorrect heights. We face a very tall hill, which will be covered in solar panels, and there are currently no screens provided to propose to block this. Shrubs will not block this. We work from home, so from fall until spring, from 6 a.m. until 5 p.m., our home and our home offices will be affected by glare. A new topography adjusted screen plan must also be put in place to fully block these arrays from our view from day one. Not tiny little 3-inch trees that are being proposed on some of the other blocks that may help in 7 years from now. So these items need to be addressed before anything is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carol Van Dam Falk.
Hi, good morning. Full disclosure, I'm president of West Montgomery County Citizens Association. My colleague is testifying on behalf of our group, so I'm speaking as an individual. I'm generally not opposed to solar power. I use it along with wind power on a weekly basis, 9 months out of the year to dry my clothes on a clothesline. Saves energy. A dryer, by the way, is the biggest energy sucking appliance in the house. That being said, I have serious reservations too about this project. I know exactly where it is because for 17 years I lived on Esworthy Road, about a half mile off river, just a mile or so down from the site. There's a stream that runs right through the 42-acre property. That stream eventually flows into the Potomac River. The Potomac, up until a few days ago, provided clean, safe drinking water to not only Montgomery County, but Prince George's County. This Victoria 1 and 2 megawatt project would threaten the sustainability of the stream as well as specimen trees. Dozens and dozens have been identified on Chaperton's maps. They cite dead wood or partially dead wood and broken branches in their comments, but that is normal for a forest or even a large patch of trees. That doesn't mean they are unhealthy. The county's website says the forest conservation law aims to protect, preserve, and maintain trees and forests for the many benefits they provide to county residents and achieve no net loss of forest in Montgomery County. Planting 3 to 6 inch tiny saplings will take 30 years to become mature. That's about the life cycle of this project. In addition, the ground underneath the acres of solar panels to be utilized for Victoria 1 and 2 may get no light, oxygen, or water, the things it needs for nutrients in the soil to survive. If they're on-ground type, and we don't know what type because they haven't told us, this would be an unacceptable use of otherwise good soil, which is very close to the ag reserve. Are we willing to write off all this acreage for an out-of-state entity of which no Montgomery County resident will benefit, with the exception of one, the landowner? There are other environmental concerns, including what high voltage equipment and transmission lines do to bees. They emit electromagnetic fields and can induce electric currents in the environment. Many studies have demonstrated that these fields and currents can negatively impact honeybees, affecting their behavior, physiology, and colony health. I don't need to tell you all how important bees are to the survival of our food supply. Chaberton's history is to bring in nearly all out-of-state workers, and we know it involves 100% out-of-state investors. Chaberton sold Santa Rosa to another Colorado investor. In that case, the screening of trees and landscaping did not follow their stated plans. Since Santa Rosa is not connected, I wonder about the necessity for this new project at all. Local residents and those further downriver will be impacted by the dramatic loss of trees, erosion, and degraded soil and water. Montgomery County residents will have to shoulder all of the risks and get none of the benefits. I hope you consider what I'm saying and what all these residents are saying and others. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my views.
Thank you so much. Our last presenter is Jenny Barnes from the West Montgomery County Citizens Association.
Thank you. Okay, here I am. I think I have 6 minutes, if I'm correct. For the record, I'm Jenny Barnes. I'm representing the West Montgomery County Citizens Association, and we were founded in 1947. And since our founding, we have supported environmentally based planning and watershed protection since our founding. The projects before you are not representative of either. It is clear that adjacent homeowners have already suffered from a recently constructed, smaller solar array. They have no reason to trust the ones before you. The Forest Conservation Plan is inadequate to protect water quality in the adjacent stream. And oh, by the way, I note that the stream is given no name on any of your maps. How disrespectful is that? Given the steep slopes and tree loss expected, stormwater runoff cannot be controlled from these sites. Nor is the proposed stream buffer nearly wide enough. Existing stormwater runoff already damages adjacent properties, creating lot-to-lot damage. You may already know this. As you've heard, neighbors are currently physically endangered by faulty, outdated underground electrical infrastructure. What further injury are they likely to endure, surrounded by these multiple arrays? Last year, the state legislature passed SB 931, minimum criteria. I'm sorry, I have a cold. Minimum criteria for these facilities has yet to be completed under the bill. These projects must be deferred until the standards go into effect and can be utilized. The Commission is in a precarious position, being expected to approve under mandatory referral so very prematurely. The existing Santa Rosa array has not proven to be a good neighbor. What is proposed now only amplifies community fears. If these are to become reality, they must be required to go beyond current stormwater standards and should meet assessments not even developed under state law. This is really the cart before the horse. The cost of allowing these projects is far outweighed by the damage they will inflict. You have a responsibility to the citizens of the community and the environment that sustains them. Please, please exercise it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all that provided testimony today. You can go back to your seats, please. I'd like the applicant to come up and their team. You're welcome to make a presentation.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday. I am Land Use Counsel to Chaberton Energy, and I'm happy to be here today to present Victoria 1 to you. I'm accompanied by
But as you, sorry to disturb, as you go through your presentation, can you also address many of the comments or questions as you see fit that came up this morning, or were it provided in written testimony? Thank you.
We do plan to, although not in elaborate detail.
Right, no,
But we certainly plan to address some of those concerns.
thank you.
I'm accompanied today by Michael Doniger, co-founder and president of Chaberton. We also have two development managers from Chaberton present in the room, and two of the civil engineers working on the project. I'm just going to start with just a little bit of a legal overview. Chaberton did start planning Project Victoria under former state law provisions that required it to obtain a CPCN, or Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. They submitted an application, held a community meeting. That application was withdrawn because state law changed, and a CPCN was no longer required for this type of project. During the 2025 Maryland legislative session, the state law applicable to community solar changed significantly with the passage of the Renewable Energy Certainty Act, or RECA. Under RECA, there is no state approval process for a community solar project producing 2 megawatts or less, or for a combination of 2 or more solar generating facilities located on the same or adjacent properties, as long as each one generates no more than 2 megawatts, and together they generate no more than 14 megawatts, and each one is separately metered by the electric company. So here we have 2 projects that are each 2 megawatts or less, even adding in Santa Rosa, which is next door and was approved under Montgomery County's approval process for solar projects. It's less than 14 megawatts. Instead of the state approval process, the RECA established statewide siting standards for ground-based community solar with a capacity over 1 megawatt, and they delegated to the local jurisdiction responsibility to find out whether each project complies with state standards. They explicitly prohibit local jurisdictions from blocking community solar of 2 megawatts or less through zoning or other regulations. And the law explicitly requires local jurisdictions to approve site plans for any project that satisfies the state siting standards. This is a pretty comprehensive preemption of local authority with regard to community solar. The statewide standards that RECA established address setbacks, permitted types of fencing, visual buffering, lighting, minimizing grading, not removing topsoil, and landscaping and decommissioning bonds, among other things. Chaberton's written materials and staff report established that Victoria satisfies all of the applicable state siting standards, and also that the Forest Conservation Plan fully complies with the Forest Conservation Law. We appreciate the high level of interest this project has generated in the neighborhood. Mr. Doniger will tell you in a moment some of the steps that Chaberton has taken in response to neighbors' concerns, particularly about the visual impact of the project. And we're open to discussing any conditions that the planning board might want to place on the Forest Conservation Plan that would address some of the neighbors' concerns, maybe something having to do with construction hours. I don't know if you can attach that to a Forest Conservation Plan, but council is saying no. Okay, well, maybe we don't do that.
I can answer that in more detail later, but the conditions, you know what, I'll just hold off until
Okay.
you're finished. I apologize, and I probably should not be sitting here shaking my head no in a way that you can see it and the people in the room can see it, but the record doesn't reflect that. I admit I did do that, and I'll be happy to explain more later if it comes up again. Thank you. Sorry for
Okay.
interrupting.
Not at all. The folks who are concerned about this project raised a lot of concerns. I didn't hear any of them that suggest that this project fails to comply with the state mandated siting standards, or that the Forest Conservation Plan fails to comply with the Forest Conservation Law. As a legal matter, once the planning board is satisfied that the project satisfies state siting standards and the Forest Conservation Plan complies with Forest Conservation Law, that's where the inquiry ends. That's the decision that was made by the state legislature, which established a really preemptive state-level regulation over these projects. Having said that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Doniger, who will give you a little bit more information about the projects and Chaberton's approach to how these projects are developed, and again, some of the measures they've already taken to really try and reduce impacts. And he'll also talk just a little bit about the Santa Rosa project, since it has figured so prominently in some of the neighbors' concerns.
If you could put my presentation up. It's here. I see. Sorry. Item 6, good deal. Okay. Perfect. All right. Good morning, Chair Harris, board members, and staff, and also thank you to all the neighbors who have come to express their concerns. I'm honored to speak to you today about Chaberton Solar Victoria in this hearing, and to come in Victoria 2 in a moment. Chaberton is, and I believe Montgomery County should be, very proud of our work bringing much needed distributed energy to the grid in Maryland, in this case in the form of a community solar project. You can see some of our recent achievements on this slide as it comes up, including that we have just recently, at the end of last year, crossed completion of development of over 100 megawatts to the grid in both Maryland and some other states as well. Community solar projects have direct benefits to energy ratepayers, to communities in which they are located, and particularly to those who need it most in our community. Take mention of the planning director's presentation earlier before this hearing. One of the ways in which Chaberton prides itself is on our community engagement, and as I like to say, we strive to put the community in community solar. Unfortunately, I believe the record shows that our efforts in this case have yielded mixed results. While we've had very productive conversations with some of the neighbors to this project, and as I'll show you, have materially changed the design of the project based on their input, at the same time, we know that some neighbors, as we've heard today, remain concerned. Some of these concerns are very much based on very understandable questions about how solar projects work, while others stem from outdated project information from earlier designs and other misinformation that has been unfortunately spread through the community. My hope is that via this presentation, we can provide clarity on the project design, show how we've responded to these neighbor input, and ensure both you and the larger community that we have a clear understanding of the facts regarding the project. Ensure that both you and the larger community have a clear understanding of the facts regarding the project. For purposes of your deliberations, this understanding should make you comfortable in making a positive recommendation with respect to the project, and for purposes of our hopefully long-term relationship with our neighbors on Manor-Stone Drive and Signal Tree Lane neighborhoods, that we can open more direct communications with them, continue to understand their concerns, and show how either the project has already taken them into account or potentially further adapt the design to do so. With respect to the second part of our goal today, we've prepared an FAQ sheet based on some of the questions that were coming in and on the written form in the last few days, which we can provide to you. We emailed it in yesterday. You may have it already. And also my colleagues, Tyler and Amy, have copies available that can be shared with the folks in the room. It addresses many of the questions and concerns raised in the letters submitted ahead of the hearing, and which I'll also talk to some of them here as well. This slide now contains a summary of the project which the staff has already reviewed. And in this case, I'll just emphasize that this project will serve the equivalent of about 300 homes. So if you put solar panels on your home, you're affecting one home. Maybe on a parking lot, you might affect 10 or 20 homes. Project Victoria is serving the equivalent of 300 homes. So why Victoria? Why on this site in particular? When we look for good places to site solar, our first step is to understand the grid. It's actually very difficult to find land and grid places where the grid can interconnect solar projects to it. And so when you find them, that's really amazing, particularly in the southern part of Montgomery County, which is served by PEPCO. In this case, we're interconnecting to one of the 3 circuits running along River Road. The study by PEPCO is complete, and all the upgrade costs required for the circuit will be borne by the project, making the electric grid in this area stronger. I'll note that between the 3 projects, Santa Rosa and the 2 Victoria projects, there's over $1.5 million of upgrades that we've agreed to fund for PEPCO. The second piece of looking at a site is to look at the environmental. And at first glance, from a high level, as staff walk through, there are some environmental features on this site which would make you say, well, maybe we need to think about this a second before we would determine that this is a good area. And as staff has already walked through and our forest conservation plan shows, the project is remaining out of the nearly 2 acres of delineated forest and out of the stream valley buffer, so that we'll have no impact. And in fact, we've gone a step further, and we are putting a conservation easement on over those areas. In addition, we verified with Maryland's Department of Natural Resources and also U.S. Fish and Wildlife that there are no identified critical habitats that exist in either of the areas that are going into conservation or in the project area itself. An additional note that had come up earlier is that regarding potential contamination. I'll just note here as an aside that there is no hazardous materials involved in the construction of the solar facilities that we propose.
They were talking about lead. Could you explain it?
I don't know how that would, there's no lead that we're bringing to the site.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. One feature of this property is the southern-facing slopes. We don't often find that. Obviously, southern-facing slopes are great because it naturally angles the panels towards the sun. While there are some slopes which are too steep, our design avoids those areas, minimizing the need to grade, which lowers our environmental impact, and simplifying the stormwater management design requirements. And finally, our last consideration is the ability to screen the project, and I'll discuss that in more detail in some upcoming slides. First, I'd like to talk about our community engagement. As I mentioned, we pride ourselves on conducting fulsome outreach to the community. This began by reaching out by mail during the summer of 2024 and inviting the community to an in-person meeting, which was held in July of that year. Since that time, we've kept the neighbors informed via detailed written communication on design updates, as well as individual discussions with those who have shown particular interest, including site walks, phone calls, and other meetings. These conversations have had meaningful impact on the design of the project over the last 18 months, and you'll show you here on the next slide. We're going to walk around kind of the property from clockwise, from southwest around, to talk a little bit about how we've redesigned the project with respect to those that input. What the aerial view does not show a great view of here on the west side of the project is that there is actually a fairly steep slope heading towards a valley that it effectively is towards the parcel boundary. And also that while there are mature trees, including in the forested area there, which have a fully developed canopy, they're spaced such that they don't really screen the project very well, as Mrs. Metzger mentioned, from the neighboring property. As a result of the discussions, we actually reduced the project by about 10% just here in this area by pulled the panels up the hill, if you will, out of the valley, such that when we do plant the landscaping, it is going to be more effective quicker, right?
Do you have a pointer where you can sort of
A pointer where I can point, maybe. Let's see. Let me do it this way and make that a little bigger. And like this. Okay, so I'm talking about in this area here, that if you come down here, this.
Doniger, can I ask you to just back up and point out to some basic features on this to the planning board? Where are the solar panels that are visible on this image?
Let me go back to an early one. So this is the whole image here. And we're zooming in on the western side by the Metzgers, who are neighbors to the west. And just some explanation of the notes here. So when you have the crosshatch here, the first thing that's closest to the parcel boundary, that is where 35 feet of vegetation is being planted. That's the depth of from the Metzgers looking into the project. That is in compliance with the new RECA standard. And in addition, we voluntarily have added a privacy fence, which will be 8 foot tall and provide direct screening from the very beginning. So even as the trees grow, which you have to plant a minimum of 4 foot tall trees under the RECA standard, as far as the ones that grow taller, because it's a mix, some that it will only grow a little bit, some that it will provide canopy, some will be evergreen. And so in addition to that, we've added the privacy fence.
And is the fence the orange line?
Yes, and the orange line is fence. Thank you. Sorry.
And what will that privacy fence look like? I mean, is it the wire fence? I mean, like.
No, no.
That's an opaque fence.
O-
That
opaque.
would be something that you cannot see through.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. So this has been done very intentionally, again, with the input from the Metzgers.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Can you show us, tell us what that black dashed line is that your cursor happens to be sort of sitting on? What is that line?
Got it. Yes, so that's the 100 foot from parcel boundary. So by the RECA standard, that is the closest we could come to the parcel boundary. We are actually over 3 times farther away from the parcel boundary, so about 350 feet to the first panels. So we've far exceeded the minimum standard that the state have put forth. And as I said, trying to adapt this to make sure that the screening is actually effective.
And where's the property line?
The blue is the property line, the black is that 100 foot off the property line.
Okay, is that sufficient to orient the planning board members so you understand what's going on in this image? Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure thing. I'll just stay here on this slide for the moment and kind of walk, like I said, clockwise around. So there's 2 neighbors to the north. In this case, the topography, it goes southward, so the bottom of the page is southward sloping. So the tallest point to plant the trees is right on the property boundary. So that's what we have done here, and that goes all the way across. And in our latest, we'll also, it's kind of hard to see on this one, we'll also plant trees here where the road actually turns, so that even if you're looking in through the gate, you wouldn't have a direct view of the panels. So we've been really trying to be very thoughtful about all those aspects. As you come across to the northeast, this is where our project Santa Rosa is located. And again, the 35 foot, that's the best place to put the boundary. So we'll screen the solar panels from Dr. Lighthouser's backyard. And then we come to the Prince's property here. And then I'm gonna go to the other one because it's kind of missing on that slide. Here we go. So on this slide, you can see how similar to what we did for the Metzgers property interface, we have pulled the panels back away from the property boundary. Again, it's kind of on a diagonal for their view, such that we're higher up the hill because we're slanting again back towards the stream valley down here, down towards the stream. So pulled it uphill so that the trees can be more effective and that there is further setback. There's also some existing trees both on their property and this one that will remain. So we've tried to be very intentional about the design and hopefully to answer some of the questions on the landscaping side of the house. This slide talks a little bit more about stormwater management, which will go following this proceeding. If we continue to proceed, that will go under detailed review, as you know, with county staff, with the objective that the development does not impact stormwater runoff leaving the property. You can see several of the stormwater management facilities which we have initially proposed, which again will be continued to go under further detailed review with the staff. And a lot of those are on the western side here because of that interaction with that valley heading down towards the stream, as I talked about.
I'm just going to interject here again for a moment to make sure the planning board members are aware that solar project review is not complete for the county after your decision on the mandatory referral and forest conservation plan. Chaberton will also be required to get approval for a stormwater management plan and a sediment and erosion control plan and a commercial building permit. Also, fire and rescue, you know, they did their usual very thorough review and determined that with a 30,000-gallon cistern, this would be safe from a fire and rescue standpoint. You know, they have ongoing authority. You know, we have to have approval from them or nothing gets built on the site. Please go ahead.
I'll also mention with regard to the cistern, which is true for all three of the projects, Santa Rosa and the two Victorias, the cistern is located outside of our fence, and it is basically there for the fire department. So we worked with the fire department. That's what the fire department, the fire marshal has specified, and we're placing it outside the fence. So if there's a fire that has nothing to do with the solar project, it's also available for the general community, which is an improvement. As you've heard, there's no fire hydrants in these neighborhoods.
So, okay,
Excuse
this
me,
cistern is good for all the three arrays, the cistern
There's
capacity?
Yes,
Or
there's
three
three
cisterns?
cisterns.
So there are three cisterns,
Yep.
each capacity reviewed for fire safety?
Correct.
Okay,
So we've added a total of 90, or will be adding a total of 90,000 if the
okay,
projects are fully
okay,
constructed.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So 3 cisterns for this project.
Sorry, sir. 1 cistern per project
Okay.
is what the fire marshal
Okay,
has
okay.
recommended. That's what we've proposed.
And approximately where will it go on this, out of curiosity?
Yes, right at the entrance. Let me just go back to the earlier slide, kind of shows the overview. So right here, it's actually this yellow image right there.
Uh-huh.
So
And
it's
and
right at
just
the entrance.
for my edification, if there's a fire, what are why do they need it for fires? I mean, like, what is the issue, potential issue for environmental issue around
Are you
fires?
asking like how a fire would start?
Yeah, and yes, how would a fire start? Yeah.
How would a fire start? So the biggest potential, I mean, well, I guess it would occur with the energy running through wires. If you get a short or rubbing and chafing that could produce a spark, right, in the right conditions, you could have a fire grow. So the very first defense is vegetation management plan, which again is something that will be finalized following this hearing, but that is also approved by the fire marshal. And so that's the very first line of defense, that particularly in dry conditions like the summer, that you don't have the fire, the plants, vegetation kind of near the electrical lines.
Okay, thank you.
Sir. All right.
While we are at it, what about the older transformers or other things? Do they have anything in play, or when you come in place for these solar panels, they put new transformers?
That's correct. We bring all new equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This slide, we've talked a little bit about the RECA, or Renewable Energy Certainty Act, which is the new law that went into effect last summer. As Francois mentioned, the project meets all of these standards, and I think the staff report also goes through those in detail. And as I mentioned earlier, in fact, not just meets, but exceeds in many areas the standards that the state has set forward. I wanted to spend just a few minutes on Project Santa Rosa, and as I mentioned again, the handouts are available to talk about the differences between Santa Rosa and the Victoria project. Construction of those projects Santa Rosa is nearly complete. It is just pending PEPCO actually interconnecting it to the grid. So just for clarity, the issues that the Hoffmans are experiencing, the Santa Rosa project has not yet been connected to the grid. That is actually the final step. And so those are new, that would be issues that are kind of pre-existing, and actually we are trying to help them with getting the right attention from PEPCO, which, as she mentioned, has been very challenging. Let's see.
One question, out of curiosity.
Yeah.
So there are 2 different types of solar. So Santa Rosa seems to have like this flat ground mounted. What is the solar system proposed for the Victoria sites?
Yep. I was actually going to go right there. So let me talk to you about what you're seeing on the screen here, and then compare it to what we'll have in Victoria. So as some of you may recall, Santa Rosa project is a cutting-edge and innovative design, and in fact, the first of its kind in Maryland. The landowner, Dr. Lighthouser, desired to have a bigger impact than simply placing panels on his roof, and via the earth-mounted or earthos design that Chair Harris just pointed out, this project can actually power the equivalent of 200 homes on only 4 acres. As you can see from the bottom picture, the panels are placed directly on the ground. They're secured via a matrix of tensioned wires and some concrete around them to keep them in place. The neighbors on each side have actually been on record describing this as looking like a pool or a pond. It's actually in one of the letters that came in again, that's on the record. And in fact, we adopted this technology specifically at their request, such that it would have the least visual impact, because we had originally proposed fixed tilt panels that would come up 15 feet above the ground. So these are literally like walking on a sidewalk if you were to walk on them. The top picture shows the view from Signal Tree Lane. As you can see with the arrow there, you can only see approximately the top 2 feet of the agricultural style fence. And really you can only see it because we have the black silt barrier kind of all the way up to the top. Once that barrier is removed and the vegetation planted, then that should be very hard to spot when driving by. Just a comment, we have done everything. The Santa Rosa project has developed exactly as the plans required, and everything has been sequenced in the sequence. And one of the concerns is, well, where's the vegetation? And in the sequence of construction as approved by the county, the vegetation was the last thing to go in. And so the plan is to put that in this spring during the planting season as soon as it warms up. So that'll be the last piece that will come into play. And as was shown on one of the presentations earlier, the plan that was approved by Montgomery County is the vegetation that will be planted.
Just also explain how long was the construction and was it according to the schedule?
Yes, ma'am. So the construction was 5 months. So we started in about April of last year and we finished in September. So I think there's a bit of confusion around the development period, if you will, which is like what we're in right now with Victoria, and the actual construction on site. But the actual construction on site, I talked to the project manager again last week. There was no weekend work. So if there are other contractors out there that was not associated with Project Santa Rosa, if something happened at the end of 2024, again, that was not part of the construction of the Santa Rosa project. Very possible that other work was being done, maybe even on the same property, but the footprint was from April to September.
Or
Of 25.
Of 25.
Yep, last summer, basically.
So all the construction activity related to your project happened during that 5 months, correct?
That was the bulk. So like last week, they were out there just fixing something that Pepco had wanted them to change.
I'm talking about big trucks that make no
exactly
noise
right.
or other things,
Yep.
you know, and the other smaller trucks
The
is
bulk
okay.
of it
Yeah.
was April to September.
Yeah.
And I would also say that I was actually very proud of the Centerra, at least from an intentionality perspective. This road, Signal Tree Lane, is very narrow, right? It's hard for even 2 cars to pass. There's no line, there's not even a line painted in the middle of the road, right? It's a very narrow road. And so they did a number of things to try and minimize impact to the neighbors. They limited their head count.
Excuse me, I just want to interrupt. By they, you mean the company that is developing, is actually building Santa Rosa?
That's correct, the construction crews, if you will. So they limited their head count on site to a maximum of about 12, which normally they would have about twice that, so that the cars parking along the side of the road would be minimized. And they tried to sequence as many of the deliveries as possible before the panels got laid on the ground, such that they could use the backyard to bring the trucks in, offload, and turn them around off the road. Unfortunately, once the panels got laid on the ground, then any remaining deliveries, the trucks had to turn around on the road, which is very narrow. They had to go down to Magruder, where there's an intersection, and then turn back around, and that created some congestion on this very, very narrow road. And then also, by limiting the head count on site, the construction took a little bit longer. So the intentionality was there, but I think there was a little bit of a double-edged sword on sort of how it played out.
And I just want to say that I'm sure that DPS inspectors were inspecting it during construction to make sure that you follow all the construction requirements, and there was no issues with that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So just for the people that hear, Department of Permitting Services does send inspectors to review, and they're going to do the same thing for these two other projects to make sure that they follow the requirements for construction.
Absolutely. This slide is some of the learnings that we do have. So this was, as again, first of its kind project with the panels laid on the ground. This was the more typical that are mounted higher. So for Victoria, you asked the question, what do we have for Victoria? Those are the typical tracking projects. So they're oriented north to south, but they track, tilt towards the sun in the morning and then track across the sky. So they're approximately 4 to 6 feet above the ground, and then you put the tilt in, so you might have at the mornings about 10 or so feet above that, and then again in the evening, versus Santa Rosa, which is on the ground. So we talked about the traffic. The other learning here that I'd like to highlight from this slide was the Verizon line, which was not, unfortunately, a Verizon line was damaged during the construction. It was not located by Miss Utility, and unfortunately, when the digging was put in for the electric wires, that was impacted. So contractor worked with Verizon, tried to get that back up as quickly as possible, but that did take 2 days. And of course, moving forward, re-emphasizing to our contractors to follow all best practices, obviously calling Miss Utility, but conducting ground penetrating radar and other test digs, et cetera, where it might be appropriate.
Can you mention the traffic and parking about space on this site?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So just to compare with respect to the congestion on the road and the traffic and the parking situation with Santa Rosa, that really is not a concern at Victoria because the site has ample space, both at the very beginning before anything's in the ground, but also once the solar arrays even start to come in line, we'll always have room to bring the trucks into the property, whether it's off of Manor-Stone Drive. So there won't be any trucks turning around on Manor-Stone Drive. All of those will be coming straight to the property, onto the property, dropping off the equipment, and then coming. So the impact to the neighborhood should be much lower than it was for Santa Rosa.
So 8 to 10 months, is it for both of the projects or one? Are they both concurrent construction?
That's what our intent is. So normally I talk about 6 to 9 months, and so we've added that up to 8 to 10 months. So for an individual project, we normally talk about 6 to 9 months, but because we have two projects kind of going as closely as possible together as our plan, then that peak construction period, on-site construction, we anticipate cumulatively to be 8 to 10 months.
I'm just curious, are you going to get one permit from DPS or for two? It should be two permits.
That's correct. They're two separate projects.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And to, I think, move towards wrapping up my presentation, just want to emphasize the benefits to the community at various levels. You can see on the slide here the tax revenues that will come that are estimated based off the capital improvements to the site, $5.5 million to savings to consumers that average between 200 and 566. Now, I will say that to some, a savings of $200 in a year may not really move the needle for them. But as I mentioned earlier, community solar projects are intended in large part to help those who need it most. And so we actually sell the solar energy at lower prices to those based on income. So for lower income folks, they could have a savings of over $550, which really could move the needle for some people, putting food on the table, Christmas presents under the tree, et cetera. I'll also point out that by law, we're mandated to lock in a percentage off the price, off the retail rate. So as the retail rate goes up, which is, we know from the news, is what's happening these days, the solar price continues to get lower from these projects, from community solar projects, and that's locked in by law.
Is this, when we say community, is it benefiting the bigger community around the same area? So it's going to stay specifically in Montgomery County or closer to the neighborhood that for this residential area?
Yep.
Do they get any reduction, or is it just only based on income?
That's right. So as you can see on the slide, we have made space for approximately 300 households. So, and we are giving or reserving priority access for the immediate neighbors in both the Signal Tree Lane and Mannerstone Drive neighborhoods. And also we're setting priority access to lower income families that have been identified by the Maryland Housing Association, or Montgomery County Housing.
But yours
MHA.
goes directly to Pepco, and Pepco makes those distributions, or is it?
The
you?
project gets to, runs a process to actually subscribe the individual consumers that want to access the project.
And will the subscribers be only in Montgomery County or anywhere that Pepco serves?
So technically, it could go anywhere that Pepco Maryland serves, but that's, the intent is to sign up subscribers in Montgomery County. So, and I don't anticipate us having a problem getting subscribers from Montgomery County. The second kind of paragraph there of bullets is about local benefits. That's to Montgomery County. So we're estimating tax revenues to the county of about $750,000 over the life of the project. And that comes at no cost to the county. So there's no children going to school, no water, no sewer needs for the projects, et cetera. That's free and clear revenue to Montgomery County that can be used as needed. We've talked about the cistern already and how it benefits the neighborhood. And you can see the tax revenue for the state as well.
So if it is fire somewhere in neighborhood, they can tap to this cistern. It doesn't have to be just related
That's
to
correct. The cistern is not really the projects, in my view. The cistern is the fire departments. We just happen to be putting it in for them.
Okay, thank you.
Final note here is our Chaburn Cares initiative has funded $2,000 already to St. Mark's United Methodist Church in Boyd's on behalf of this project. We have committed up to $10,000 just for this project for Victoria 1. And in addition, being founded and headquartered here in Montgomery County, we have done a lot of donated a lot of service hours to the county more broadly as well, which you can see some examples here. And when I talk about Victoria 2, you'll see some other examples as well. And I think that concludes my presentation for now, but I'm certainly open for any questions that you may have.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation and going through some of the comments that some of the residents had. So what I want to start, from what I understand from staff and from you is that the approval, the board is to determine if this project meets our zoning regulations and I mean, give recommendations, but based on what, meaning, can I just say one second, whether the regulations are based on state law or whatever, does it meet those regulations?
It's actually, that decision is going to be made by DPS at the time of when the permits are obtained from DPS.
Right.
The planning board will be making a recommendation, obviously, in your mandatory referral, but the technical determination is DPS's responsibility.
Okay. And we are approving the forest conservation plan.
We hope so.
I mean that's our main thing. So from my point of view, what controls this is the state law, and what I understand it conforms to state law, where it can be located, how many on a property, can you have multiple permits, and from what I understand with this new state law, it meets those requirements. It seems like it's going to have the tracking solar one of the that I would just want to understand, or is there a reason why this project couldn't have like pollinators under the solar panels? And then normally under other conditions, we were pushing for agrivoltaics that had something other than just pollen, but it would just seems as if are you considering?
All of our projects specify pollinators and natural grasses, pollinator-friendly and natural vegetation, and we'd be happy to put that in as a condition, but we've done that on 100% of our projects to date. Okay.
The other is what you mentioned is that someone mentioned what happens if the projects were sold off to different investors, who is responsible for the forest conservation, maintaining the forest conservation plan? Just out of curiosity.
The forest conservation plan approval would run with the land, so the new owners would be responsible for it.
The operators or the landowner? Or the,
The landowner would be responsible for making sure that it's implemented.
okay,
If they do that through an operator, so be it, but the landowner would be responsible for making sure that it's implemented because it's an approval that runs with the land. Strictly speaking, it's an easement, and it's like any other easement that runs with the land. If you sell it, it goes with it.
I mean, the
No.
easement, the easement will be filed in the land records before any construction begins. That's a requirement. And if it's happened someday that the two projects are sold, the property is divided and sold in two pieces, I'm not sure if there'd be some other.
okay, just,
something
but
else required.
regardless.
Somebody
if-
retains.
Regardless of how many
that
owners of the
obligation.
solar projects, the landowner is responsible for maintaining the forest conservation plan.
Forever.
Ultimately, the burden is on the landowner to make sure that the plan's provisions are followed, yes.
Okay, and just in my last, just out of curiosity, it seems, why does it take so long to do, I mean, like, a solar like 8 to 9 months for substantial completion? I'm just out of curiosity, you're not adding structures, you're, other than, I guess you have some pilings for the, I just seems, on land, this is cleared land right now, or isn't it, pretty much?
Is fairly cleared land. So I think of the first 2 months or so as related to civil. So we have to go in, set the limit of disturbance, install the erosion and sedimentation control before any other work can be done. That has to be inspected by the county before we're allowed to actually then proceed. So that takes some weeks right from the start. And then once those pieces are in, then the next month or so is any of the limited amount of grading that we do need to do, like to install the road, for road access for the fire department, et cetera. So that all happens next. And during that time, then we'll start taking deliveries so that everything is ready to go. The next thing that happens mechanically, which will take probably about 2 months again, is where the noise part happens. That's where we have to put the posts in. They're just I-beams that go into the ground, very similar to building any other type of construction. It's just steel I-beams, nothing special regarding solar. And then once those are in, you can start putting the actual solar panels on. Once all the mechanical is done, then the electricians come and run all the wiring. So it's just sequencing everything. Particularly, that's kind of how long we generally see it taking.
Okay, and then the fact that on this project, other than the Santa Rosa, you can stage construction on site, so they shouldn't have the issues of construction equipment parking in the community and things like that. They can all stage inside the site. Is that what you said?
100%. Yep. That's
Okay.
right.
Okay, I have no other questions. I'll open it up to the other board members.
Yeah, just a couple of things to comment on. I know that we're expanding sort of the available stream valley buffer with this project. We're putting it in a Category 1 easement, and it's an extra about 7.5 acres, is that correct, of stream valley buffer?
Yes, 7.23 acres. so
Okay.
A little under.
We've got a lot of discussion in here about vegetative buffers around the solar panels. Is there any plan or any condition requirements to enhance the stream valley buffer there that's been farmed at this point on fairly steep slopes, fairly close to the stream valley? We have an opportunity here to, increase vegetation and address concerns of runoff and contamination in the actual stream valley buffer itself. Do we have a plan for that, or is there any condition related to that, or is there anything that we can do to enhance that specific Category 1 easement in addition to the screening?
Yes, that's a good question, because we do normally require afforestation on all stream valley buffers. But given the more recent from Maryland Natural Resources Article 5, solar photovoltaic facilities, they're not subject to the same afforestation requirement. But we do have the variance mitigation trees being planted in the stream buffer rather than somewhere else on the property. They're going to be right by the stream.
So we're requiring the forest conservation requirement, afforestation on site of the property. There's not a bank or anything like that. We're not banking that forest.
There's no legal opportunity to require afforestation from a solar project. the state specifically exempted solar projects from
Yeah.
afforestation.
And
That's my
Mr. Doniger has some
Yeah, please.
real
I
world.
I would just also say that the Stream Valley Buffer limits right now have not been farmed, that they are in a natural state already with mature trees. And we are not impacting the Stream Valley Buffer, we're specifically staying out of it, so.
Okay. Well, my understanding was that we were adding a Category 1 easement to the Stream Valley Buffer. Is that right? It's an additional 7.25
That's correct, so we're
acres.
just putting it in the easement, but it's already in that condition that you're looking for, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, assuming for the oversight photos that we have a very narrow strip of trees along the Stream Valley Buffer, the current forest kind of hits that edge and stops. I think that there's, some indication that we could do that. I'm not saying that this part becomes part of the project, but afforestation within the Stream Valley Buffer and some plan to enhance the state of the Stream Valley Buffer to address issues of runoff and environmental concern might be worthwhile, but other than that, it's fine. I wasn't sure about the reading of the legal aspect of whether or not afforestation within the actual project itself is not allowed, or with Category 1 easement, if there was an ability to condition the requirements of the forest conservation plan within the Category 1 easement within the project. So that's my question.
Yeah, so Category 1 conservation easements, while we do normally require afforestation with them, it's not an automatic requirement for those types of easements. But with that, they will be protected, so there still can be no, clearing or disturbance within that easement. But there's no planting required for this project.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation from the staff, and I also appreciate the presentation from Chamberton. I particularly appreciate the presentations from the community members, and your input is very helpful into our understanding of the impact of projects like these on the citizens in Montgomery County. Chamberton's counsel accurately points out that state law preempts local law and the citizens' concerns, and that bothers me. I found particularly interesting the testimony of Mr. Garrett and Mr. Hoffman with regards to the interests. I also find interesting the testimony of Hilda Joanna Hoffman and the impact that it negatively has on her property specifically. I'm concerned about the failures to install buffers of the trees. I understand that it is the last thing that is required of these projects. The long-lasting effect of these projects on the citizens has a permanence that changes the community composition and enjoyment. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner London, do you have any comments, questions?
Thanks. No comments or questions. I appreciate the detailed presentation and comments from the community. But I think that for me, things have been sufficiently clarified. And so, yeah, no additional questions on my end. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Pedawin, you're good?
No, I'm good. I had many questions. I do understand the community concerns, but in general, this is a good thing for our county. And it seems that Chaberton has taken all the precautions, answered all the concern that I had in regard the landscaping buffer and everything. I think this project solar is something that benefits the whole county. I do understand that visually at the beginning it may be concerning, but hopefully with the efforts and the landscaping that comes in, it takes care of that. And the fire safety is taken care of, the environmental is taken care of, the issues with the PEPCO as much as possible that is in their power is taken care of. Just one thing, I'm sitting here and I see we are going toward renewable energy, and solar is, right now on one of our top priority to get more renewable energy. to bring, to our county and in general in Maryland and the country. So I'm in support of the project.
Okay, so one last thing. Yeah, it's important that you came out. It's important that you provided testimony. It's important that you got engaged in the process. I see that the applicant has made some changes based on your input in terms of moving taking out some panels so that they can move a little bit more up on the slope so that your view quarter is not as impacted. You don't see those as much. So it's important that you provide comments, and we appreciate that. So I think we have two motions. One is to submit comments to, is it to DPS, or who are we committing on the mandatory referral?
Yeah, that's correct. In this case, comments would go to the applicant and DPS.
Okay, and I would like to make sure in that you include those the plantings under the solar panels to reduce runoff and help to continue to enrich that farm soil, so that whenever the panels aren't or they're removed, that the farm soil is in good condition. Okay.
You could word that perhaps as pollinator-friendly and natural grasses.
Yes. Okay. So do I have a motion to submit our mandatory referral to DPS with the caveat, with the additional comment that the pollinator or grass-friendly be added to, that we recommend that. And then, so here it is. Staff recommends approval of the mandatory referral with the transmittal of comments to the applicant and the Montgomery County Department of Community Services with the comment on the vegetation beneath the.
Chairman, I have a question. Are we transmitting comments to, or are we approving the project?
Well, I think our comments are, we don't have final approval. We don't have any, other than we recommend that this project move forward to the DPS with whatever comments we have. So I'm in for the project, but we don't have final approval of this project. Am I right?
Well, we do the approval of the mandatory referral with our comments. Our comments are advisory, so to the applicant and to the DPS. So we are hoping that they incorporate our comments, but we don't have enforcement authority.
Is it? Oh, Matt.
Yes. The statute uses the terms approve and deny, which creates a confusing scenario, because fundamentally, as the chair and Commissioner Petto have stated, it is an advisory process. So these are comments that will be transmitted to DPS, which will be Chamberton's next stop in their evaluation and decision on the permits that are needed.
To clarify, we do have approval of the forest conservation plan.
Yes, that is absolutely true as well. Your decision on the forest conservation plan is regulatory and binding in the traditional approval denial sense that everyone understands. Thank you.
So it's fine, the staff recommends approval of the mandatory referral.
For clarification, there are going to be two votes. One is to transmit comments.
Right.
And then the second would to be approve the forest conservation plan, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, transmit comments and then a decision on the forest conservation plan.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to transmit comments, and the only comment we have is to add the vegetation or grasses under the solar panels. And so if that's correct, then.
Well, and it's also everything in the staff report.
I would
Everything
say
we-
The staff report as amended by the comment you just mentioned.
Okay, yes, as amended by the, transmit the staff's recommendations or staff's comments to the mandatory referral, in addition to the comment that I made about the putting grasses or pollinators under the solar panels.
I'll move to approve the mandatory referral with comments today and transmit it to the applicant and DPS.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What, you're,
I'm saying.
okay, 401. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the forest conservation plan?
I'd like to, I'd like to move to approve the forest conservation plan with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are you approving the forest conservation plan?
I vote no.
Okay, okay. Oh, it's 410. All right. So thank you for coming. Thank you for the applicant. Thank you for staff and your report. We're going to take a 1-minute break or 2-minute break and start with the next item is Chaberton Solar Victoria 2. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 7, which is the Chaberton Solar Victoria 2 mandatory referral. We have Adam Bossi will lead us off again on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just for the record, Adam Bossi here with the West County Planning Team covering for Saquon Gatling. This is the presentation for the Chaberton Solar Victoria 2 project. And this is a mandatory referral application. So this particular project is on the same property that we were just talking about. I'm going to move through these next couple slides fairly quickly as we address them with item 6. So this is a property located in the Potomac area, just east of the intersection of River Road and Seneca Road. The entire property, where item 6 and now item 7, the MR for the southern portion of the property, is 42 acres. There is 1.69 acres of forest on site, and we do have that stream bisecting it. In the last item, we discussed what is shown in orange here. That's the Chamberton Solar Victoria project. And now we are on to the project area highlighted in blue here for the second mandatory referral. This involves an 8.3 acre area proximate to River Road, again, the southern portion of the property. This particular proposal is for a slightly smaller solar array of 1.25 megawatts. Similar to what we saw with item 6, this will also include a 35-foot landscape buffer, which is shown in green here. It will also include the fencing, which is represented by the purple dashed line around the solar field, and it will include an access driveway, which is shown in gray here, essentially along the right-hand side of the solar field. Access to this site is from River Road, and similar to item 6, we have a driveway that will be put in to allow for construction access and then for longer-term maintenance access. There's no pedestrian facilities provided with this project, as was the case with item 6. We received the same type of community correspondence for the second solar project here on the property as we did with the first one. Again, those touched on, I think, a lot of the issues that you just heard in the testimony received. With this, we are talking just about the mandatory referral. The board just approved the forest conservation plan for the entire site. Similar to the other solar project that I just discussed, this mandatory referral was reviewed under those uniform standards for MRs, and we do believe that this project as well does meet those requirements, and the project is also in general conformance with the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. We also reviewed this application, as we did with the last one, with the requirements in the Maryland Public Utilities article for the solar energy generating station siting standards, and do believe it conforms with those as well, as presented in our staff report. With that, Mr. Chair, members of the board, pleased to recommend approval of the mandatory referral, MR 2026011, with the transmittal of your comments to the applicant and to DPS. With that, I'll conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you again. We have also a group of folks requesting public testimony. We have 11, and we'll start with the first 6: Paul Garrett, Diego Calderon, Karen Calla, Allison Cosicharo, Gregory Prince, and Mary Farrar. Please begin. Thank you.
Paul Garrett again. I'm ex-government, and I appreciate the position the state has put you all in, so don't think that's not understood. RECA is a brand new law. You've been handed a Swiss cheese piece of legislation that basically takes away a whole lot of your power if it touches anything green energy. So basically, thank you, planning staff. This thing's going to go through. I think you guys understand this. As soon as this goes through here, we have no more recourse. We have only the courts, because this goes through permitting and this thing sails through. That is the problem with the law. You guys didn't create it, so I'm kind of upset, but I know that you guys didn't create it. But I think the lawyers here appreciate that this has some things that are still to be defined. In fact, the PSC has work groups looking at the economics of this. And that ultimately comes down to who's accountable when this thing doesn't go well or does go well. What if this thing is a huge success and we want to repeat it? What if it's a huge flaming failure? Who's accountable? It's not this guy over here, Doninger, okay? Because he's going to sell this thing within a year, and it's going to be some unnamed private equity person in Colorado. That is a problem that you guys didn't create, but guess what? RICO's written by our own Senator Feldman, okay? Guess who the co-sponsor was? President of the Senate, Ferguson. Guess what he does during the day? He's a solar developer, okay? He wrote this law with Ferguson. Ferguson came to our community meeting and lied to us. I know I'm on the record, and I'm making the accusation now. He lied to us about co-locating these things. And in fact, Ms. Carrier in 2024 has an excellent letter on Project Sugarloaf saying you shouldn't put more than one of these farms on the line. I have the letter right here. And in fact, you shouldn't co-locate. So that's from the Solar Association. Now, the law has changed. I agree with her. The law has changed, but it has created problems that you guys are just starting to get the tip. It's the tip of the iceberg here on what these solar farms are going to do to our county. So while you may approve this, you guys are going to get handed a bag of you-know-what to deal when you get more and more of these solar farms, okay? So I have sympathy for you because you're going to be asked to approve more and more of these when you don't actually have approval authority. So now who it is? It's some guy, some gal in permitting has to decide if this is a safety factor. And we've got all these branches in Montgomery County where, again, it's going to be hard to approve or disapprove any of these. These things are going to sail through, and that's part of their business model. They know it. Doninger's job is to get as many of these things approved by 2027, because guess what? The subsidies end. So the economics on all these solar farms change, and you guys have to get, and maybe you are, so I'm not making accusations, you have to get smarter on the economics on these things. Why do people build apartment buildings? To make money. Why do they build solar farms? To make money. Oh yeah, there's all this wonderful goodness that they spew in terms of community benefit and getting additional. But again, they're in this to make money, and the investors are in this to make money, and you guys have to understand the underlying economics of that. I would hope that you would do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Diego Calderon. Oh, he left? Okay. Karen Kala.
Hi, my name's Karen Kala, and I thank you for this opportunity to once again speak, although it seems like for what, so this is very, very disheartening, and I want to thank Commissioner Bartley for your comments, to have somebody come in from the outside and tell us, sorry, people, you have no say over what's going to happen in your backyard and how it's going to impact the quality of your communities and your green space is pretty upsetting. And I'd like to thank you, Commissioner Padum, for your comments. Yes, solar is a critical part of moving forward, but as I mentioned before, how we do it matters. It makes a big difference. Let's not take out, and the concern here is now all of the communities that are out in western Montgomery County are going to hit hard, and we are going to wipe out an area that you have worked, and Montgomery County has worked really hard to make a unique and special place. And as you mentioned, that's what sets it apart from Fairfax, right? We have this green space that a lot of places don't have. I don't know how we stop it from getting overrun, but can we all work together to make sure that what he just said doesn't happen, because it is going to just like rip right through us. And how we can work together is really important. So thank you again for this opportunity. I'd like to see a vision where Montgomery County, as I said, has a plan. This is the best place for the development of solar. And then when companies come in and say, we want to develop solar, you go, great, here's where we're going to do it. We're going to put it on the parking lots. We're going to put it on the malls. We're going to put it on the schools. We're going to put it on the community buildings. And we are going to preserve some of the green space and the residential communities that have been here for many decades. Thank you, good luck, and let's all work together.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Allison Kazisharov.
Hi, is my mic on? Okay, thanks. How is it that only people whose property abutted the solar farms were notified? We are all affected and feel insulted that we were not told. I don't know where this idea came that people came around and talked to us or sent us letters about industrial complexes being proposed right in our neighborhood. We on Manor Stone never knew that Santa Rosa was being built till our Signal Tree neighbors told us of the disastrous experiences they had and are still having. Don't we matter? Chaverton, a company not from Maryland, as we've pointed out, is out for the solar gold rush. They sell the solar farms, make a quick profit, and get out without any responsibility. And they lie. Sorry. We are all for solar power, but let's please do it the right way so that the residents of Montgomery County don't suffer. Give us an incentive to put solar on our roofs as a neighborhood. And of course, put industrial farms in industrial areas. Why destroy the green lung of the county? Why not defer this proposal till Santa Rosa is finished, because it isn't finished, and its consequences understood? Well, I guess that's about it. I'm a little less nervous this time.
Okay.
I thank you for your time.
Yeah,
And appreciate your consideration, even though I know it will pass.
you did just well. Thank you. Thank you. Next is Gregory Prince. He's gone. Okay, thank you. And Mary Farrar.
Hi, I'm Mary Farrar, and as I said before, my husband and I live on Mannerstone Drive, directly adjacent to the property that is going to be used for Chaverton Project Victoria 1 and 2. I wrote all this before I understood the process, that you really don't have any say and that it's going to go through no matter what. But as a final note, I just wanted to say 5 years ago, my husband and I were having our home built on Mannerstone, and we went through a very long, complex, and occasionally onerous process to set aside 3 of our 5 acres for forest conservation. And our property still allows for the free movement of wildlife over the whole 5 acres, even though we're only allowed to use 2. We're not allowed to remove trees or alter the landscape. And of course, we had many inspections made while the construction was being done of our home and the surrounding 2 acres. I just hope that good oversight is going to be made, and that you take into consideration that, you know, this is our home, it's the animals' home, it's a natural preserve right now. It was a farm, and I guess the farmers decided to give it up to this construction. And I just think it's a shame that more consideration of the overall county plan hasn't been made. Thank you for the time, and good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. Donald Hoffman and Pamela DuBois, April Pylon Clayton, Hilda Johanna Hoffman, and Jalyn Prince, please. Okay. Yeah. And so why don't you get going, Mr. Hoffman?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak again. Let me just quickly state, we keep talking about buffers. Buffers are totally based on the density and the height of the trees, or whatever you're using for the buffer. 35 feet in width means absolutely nothing. I want to make a statement about community solar engineering. Our generating project, something that this is based on, the very purpose of that, in accordance with the Maryland Code, and I'm not going to give you the specific number, you probably know it, defines a community solar as something where 40% of the kilowatt hours are going to low and moderate income subscribers. Unlike the statement that was made earlier, you cannot direct energy to a particular home or a particular facility if it is going into the general grid. The general grid is powered by a number of different energy assets, and once it gets into that grid, it goes where it needs to. You can't tell if you got it from solar, from nuclear, from wind, from coal, oil, gas. You cannot tell. So unlike that, we do not have anything that meets that 40% for community solar. So we're not sure why they had the expression that that was the case. The fourth thing I wanted to bring up, and it didn't come up earlier, was SB State Bill 931, which was, we all know, was passed in a last-minute hurried up by somebody who's actually invested in solar. Interesting. But anyway, even with all that conflict of interest, that State Bill 931 predicated on two things. One, that the state would put together criteria for siting and locating and other approval activities by July 1, 2026. Which has not come yet, and that would all be implemented by July 1, 2027, okay? So we are way out ahead of what is coming. So the reason you're stuck in the middle is because they're pushing for this because the subsidies end in 2027. And make no mistake about it, if you know what these subsidies are, which I do, they're massive. You would never build solar without subsidies. Subsidies cannot make a penny without, solar cannot make a penny without subsidies. So they're asking you to hurry up and approve their going forward, even when they haven't yet proven that you can put the other solar, Santa Rosa on the grid, which you're going to hear about the instability of the grid and the shocking that it's caused, the killing of fish, the almost killing of my wife, and other things. This is your opportunity to make a difference. I didn't realize how little authority you had until I spoke to your staff and some of the commissioners. I was concerned before. Sounds like it wouldn't have made any difference what I'd said. Anyway, but your responsibility is to protect us. We're the citizens of Montgomery County. Your responsibility is not to Chaberton, a company that will come in and build and destroy the environment and impact everything and then blow out of Dodge. He even said that they're going to flip the before it's finished construction. They're going to flip the actual site. So I ask you to seriously consider. I realize you have a mandatory referral, which sort of mandates what you got to do. We want to let you know we'll be working with you and the rest of the state to fix what we believe, unfortunately, is a travesty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please. Either.
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
please,
I'm
Ms.
Pam
Dubois.
Dubois. I'm the zoning chair for the Darnestown Civic Association. And I would like to say that this is a complex 5 to 6 way partnership. And our community needs your support via commentary to attach to this mandatory review and forest conservation plan going forward to hopefully have Chaberton and the DPS implement a more amenable or successful project to everybody, particularly the community. This is an industrial installation. I don't know if you're aware, but state requirements do not take into account case-by-case situations. This property already has existing lot-to-lot drainage damage runoff already with the field there. You put in all these solar panels and you are going to get more lot-to-lot drainage damage on specific properties. And this is before Santa Rosa stormwater runoff is being assessed, and perhaps that will also contribute to more lot-to-lot drainage damage. So we all know that once DPS approves this project, they have no say in lot-to-lot drainage damage, that it goes to civil court. So thank you very much. You're making our life harder. So please help us get through this. The insurance companies have already increased homeowner assessments if they can still get homeowner insurance. Why? Because having this huge industrial facility next to them is an additional risk, whether it's fire, whether it's safety. It presents a risk. It's an industrial installation. And I can tell you, driving down Signal Tree, this beautiful bucolic street, there's now this humongous utility pole right across from Santa Rosa. So there are impacts, there are details that you can't possibly fathom sitting here today without having to go and see Santa Rosa. We actually took Senator Feldman out to see it. The Darnestown Civic Association hosted a town hall meeting with Senator Feldman and other people to try and address some of these issues. This is new. It's uncharted territory. And I know from personal experience that the plantings at Seneca Farm, it's now 2 or 3 years in, can still see straight through. So we talk about in these staff reports, robust landscaping. Well, that might be in 20 years, but right now there's no robust landscaping. So at least for Victoria, there is a screening fence. But in no residential property in Darnestown can I really think of a screening fence between residential homes that's 7 or 8 feet tall. You know, it's just not done, and that creates barriers for wildlife and other things. So in addition, at Santa Rosa, I can't get an answer. I asked someone at planning, they tried to find someone at Forest Conservation to answer my question. In the staff report for Santa Rosa, it was documented over half a dozen times about existing well-mature vegetation and a wood fence that would remain, and I believe that's on the western border of the wood fence. Well, you know, site plans are really hard to read. We don't get printouts of these big site plans. I want to know if Chaberton removed more of this well-established vegetation, and if so, because the site views are just abominable. I actually, you know, ride horses in the property next door, and it's called Cedar View Farm. Now it's Solar View Farm. There is zero, and it used to be all well-matured vegetation. So I can't get an answer. The current forest conservation planner is out till February. You got to go to the senior. I mean, this is not a transparent process. So if there's a complaint after DPS finalizes this, I think it has to go to the Public Service Commission. Is it not the county's responsibility to provide this information to the community so we know who to turn to make sure that Chaberton's responsible? It's just, I mean, I can go on and on. I did write in my testimony, which I did not want to repeat, can the applicant be responsible for routine groundwater testing or pay for routine groundwater testing? If our wells go bad, we have to vacate these homes, because I did speak to DPS Well and Septic, and they said there's no current mechanism in place to monitor it because there's no well on Project Victoria. Can the applicant be responsible for a routine fire assessment? Maintenance is very important, the maintenance of all the electrical equipment. Can the solar panels include fire suppressant systems? You know, is maintenance once a month? You guys all have properties. Do you think you can properly maintain a 40-acre solar farm in terms of the pollinators, the vegetation, the buffer, and the equipment with a visit once a month? I mean, these are details that really should be included in where we go forward so that it safeguards the community and it helps the project be successful.
Right, thank you. Thank you for your comments. April Palan Clayton, please.
Yes, I'm April Palan Clayton, thank you. Could you put up my first slide again, please? So I'm going to pick up sort of where I left off, and that was with fire risk. I would like for you to note that there's no accessibility if there's no accessibility to the back of the solar arrays. The cisterns are located on the road sides at the entrances to the facilities. And one can easily imagine that in the back of the array, a fire could start, and at the end of August or September, when it's very dry, we're having a running drought. The ambient summer heat is exacerbated by solar heat island effects, which raise the local temperatures in and around the arrays even more. And if a fire starts back there, there's no way to get to it. You have to wait for the fire to come forward because there's no fire truck access. The other thing is, without fire hydrants have pressurized water. Okay, so they can be tapped into and spray. With cisterns, you need a pump there. So the fire truck has to get there to pump the water out. And the best they can do is to try to spray water on the surrounding properties so they don't catch fire. I would submit to you that it's rare, but it happens. Think of the examples of the campfire, excuse me, the campfire in California in 2018. That was started by electrical equipment off in a field somewhere that nobody knew about. And the fire was out of control by the time firefighters got in the picture. 85 people died. That's the same thing happens with the Maui fire. Again, it was electrical equipment that started a fire in some remote field somewhere where the vegetation was overgrown. And the entire Lahaina village was wiped out, 102 deaths, before they could get control of it. In fact, they never got control of it. It burned itself out. So I would like to see, some measure of consideration given to this. Just because the state standard has been met, or you've consulted the fire marshal, doesn't mean that it's adequate for this particular property and this particular situation. It's a guideline. It's not a guarantee of our safety. And these installations, we're stuck with Santa Rosa, but there's no need to triple our risk with adding the Victorias to that. Given the added unstable local grid that you have heard about and will hear about, the propensity and the likelihood of fire from these installations is much higher. Lightning is also very common in this area.
Thank you
which is
so
the
much.
start of fire.
Hilda Joanna Hoffman.
Hi, can you please put these pictures first and then add the rest of the footage?
The lot-to-lot
Yes.
flooding damage that already exists.
That's right.
With photographic
Should
evidence.
be.
You gotta start, you gotta go.
Okay, hi. So this is actual footage from our home. You can see here in that first picture, this is what happens during a moderate rain day. There is water going all over our property, and this is after we install a commercial grade drainage system. There is drains all under that little creek that you see. It is not there always. It just happens when it rains. So there's no way for us to control it. We've done so much to try to fix the problem. But this water goes directly into the Potomac, it goes into our ponds, and also into our wells. Now, the next picture, you will see what it looks like after hours after rain. We still get a lot of water coming in. Now, I wanna move forward. Can you please play the rest of the picture showing all of the injuries that I have suffered through my 2, now going to 3 years issue with Pepco, the electrical company. They actually almost killed me, shocked me, knocked me out for half an hour, almost killed my mother, my sisters, and my dogs. This is how dangerous the grid is here. And they can say that they are putting money for them to come and fix it. Keep looking at the next pictures. These are the repairs that we have. Pepco fixes things like this. This is on River Road, and these are the kind of repairs that they make. By their own people, they, excuse my language, but they half-ass everything they do. They do the bare minimum, just like this company does. They want to do the bare minimum to satisfy permits and requirements. I'm asking you to consider protecting the citizens of this county. You are supposed to protect us, not protect these entities. You're supposed to look out for us. What they are trying to do is to pass some kind of permits to make money and leave. They have themselves said to us that even before they finish the build, they will turn it over to somebody else. Why? Because that's what people do for money. And we know for a fact that legislation is coming to an end. They have to pass this. They have to make you agree to this and cause harm to us, to the people you're supposed to work to protect. Yes, our underground wires, they haven't been fixed yet. 2 years, we're going into 3 years, and we cannot get the power company to come and do it. There's nothing any of us can do to make Pepco do anything, and you think that they are gonna work with them, when they said that they were helping us, they did nothing. They did nothing. We have done the work ourselves. All of the people in the neighborhood are under immediate danger of other explosions happening. The wires, as you can see on the other pictures, are completely live. The grounding cables are not grounding because they are not connected to the transformers. This is accidents waiting to happen. They may fix the grid on River Road. They may do that just to comply with the permitting offices, but they are not protecting the citizens. We are gonna die, and you will see this on TV one day.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And next is Jalen Price, and then we'll go to teams for Dennis Metzger.
It's Jalynn Prince, and I thank you very much for your time. I've sat in seats like your own, where it's very difficult to assess the depth of a situation when you have not had a chance to see the situation. And I would invite you out to our area so you could have more of an idea of what's going on. I live on Signal Tree Lane, and curiously enough, Signal Tree Lane was named after an encampment on the property. It had been a 260-acre parcel during the Civil War, and it became a Civil War encampment because there was a high ground there, and if you can put up this example right here, can you put that up? You can see an illustration in Harper's Weekly in 1866. It was put there to protect Washington, D.C. and the U.S. Capitol from troop advancement. They used a gigantic tree that no longer exists, or the type or the species, a spreading chestnut tree. And there were signals that were able to be sent along the Potomac River about troop advancement. There were between 16,000 to 20,000 troops on that piece of property defending our nation. Now we're trying to defend our property, and we came into this in good faith because we had certain rules that we had to abide by because there's a 5-acre minimum for building. We happen to have 9 acres, but we can still only have one house. We couldn't build another house and recoup some of the expenditures that we had made. That would be impossible. But now we are asked to give up something for another set of regulations coming in when we had purchased in an area where we could be good stewards over a rural area because other people also enjoy that area. There are several hundred cars that go past our streets each weekend, getting away from the congestion down county. They come out to see spaces, to appreciate open spaces, and that's what you all had put into play. That's what the terms were when we moved there. We've been there over 18 years. Some of our people have been there over 25 years. But now the game has changed, and on our piece of property, not only do we have the 4-acre thing on the side of us, we will have directly on the other side of us another solar field. Is it fair for one family to have 2 solar fields adjacent to their property? I don't think it's fair in many cases for even one. I ask you to take those types of things into consideration because this could be presenting a precedence. One other point. One of the reasons that we purchased this piece of property was because of our autistic son. He does better in environments that are much quieter. But during this last 2 years, not just the last few months, there has been commotion over on the other piece of property that has disturbed his sleep, his peace.
Can you wrap up your presentation?
Now, it may disturb his life. And I ask you to take into consideration a number of other things with this piece of property, and we are in favor of solar, but in the right places so it can get on the grid safely and that our neighborhood is protected not just for us, but for the future
Thank you
and
so
for
much.
history.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And our last presenter is Dennis Metzger.
Hello again. I just wanted to address a couple of the issues that were noted in the Chamberton's presentation. They do use a lot of pretty words and want to seem to tell you what you want to hear, but there's a lot of pieces that are still missing. The application did not address, so one of the things that they pointed out is they wrote no negative environmental impacts. That is false. The application has still not addressed the potential impacts of the documented bat population that's on our property. The prior application prompted an inquiry to the effects of bats from the Power Plant Research Program, yet still no analysis has been done. Bats are pollinators, just to remind you. Therefore, environmental impact assessment specific to bats is still necessary. Without the approval, this is going to violate Montgomery County's environmental guidelines. This could also lead to federal and state enforcement under the U.S. Endangered Species Act and the Maryland Non-Game Endangered Species Conservation Act. So keep this in mind. There are holes in here. Another unresolved issue was still the lack of the glare analysis on the nearby homes. That study that they provided was written with errors. They omitted parts of our house, which I already talked about earlier. And in their presentation, they talked about a gentle slope of less than 15% grade. Behind our home, significantly higher grade. The 8-foot fence they plan to put up is planned to be built in a valley. That was what they just said, what they just showed you, in a valley. So the top 80% we will still see will still affect us. Will we be compensated since we work from home and the glare will affect us in our businesses? Lastly, which has kind of barely been touched on, is the insurance rates. Apparently, some of the people in Signal Tree have already seen significant price hikes in their insurance to cover general risk issues and fire issues. Who's going to cover that? Why do we have to pay for that? Are we going to be compensated? And just to, reiterate, as many of you probably don't know, I'm actually an environmental scientist for the federal government. And the math isn't adding up. I know you guys think this is like really great, green energy, solar's amazing. It's okay, but let's do the numbers. They even gave you 300 houses are going to save $300 a year. That's $90,000 a year. We're going to cover probably most of that paying for our insurance increase. So who is this really benefiting? This isn't great. This is not green energy. This is not renewable. This is destroying a farm, destroying everybody's property for very little benefit. It sounds really pretty, but please, I urge you, before you just keep pushing things forward to get it off your plate, slow down, read the application. It has errors, it has omissions, it has false statements. Read what we have sent you. We have sent this all to you. We have given you many items to look over and read between the lines, because that's where the information is. And that's what's missing right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can go back to your seats, please. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Hello again. For the record, Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Berbert, Schwartz, and Gilday, representing the applicant Chaberton Energy, still accompanied by Michael Doniger, co-founder and president. I'm going to repeat a slightly condensed version of what I said for the Victoria project. For this hearing for Victoria 2, just for the sake of completeness of the record, so I hope you can bear with me. During the 2025 Maryland State Legislative Session, the state law applicable to community solar changed significantly with the passage of the Renewable Energy Certainty Act, also known as RECA. Under RECA, there is no longer a state approval process for community solar producing 2 megawatts or less of power, or for a combination of 2 or more solar generating facilities located on the same or adjacent properties, as long as each one generates no more than 2 megawatts. Combined, they generate no more than 14 megawatts, and each project is separately metered by the electric company. Instead of the previous state approval process, RECA established statewide siting standards for ground-based community solar with a capacity over 1 megawatt, and delegated to local jurisdictions the responsibility to find compliance with the state siting standards. The state explicitly prohibited local jurisdictions from blocking community solar of 2 megawatts or less through zoning or other regulations, and required local jurisdictions to approve site plans for any project that satisfies the state siting standards. Those standards address important elements such as setbacks, fencing, visual buffering, lighting, grading, and landscaping and decommissioning bonds. Chaberton's written application materials and the staff report establish that Victoria 2 satisfies all of the applicable state siting standards, and the Forest Conservation Plan fully complies with forest conservation law. I'd like to respond, well, I guess I'll get to that at the end. We have a couple of issues that we'd like to respond to that were raised in the most recent set of comments, just for the sake of a sort of a complete record and providing a little more information that may not be totally obvious to some folks. There are a number of issues have been raised by folks who are very concerned about this project. Again, I didn't hear any of them that address compliance with the state siting standards or compliance with the forest conservation law, with one exception, which we will talk about, which is there was a statement made about an endangered bat in the area. As a legal matter, once the planning board is satisfied that the project Victoria 2 satisfies the state siting standards and that the forest conservation plan complies with forest conservation law, that is where the inquiry ends. So a few things that we just want to put a little bit on the record. There was a speaker who mentioned that the state has a requirement to put certain standards in place by July 1st of 26. Those don't relate to projects that are 2 megawatts and under in size. Those relate to projects that are between 2 and 5 megawatts. The state is creating a separate sort of slightly modified CPCN process for those projects. They already created all of the standards for the projects that are 2 megawatts or less. Wanted to mention that Chaberton uses a wildlife-friendly fence design that has a raised part at the bottom so that wildlife can get through, just because there was certainly concern stated about blocking wildlife movement. Fire truck access is really very heavily regulated in Montgomery County. The fire marshal is very serious about review of these plans. They require a certain width for the access drive. They require access both outside the fence and inside the fence. The fence has what's called a knock box, which allows fire crews to get in anytime they need to. The power shutoff for each solar array is outside the fence. So they don't even need to go into the fence to shut off power completely to the grid. There is also, for redundancy's sake, the access to the transformer inside the fence. The fire trucks can get close enough to the transformer to shut that down if somehow the outside the fence shutoff did not work. There's also a maximum distance between the cistern and the fire turnaround area to ensure that fire trucks have adequate ways to get on the site and use the water in whatever way they need to preserve safety. There was somebody, I think, had a slight misunderstanding about the location of the fence, the privacy fence that Mr. Doniger mentioned. It's not being placed in a valley. Perhaps that testimony wasn't completely clear, but I think you'll go through that again. So we'll hear a little bit more detail about that fence being outside the valley. And lastly, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Doniger, to just address somewhere in your remarks the additional step that Chaberton has taken to investigate the issue of bats that could be in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you once again to the planning board and everyone for coming out this morning so we can review these projects. I'm going to, if you could put our slides up on the screen, I will try and tailor the remarks for the specifics to Victoria 2, as opposed to the general comments about solar in general and community solar specifically, and try and, in the interest of time here. On this slide, I'd just like to mention that Chaberton is a public benefit corporation. What that means is that our decisions are not required to be made just solely for profit. In fact, the entire culture of the company is around doing win-win-win, right? Doing good for the world, for the nation, and the local environment, all the stakeholders, inclusive. We pride ourselves on our core values of creativity, excellence, and humanity, and that's where the humanity piece comes into play from a corporate governance perspective. I'll just orient you to Project Victoria 2 here. This is on the southern half of the property, as staff has already provided, and I'm going to go clockwise again, starting at the southwest corner. You can again see, and I'll use the mouse here, the orange line represents that privacy fence that is also being installed here, proposed to be installed here, and it follows a contour line that is near towards the top of the ridge, specifically, again, pulling it out of the valley. And I know you can't see the lines on here in this particular drawing, but again, this by the blue line, which is the parcel boundary, that's kind of a very low point. And so we've pulled about 250 kilowatts, removed those, and pulled that fence line, the solar panels, up to the top so that both the privacy fence can work in coordination starting at the beginning, and then the 35 feet depth of newly planted landscaping will then go in concert and be more effective, more quicker than if it was planted down below. With respect to the specific environmental aspects of this site, again, we're staying outside the LOD of the Stream Valley buffer that we talked about earlier to the south side, and we're staying on gentle slopes, less than the 15% by and large, that are sloping to the south in a very nice way to maximize the aspects of the sun. Oops, I realized I didn't go all the way around the property, I apologize. So we have two neighbors to the west side here, as I talked about with the privacy fence extending through both of them, plus that landscaping. We have the Stream Valley buffer to the north, and then on the east side, both of these parcels are actually owned by the current landowners. So those are the extent of the neighbors. The other aspect that we also take into account with Victoria 2 is River Road, and so the visual aspects of being able to see the solar panels from River Road, because there is some vegetation in the right-of-way of River Road, but it's not complete. You can see there's an opening here, the southeast part of the snip on the screen. And so we have vegetation, again, going all up and down here, and that would close off that, as well as the south end augmenting the existing vegetation that's in the road right-of-way. And again, point out the blue is the parcel, the black is the 100-foot, and so you can see we are, in some cases, over 3 times, again, the distance that's required under the RECA law. Okay. With respect to community outreach, I would just want to call out here, again, maybe some lessons learned on behalf of our part for the future. We initially sent outreach to 25 neighbors. That is with parcels that were within a half mile. Clearly, with the neighborhoods, both neighborhoods being impacted by the combination of the projects, I think if we do it over again, we would have had that initial outreach be ensured to reach everyone. But we're very glad that everyone really now has been informed, and we've been able to hear the comments and make adaptations to the project that suit. I think I've already covered this slide, so I'm just going to kind of go right ahead, just enter it for the purpose of the record. As far as stormwater management is concerned, because of the way the solar panels are laid out now, kind of at the top of the hill, and now you can see a little bit more of that topography, how we're like following with the fence, the topographic line there. We currently don't have proposed a whole lot of stormwater management on the western side. As I mentioned earlier, that's a review that will take place following this proceedings with staff. But with the input from the Hoffmans that we've seen graphically today as well, we're happy to explore that with staff to see if we can slow down some of that runoff through that review process and implement improvements to the lot-to-lot stormwater management issues that have been identified. Again, just a summary slide here, so I'm going to skip on through at this point. Actually, this one would probably be a great place to talk about the bats, as Francois mentioned. And as mentioned in one of the testimonies earlier, as I mentioned on Project Victoria, we have coordinated with Maryland Department of Natural Resources as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and neither one of those agencies have identified any critical habitats. Of course, the majority of the existing vegetation is in the Stream Valley Buffer and in the forested area, which under the Forest Conservation Plan will be going to easement and not affected. So just wanted to point that out, that we have closed the diligence on that portion. I am going to skip over the Santa Rosa pieces here as we reviewed those earlier, and move into the benefits to the community. So in this case, the subscriptions, we are allocating around 175 households, at least 70 of those being lower income households. We're estimating $3.5 million of consumer savings over the course of the project. Again, the same approximate annual numbers and the same comments I made earlier apply as far as helping those who need it most. Local benefits, since this is a smaller project with a little bit less capital improvements, $500,000 in tax revenue to Montgomery County is our estimate over the life of the project, again, at no cost to the county. And as mentioned earlier, this project will also have installation of a 30,000-gallon cistern at the entrance outside of the fence for use by the fire department whenever and wherever, however they need to use it. And finally, the state benefits of $1 million in tax revenue as well. As I mentioned earlier, our Chaplain and Cares program also has allocation here as well with all the projects that we do. And in this case, we've already provided some monies to Habitat for Humanity in their neighborhood engagement program, as well as I mentioned earlier that we're providing the priority subscriptions via the affordable housing, Montgomery County's affordable housing unit. So let me see if there was any other pieces I wanted to clarify. So with respect to being able to adapt the project and make sure that the project is built the way that everyone would like to see in the best manner possible. Just emphasize that the way to do that is via conditions, such as the ones that the planning staff have put in or Chair Harris recommended on Project Victoria. And we are very open to doing that, so it's all very transparent. If there's any considerations that would like to be put in so that it's documented, and then the project can be held accountable over the course of its lifespan. It's been mentioned several times that Chaberton sells our projects. So we focus on being a developer up front, and so the conditions and also bonding, which is in place with respect to stormwater management and landscaping, which puts real teeth behind some of those conditions, are the ways that we really make sure that the project that is constructed and then operates in the way that we all envisioned. We do vet the folks that we consider selling projects to, and that they're the ones who really specialize in the operations. So we've really specialized as a fairly small regional developer here on developing and understanding the environmental and permitting processes and the interconnection, and then let others who specialize in the construction and operations do what they do best. And so that's kind of how that works, and we are so very proud of what we're doing. That we put our name on the projects, even though they get transferred off. And so obviously that comes with that sense of moral responsibility that we, demonstrating that sense of moral responsibility that we feel. One other comment I'd like to address is from the Hoffmans. Ms. Hoffman mentioned she wasn't sure exactly what we had done on their behalf. So I just want to clarify my comments from earlier. We've done a couple of things. One is that we did ground penetrating radar at their request along their parcel boundary. We didn't find anything of note as far as something that might be happening on the Victoria property that might be flowing over into their side. We have had an electrical engineer on our staff review some of what review what they have sent us. And we're happy to continue helping with respect to trying to get the right people at PEPCO's attention on the matter. To the extent that they'd like us to be involved. So that's what I was inferring last time. Didn't want to mischaracterize that in any way. Covered that, and I think I'll conclude my remarks here. As always, open for questions.
Great, thank you both for your presentations. I just like to end by saying that, as Commissioner Pedram said, we need more green energy in our county, and it's companies like yours that will help the county be more environmentally resilient. So, and also I do agree with the staff's recommendations that, you know, that this project meets the siting standards, and I'm in support of approving the stormwater management plan. In terms of, I mean, the forest conservation plan, in respect to the stormwater management, you heard the comments about, you know, property to property runoff. The stormwater management plan here is preliminary. When the final design is in, there, you know, there will be a final stormwater management plan for the project. So I'll leave it at that. I'm in support of the project. Thank you.
I just want to add a few comments to all our community members that they have come here. I don't want you to leave here thinking that it was useless for you guys to come here. Well, but let me just tell you how I see it. Okay, number one, many of these legislations happen in Annapolis. Actually, it's happening right now. So when this legislation comes in, you know, you have to be watching and making sure that you have your community comments heard by your delegations. So that's one way that you could keep track of the things that is coming here. The other thing is that I totally understand that, well, you have had a farm and now you see something different. But this is what our job is, okay? We design, or we are here to look at both the current generations and the future generations, okay? The country is moving toward a different kind of era. And our job is that we make a bridge between our current residents to make sure that the quality of life is intact, and also think about our future generation and our children that are coming in here. So what I have seen is that many times, even though what, you know, like this mandatory referral, that our comments are advisories, and we make some comments in regard to impacting the, mitigating the impacts of the new construction that comes. So those mitigations, even though it's advisory and we make it, in majority of time, the developers and the applicants, they follow through, okay? And in this case, what we saw that Chaberton has done more than what is required under, you know, I know that you may not like what is happening, but it is their right. And they have tried very much to mitigate the impacts. And if with that, even a few comments that, you know, chairman asked, they said that they're willing to accept that. So I want to appreciate and thank you for you guys come here. We do learn from you, and we do whatever that is possible to mitigate those impacts.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a comment. And I reserve my comments from item 6 to make some statements with here on item 7. I want to again commend the staff for understanding the state law, and I commend Francois Carrier for defining the state law and how it's applicable here and how it preempts local law. I also want to thank the citizens that came and gave heartfelt expressions in their opposition to the project. But when we look at state law and we look at our Montgomery County and how effective the Montgomery County Council is and how much of forethought, planning, and consideration to the citizens goes into zoning ordinances and regulations, I find a particular offense that a state could come in and tell Montgomery County Council and the people and the citizens that the law that the state passes on whole will preempt any laws that were put in place in Montgomery County. I don't feel like Montgomery County law was bad. I don't feel like Montgomery County did an ineffective job in putting forward legislation to protect communities and to make sure that solar installations were well placed in the communities. Based upon the state law, it fits on paper, but it doesn't fit in this community. I've said that once and I'll say it again. When looking at the state law, I don't believe that it was written to prohibit citizen opposition and consideration. And so the way the state law reads now is that if it fits, then the county must accept it. And looking at the history of the law, sometimes somebody has to say no. And the only way that you can get laws worked out and the only way that you can have the most effective law is when somebody says no, and it gives the opportunity for redress, reconsideration, and/or appeal. I think here, although the state law preempts local law, I don't think it's a good law. And the citizens being preempted and their voices muted as a result of that law, in my opinion, renders it a bad law. I am for solar power, but I am not for solar power being industrialized in rural communities that are primarily used for housing and enjoyment and respite. I think this land would have been more effectively used for housing, taking in consideration of what some of the planning board members consider a housing crisis. I think the need for housing is more important than the need for solar power, especially in communities such as these. And so I will not be voting in favor of this project. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Bartley, thank you for your comments. Any other questions or comments?
I'd just like to add potentially on the mandatory referral approval, if we encourage the applicant to, in some way, shape, or form, help with plantings within the Stream Valley buffer that exists. I know we have afforestation requirements. I just got some clarity on that in between the things. I'd like to add a comment that we encourage the applicant to encourage plantings along the Stream Valley buffer to, we can't put trees, anything in there, but we have plenty of space there that could be used to replant that area and the additional 8.5 acres that come on this property. Otherwise, it's a good project. Both of them are. We need more solar power in the county. We've been saying no to that for a long time. So otherwise, encourage plantings in the Stream Valley buffer.
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, what would that look like, plantings in the stream?
Well, we have afforestation requirements, and correct me if I'm wrong from the staff, because we're trying to get clarity on that. We have afforestation requirements, but we cannot require additional afforestation with the solar. We can encourage plantings for specimen trees within the Stream Valley buffer, and I think we have in both of these. I'm treating them as one. But for the Stream Valley buffer, we have 7.5 acres of what is essentially grass and would at some point have been farmed. I don't know, at some point it cleared at some point. But I would like to encourage that during the point that there's planting around both the solar panels and on the other acreage, that some attention is given to the Stream Valley buffer to improve the stormwater runoff, improve what's flowing into the streams, things like that. That's an advisory recommendation on the mandatory referral. That's fine. It's an encouragement there, but there will be some plantings, there will be some screenings. We have a lot of information. I think if there is a gap in the state law, it's more concerned with screening views of the solar panels than it is with requiring plantings that are environmentally beneficial. And so I would like to put down in the mandatory referral an encouragement and a note to Chaberton to do what they can to encourage effective environmental plantings within the Stream Valley buffer.
Just going to ask Amy, what kind of planting could be even planted there? I don't know.
Sure. For the record, Amy Lindsay, Regulatory Supervisor with the Environment and Climate Division. You could do a number of plantings that would not interfere with the state's requirement to not require the afforestation.
Yeah.
So for example, you could do a blend of wildflowers. You could do anything. In fact, they could afforest it. It's just that we may not require it.
Yeah, I was thinking along with meadow plantings or something like that that would allow for some sort of basically goosing of the rewildness of that area. Trees are expensive and we can't require additional afforestation. If you feel like it, knock yourself out. But something like the meadow plantings or something like that to sort of jumpstart the rewilding of that area would be useful, I think, along the Stream Valley buffer that we're putting into this Category 1 easement.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I would, and add a comment and recommendation in that regard. I'll leave it to the staff to put that in language that makes more sense than my rambling, so.
So I'm in support of, they can, it's not a requirement, it's an encourage, it's evaluate, encourage, and do like that. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay, so hearing no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendations in the mandatory referral and including the comments of encourage plantings in the Spring Valley buffer and to encourage the pollinators below and around the solar panels?
Yeah. I'll move to approve the mandatory referral with the comments from staff and the additional comments here during the hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
Oppose.
Opposed, so it's 4-1-0. Do I have a motion to, oh, we already approved the forest conservation plan, we don't do it. So thank you so much, everyone that came today. We appreciate all the presentations from community.
Did you take a vote on the forest conservation plan?
Early, on the first, yeah, and the applicant. Thank you, we'll take a 2-minute break, and then are we going to,
Thank you all very much.
yeah, you were going to go to the legal now? I mean, the legislative.
The
okay.
legislative.
I will take a 2-minute break and go to the legislative reports. Thank you. Yeah, welcome, everyone. We're on item number 13, legislative update, and we have our General Counsel, Deborah Borden, and we have Jordan Balcom Colbert leading us through these items. And maybe if we could start with the easy, if there's any, go to the. What? It's your stage. Go through it as you'd like, okay?
Thank you. Deborah Borden, General Counsel for the Commission. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the time. So we'll start with House Bill 47. This bill would establish a commission on Confederate naming of state and local government real property. So it would study the issue, make recommendations. The way that they've described or defined Confederate names, we think is helpful. That can actually be subject to interpretation. So they've added a bit more to the definition, which we appreciate. We have some experience in this issue on both the Montgomery side and the Prince George's side. Both of us have done basically research projects on the Confederate naming issue, renaming certain streets as well as facilities over the past 5 years. So we have some background that we can share, and so we're putting that into a position statement. We think that we can support this bill either with or without amendments, because like I said, we're happy with the definitions that they're using, and we would like to go down to Annapolis to provide information and background since we do have that expertise on staff. I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
I have a question. I generally like the bill and the elimination of any Confederate names, but is this commission going to seek out properties, streets, and institutions that may bear Confederate names and then seek to eliminate or change them?
No, actually, this commission would provide a framework. So they're going to provide a process to identify real property. This is government property, government-owned property that bears Confederate names within the definition as provided in the bill, the definition of Confederate name. And it would require the new commission that it's developing to hire an archivist to be employed by the state archives to assist with this work. But that's all it does at this point. It doesn't actually change any names. It just provides someone who will be responsible for identifying the process by which to do this. Because what I think they found is they presented bills last year and the year before, and they were trying to do too much. And people were concerned about the cost as well as just the breadth of the job that they were trying to do all in one bill. So they've learned their lesson. They've come back with a bill that just establishes a commission to look at the situation and assess it and report back. And that's what this bill does.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in support of this. It just my only comment is that it just seems like it's in effect for 6 years, 6 or 7 years for them to come back with, did I read it wrong? They have up to
2033.
2033.
Yeah.
Seems like a long time, but if that's what they feel they need to.
I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that I think that number might have been developed at least or modified over the course of the last 2 or 3 years with input from us, as Montgomery County having essentially done this already. And it is a massive undertaking when you're looking at the entire state. It is even trickier by virtue of the fact that Maryland was a border state, and some of this stuff is more subtle than people realize. So It takes a while. I mean, I understand the question certainly, but it is a massive undertaking, which they at least would desperately need the help of an archivist to do.
And we,
I'm good. I'm
yeah,
support-
yeah.
okay.
I think, didn't we just, I mean, when we had the one that came before us, I think a year or so ago, I mean, there's the low-hanging fruit of Jefferson Davis Highway, and then there's a lot of things named after Joneses. And I think so it's a long time. I've noticed that too, but I think it's worth it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from? So those in support, you want to raise your hand or move this forward? Okay. We have 4-0, okay?
Thank you. Let's see, next one, House Bill 160. Okay, so this is a little bit, it's related to the last one, but it's a little bit different. So this bill would prohibit a state entity or political subdivision of the state, which would include a county. It would also possibly include us, although we do think they need to clarify that in the bill, whether it would include us. But it would prohibit any government entity from prospectively, so from the date that the bill is enacted forward, it would prohibit any entity, governmental entity, from naming any real property that it owns after a person who voluntarily served with the Confederate Army, or any name that would commemorate the Confederate States of America. So it's a very simple bill. It just prohibits outright, but it's prospective. It's going forward. You wouldn't be able to name anything after a Confederate service member. So we have some comments, and most of those comments were the same type of comments that we provided to the previous bill in the previous years. So we think they need to tighten up the definition of what Confederate means, Confederate names, and some other technical items, as well as whether this bill would apply to us. We have looked into whether we still have facilities named after Confederate service members or anything that would commemorate the Confederacy. We know that in Montgomery, that research was done within the past few years, and we think we've got everything. We don't have anything that's still named after anyone that would qualify. In Prince George's, we're not sure if that work has been done, but we're going to follow up and make sure that that's the case. So whether it applies to us or not, we don't think we actually have this problem, that we have anything from the past, and we certainly don't think that we have a problem going into the future, that it would be a problem to comply with this. So I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
I do have a question. How do they oversee or enforce? And what happens if someone does it either by mistake or, is there any kind of provisions for enforcement or correction actions or anything?
No, at this time, there's nothing in the bill like that. It's just a prohibition.
Would this give the right, I mean, does this offer the opportunity for someone to say, if we would not, obviously name it after, say, a Confederate general or something like that, to take us to court to make us change the official name? Would that be allowed under this or Maryland law in general?
There would be an opportunity possibly for mandamus action, but that doesn't involve money damages.
No, that was
So
it would be just the change of the name, right? It would be
Right,
legally
right, to
enforceable
say-
within that, but not
Exactly.
a monetary. The only other comment, sorry, Mitra, did you have anything else? I didn't. Hold on. With this, I mean, the definition of Confederate name, that does apply both, I think you mentioned Confederate military, but it applies to any service with the Confederate States of America, right? So I know they didn't have a Department of
Voluntary
Labor.
service.
Yeah, any voluntary service, Department of Labor, President, et cetera, within the Confederate. Okay, great. That's all we come up with.
correct.
Yeah, so I'm in support of this too, but with your recommended amendments. One of the things, though, does this require us to hire someone that's now going to be a permanent employee of the state that monitors this? That you have to have now people to, they usually talk about enforce or whatever, like an agency now to, yeah. But
This bill doesn't require anything like that.
Okay. Great, thank you.
And I would imagine, Mr. Chair, that should this be enacted, it will be like most zoning violations. It will come up because someone will report you.
Right, yeah.
If a local government were to have the temerity in moving forward to do something like this, I'm pretty sure someone would contact Annapolis. I have
Okay,
very certain faith in that.
okay, great. So we can move on. Are we in support of this with amendments as you have been? Okay, yep. Are you, Mr. Bartley?
Okay,
Oh, I
next.
support it.
Yes, okay,
thank
4-0.
you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the next bill is Senate Bill 267, Building Affordability in My Backyard Act, affectionately known as the Bambi Act. This is MACO's housing bill for the year. And as you can see by the summary, it's very long. It has a lot packed into these 30 pages. I will not go through every single thing, but I will tell you that generally, the MACO bill is less prescriptive than the Silver and Starter Homes Act, which is the governor's bill. It's covering basically the same issues: affordable housing, how do we get our housing supply up, and that generally means we want to encourage housing by making it easier to build, easier to get to your building permit. But this bill is filled with basically things that say you may do this, you may do that. So counties may establish an administrative process to get residential projects through quicker. So that's a big part of this bill. But it's not prescriptive. In other words, it doesn't require a county to do that. So it's very different in that respect from the other bill. I know that the planning department wanted to present, but I think they wanted to present on, the other housing bill.
The Silver Starters, they're doing the next one.
Okay, so I'm not sure if they want to do that at the end. Maybe let's put that at the end so we're not holding up the other bills.
Okay, we're moving on
Jordan,
from
okay?
this one. Yeah, we're
Yes,
moving on from
I'll
the
stop
Bambi
and see
bill.
if they, well, let me stop and see if the commissioners have any questions about this bill, and also see if the planning staff wanted to weigh in on anything in particular that stood out for them in this bill.
I have a
So I'll stop
question.
there.
Does this bill take away local control or limit the county's ability to set zoning regulations?
Absolutely not. This bill is the antithesis of the Silver Starter Act, which basically is taking away some of that local control.
Yeah, I had a question. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I read through it, and it seemed a laundry list of things, and I really wanted some time for planning to weigh in on this, because I just a little bit. I had a little bit of. It talks about regulation and taxation. It talks about housing targets. It talks about requesting information from whatever processes to establish the completeness of applications. It just, it may be innocuous, but I just felt that it needed more, I just wanted more information back before. So maybe Ms. Gavoni is anxious to push the button to turn the green, so let me let.
She is not anxious. She's going to tell you that she is not prepared for the Bambi Act because she spent all of her time working on the Silver and Starter Act work. But I just wanted to let you know that we have some time with the Bambi Act, I believe, so we could come back next week and be more prepared.
Yeah, several of the it mentions in here that several of the clauses apply only to counties of 150,000 or more. Several of the clauses only apply to single-family residential. A lot of it is may, a lot of it is shoulds, a lot of it is like setting targets, which we know have done so well so far for increasing housing production. I don't know, it's 30 pages. I didn't get to read it particularly closely either, but I don't see anything in here that's going to make one more house happen than happened before. my personal thing is I want to hear what you guys have to say, but I'm not impressed at all.
Yeah, I would, so I do know, just I'm pretty sure that the council will be taking up all of the housing bills in a legislative session on February 9th. In terms of, it would be good for us to get a little bit more time to process all of the content in here. I do think some of it won't apply to us, some of it won't apply because it's stuff that we're already doing. It's not pushing us in any particular way to do something different. I do think that there are a few definitions that need to be clarified, and it would, ultimately, even if we support this, we should be sending some questions asking for what does it mean for a completed application or final approval, things like that. So just so we understand, but I think most of our decisions that are made, once a decision is made, that holds. If zoning changes, if other things changes, you already have your decision. So I don't, but we can take a closer look at this and coordinate more with the legal staff.
Yeah, I'm concerned sorry, I know we're sort of moving on from this one, but I'm concerned particularly with the adopting of guidelines for qualified affordable housing projects. If you don't have those setbacks, parkings, maximum heights, et cetera, already in, this is a really good opportunity to make those so restrictive that you can't have qualified affordable housing. I'm really concerned that that's an opening for making it harder. Not necessarily in Montgomery County. I think we're in a good spot, and I think we at least meet or exceed everything in here for our various affordable housing, for what do we call it, MIC and what have you. But I think it's an opportunity to really clamp down for counties on or before, I think, July 1st, 2027, on qualified affordable housing projects if they haven't already established guidelines. That this is an opportunity and opening to make those more restrictive than they would otherwise be. And so I'm concerned about that in a general sense, not necessarily for Montgomery County. But I'll leave it there for
Let
me.
me just say, Ms. Borden, can we push this to next week? Do they have to have?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's
Absolutely.
come back to this next week, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, I should have led with the fact that we have had very little time to review this bill. So, we anticipated that we would bring this back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Next bill is Senate Bill 181. This is a bill that would require us, the state, to phase out the use of lead-based ammunition. The reason we are interested in this bill is because in both counties, Prince George's and Montgomery, we have sharpshooting programs that call the deer population in our parks. This has been something that we have worked collaboratively with the counties and the county police departments over several years. Because of the concern about vehicle deer collisions. And so we have run this program for many years, and we do use currently lead-based ammunition. We are not opposed to the phasing out. We are simply concerned that the availability of alternative ammunition is not there yet. We did look into whether we could find such ammunition, and we found one possible product that is not regularly manufactured. It's only manufactured very intermittently. And so we wanted to keep an eye on this bill. We also wanted to maybe see if we could engage with the sponsor to maybe put in some more language that would give DNR, who is the agency that would be responsible for looking at this, that would give DNR a more expansive ability to waive or opt out or push the date that they're looking at based on the availability of alternative ammunition. So I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
I appreciate your comments and your research. When I read the bill, I was astonished. Who's the author or the sponsor of the bill?
That would be Senator Karen Lewis Young. She's out of Frederick.
Out of Frederick. And It would utilize much of the firearm hunting equipment useless or not readily available for the seasons, and it would render their equipment virtually useless or expose them to the real potential of being fined by the DNR and/or their hunting equipment confiscated. I really appreciate the fact that you did the research regarding the availability of alternative ammunition for people to use and your discovery that there aren't readily available alternatives. Additionally, when I read this, I was taken aback that instead of leading, we were taking the direction of European countries for drafting our legislation, which I find offensive. But that's a subject for another day. But I really appreciate your research, and I would not support this bill. Thank you.
I was gonna mention, to clarify on the commercial availability, like, it has a clause, the department shall authorize the use of lead ammunition for yada, 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 if non-lead ammunition is not commercially available for the specific weapon. I think at that point, the question is the definition of commercially available at that point. I don't think there's any issue with, I don't think there's necessarily issue with the reduction and existence of, environmental lead in general. But if that's all it is, I would say that it's worth addressing a narrow comment on the definition of commercially available for the specific weapon, not necessarily an issue of the bill as a whole. So, I think that's yeah.
Yes, that was our plan and our point.
Okay.
The definition of commercially available. And it would seem as though in order to define that, you would have to give DNR some factors that they need to consider, because is intermittent availability commercially available? Exactly.
Yeah. No, I think that's reasonable. Otherwise, I think it's reasonable and otherwise. But yeah, I think it hinges on the commercial availability definition. And unless there's a legal definition that's either not referenced in the language or is otherwise applicable in Maryland law, I think it's, otherwise that's fine. I think it's fine for minimizing lead. Although I don't see in the bill how much lead we actually get out of hunting, for that matter. But yeah, that was my only comment.
Wait a second. Go ahead. Okay, so your recommendation for the commission's recommendation is just to provide some information, correct? Information.
That's correct.
Okay.
We were not asking for a position on this. We just wanted to provide the information.
If we're finessing or negotiating the language, I would want the language to state that it must be as readily available or similarly available as lead ammunition. Because commercially available means that it exists and you can buy it. But if the goal is to transition from lead to other metal for ammunition and it's not readily available, what ends up happening is that the language would be used to frustrate anybody's use of their firearm because the alternative metal ammunition is available. And so I think if it's readily available or similarly available as lead ammunition, I think it would be fine. Another issue is if it is available but the cost is prohibitive and it becomes an obstacle to people hunting, target shooting, it becomes problematic again. And so I would hate that it would also interfere with someone's exercise of a constitutional right.
Understood.
But I mean, the language is only addressing hunting. It's not addressing target shooting or anything like that.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
We will gather more information and bring back to you.
Okay, thank you. So this will come back or no, or you'll just, what are the
When
next?
we have an update, we will bring it back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, program open space. So every time it seems when the state is having economic issues, deficits, et cetera. Program open space comes onto the chopping block. And so this year is no different. We have noticed that in the BRFA, the Budget and Financial Reconciliation Act, which is a yearly act that that the state puts together, and it has, many different things. It's hundreds of pages. So we noticed in those hundreds of pages that they are proposing the use of open space funds in a new way. So instead of paying these funds as basically a grant to, from the state to the counties and to municipalities as well, for the purchase and, improvement of open space as well as recreation facilities, we have noticed that they are proposing to substitute these funds for general obligation bonds. So to substitute the funds for debt. So obviously we're concerned about that because that would cause problems with projects that are in some cases ongoing, that are in the midst of either construction or acquisition. And it also implicates the availability of funds in the future, because if the funds from the transfer tax, which funds program open space, if the funds from the transfer tax are now used to service debt as opposed to just used to pay to the counties, then that would mean that that's less money that's available in the future. So we wanted to put in a letter to describe the impact that would have on both our counties. And we wanted you to be aware of it and also to gain your support for doing that.
Deborah, do they, this general obligation bonds, it's going to be on a state, correct? State general obligation bonds.
Correct, that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not going to be us.
No,
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
The impact on us is not immediate. I think what we're seeing here is this is not just a cut. They're not looting program open space, but they are, as the general counsel pointed out, swapping out program open space with geo bonds, and that in itself raises a concern for us, especially in the context of what we've seen over the last few years in the last CIP cycle. I think we had assumed almost $50 million in program open space funding, and it's now half that, less than half that. So we went from something like $9 million a year in program open space funding to now we're assuming $5 million, and that's had an impact on our projects and kind of a cascading impact because there are some projects like South Germantown Cricket Field that we've had to push entirely out of the CIP, and then there are other projects where because of the loss in program open space, we've asked to swap in geo bonds. We haven't been in front of you yet to talk about our CIP recommendation, what came from the county executive, but that's not looking great either. So yes, we are concerned about this and hoping that the board will support our sending a communication that shares sort of this concern and what the impact would be on our capital budget of any reductions in program open space.
Yeah, I totally am in support. I'm just concerned that if we not be as strong, they say, well, you're going to get your cash. What is your worry? Because right now, they're replacing cash with geobond, correct? That's what they are proposing. So assuming that if they were giving us $10 million, we could have spent it and allocated to each year that we deem right for us. But if it is general bond, I do not know if we have that open hand to distribute it any way we want. I don't know if how that work. So I totally agree with you, but we have to be very careful to find the underlying reasons that why this is detrimental.
Yes, yeah, we will work on that.
Yeah, I'm in support of you responding back about the impact, and this is, and you're going to develop that language. Is that okay? Great, because even if it's the same, let's say you gave you 10 million in bonds versus 10 million in tax revenue, then that 10 million in bonds, it has a cost of probably $1 million somewhere because they're borrowing that money, correct? And so it over time, it's the value of to you would be less. But yeah, please put that out there because it's important. If it's different from it's a one-time thing to that's how they're going to do it forever. That's a big difference. Okay, board members are in support of that. Okay.
We have one more, the Silver and Starters. I'm just pulling up the bill.
Did we do 190?
Weekend
We did
Fest.
197 too. You did that one.
No, not yet.
We're gonna bring that back next week.
Okay.
We have some upcoming meeting to discuss the bill.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's the Silver Starter Homes Act. So this is, I think, the point where the planning department wanted to present some information to you. Is that you, Jason?
Yes, yep.
Oh, yeah, I'll stop sharing. I don't know.
Okay.
If we could share the screen over here. Great, thanks. Okay, so I know that we talked about this bill last week, and we said we'd come back with some additional information. Now, this bill does a lot that's pretty prescriptive in terms of a number of zoning-related development standards. There's lot coverage in here, there's setbacks in here. What we'll show you, this kind of analysis, this walkthrough of how it would apply, specifically just addresses the minimum lot size piece in here. So you may recall that the bill states that in areas served by or planned to be served by water and sewer, we cannot enforce any minimum lot size smaller than 5,000 square feet. So we took a look at where in Montgomery County do we have water and sewer service or water and sewer service planned within the next 2 years. And so you could see here how there are 96,400 acres of residential land in Montgomery County that is served by water and sewer. This includes a number that already have minimum lot sizes below 5,000 square feet, including our CR zones, townhouse zones, and other residential multi-unit zones are R10, R20, R30. So you can see we've kind of just wiped that out off the bottom there because it would have no impact, at least from the standpoint of minimum lot sizes on those. So then we just wanted to take a look at where it would have a change in how we enforce our existing zoning. So we've got our rural residential zones, which are our rural zone, rural cluster zone, and the rural neighborhood cluster zone. And what we've included in here is a brief summary of the zone intent statement that is in the county's zoning code that talks about exactly what the purpose of this zone is and where it should be applied. So you can see with all of these rural zones where we've got 3,600 acres in our county that are served by water and sewer, the intent is very much to preserve the rural areas of the county for agricultural, for natural resource development, essentially land preservation. The intention here is for large lots. These are right now minimum detached house lot sizes of 5 acres per unit. So for those 3,600 square feet, 3,600 acres, where we currently require 1 unit per 5 acres, we would have to allow 1 unit per 5,000 square feet, which would drastically be inconsistent with the intent of the zones here. The residential estate zones, these are defined basically in terms of their intent as large lot residential uses. They have 40,000 square foot minimums, which is almost a full acre, or 2 acre minimums. And then finally, we have the zones that we're more familiar with and we talk about more frequently, our R40, R60, R90, and R200. And so you can see there, those are largely identified as moderate density residential uses. And then the R200 is, it's odd. Our intent statement basically says residential uses with a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. So, but you can see how much of each of those zones, in terms of the number of acres, is covered by water and sewer. So if we go to the next slide, it'll give you a graphic representation of all of those zones. So the bar height shows you exactly how much acreage we have in those zones across the entire county. The dark blue shows you what portion of those zones, as they are allocated across the county, fall within the water and sewer applicability area that the current bill would apply. So you can see it's most of our R60, R90, most of our R200, a pretty big chunk of our residential estate zones. Those are the ones with 1 or 2 acre minimum lot sizes today, and a relatively small portion of our rural residential, but still 3,600 acres. Go to the next slide. So then we wanted to show you, and we tried to make this as clear kind of to distinguish the different areas. So anything you see in color is an area that is served by water and sewer. So anything that's grayed out either is a municipality or that doesn't apply to our zoning, or is not served by water and sewer. So you can see that in the kind of the heart of the down county area, the largest color we see is that light pink. That's our R60. There are some light blues kind of splattered within there. Those are our R40. We don't have a lot of land in the county that's zoned R40. As you move a little bit further out, you get some of the oranges. That's the R90, and then the darker pink, the brighter pink, that's R200. And you can see that that tends to be in more of those areas between our corridors, on the outskirts of some of our more the more further out activity centers. And then finally, in yellow is those residential estate. We see a bunch in the Olney area, in the East County, and in the Potomac area. And then the green are those 3,600 acres of rural residential. So
Jason, when you say water sewer applicability,
yes,
are these the ones that are connected to the public?
This is all the properties that would fall under the applicability that is in the introduced bill. So the bill says anything that is currently served by or planned to be served by water and sewer. So what we've mapped is currently served by water and sewer or planned within the next 2 years. So that this is where the bill would apply, where we would not be able to enforce.
Connected to the public.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
well, yes, but exactly, it's public water and sewer. But if the bill were to be adopted as it was introduced, we could not enforce minimum lot sizes larger than 5,000 square feet in any of the areas that you see here in color. So part of what I want to highlight with this is that there are areas in here that, we've gone through very intentional with our general plan. We've come up with an approach to where we think growth should go. Through our more detailed master plans, we go parcel by parcel with recommendations on zoning that go through our staff, go through the planning board, go through council committee, go through the full council. And those zones are put in place, knowing what the intent of those zones and what we expect in those zones. So if you look around the Gaithersburg area, there's a lot there in bright pink. Much of that is in the Great Seneca Plan that went through this board, went through this council, and basically we said, yes, we want R200, knowing what R200 brings us, 20,000 minimum square foot lots. If we thought it was important as a county to have 5,000 square foot lots, at the very least, we should have rezoned all of that R60. But we didn't, through a very deliberate process. And so it's concerning to us in the planning department that the state would require us, would be equating essentially we can think that the idea of smaller lot sizes is important, and we do, but it should be done in a way that is consistent with what we've said as a state and as a county is where we want to grow. And whereas in other jurisdictions, it's possible that water and sewer areas do equate to that. That doesn't necessarily equate to it for us. And so if we go to the next slide, I wanted to show you, what if we tried to tie it to some other geographies instead of water and sewer? So you may recall in 1998, the state passed the smart growth set of bills, and part of that was this establishment of what were known as priority funding areas. The state basically said, we're going to come to an agreement with each local jurisdiction. Automatically, certain things, all municipalities were part of a PFA. Everything within the Beltway was already automatically a PFA. Beyond that, you had to come to an agreement with the local jurisdiction on where are your priority funding areas. So this is where the state said, we will only give money to support infrastructure in an area that's identified as this. It was the principal element of the smart growth policy. So if we look at that, you can see, again, the bars are still the same height, but the amount of blue, dark blue, has changed. So the rural residential that would apply if we used the PFA as the applicable zone went down. Same thing with the residential estate. R200, R90, and R60 all went up a little bit. So we can zoom to the next. It'll be tough to see, but it is a little tighter here, but essentially still see it covers a large portion of the county, and a lot of those bright pinks. Let's go to the next. Another option would be to combine the two, to say it would only be applicable where it's in a PFA and served by water and sewer. So this is the combination of those two here. All the values have come down a little bit, so it's less applicable. So we'll see a map of what that looks like, and we can toggle between any of these if you'd like after we just get through them all. So it's now a little bit tighter where we're saying only within a PFA and served by water and sewer. The last thing that we would suggest considering is something that is much more consistent with very recent state and, well, relatively local policy too. This is something that is only looking at areas within 3/4 of a mile of rail or bus rapid transit stations. We've done a lot in the county as basing it off of proximity to transit. This is the exact, with the exception of the BRT piece. The BRT piece was something we added in. The idea of a 3/4 mile buffer around rail transit stations was the exact applicability, geographic criteria that was applied in the housing Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, which was the governor's bill 2 years ago that the state passed. So if the state, our thinking is if the state thought that this was where we wanted to see, where they were saying you can't not allow certain types of development, you can't do this, and this was where they wanted to try to focus growth, why not use that same geography? And so here you can see it still would apply to some of the rural residential areas. It still would apply to some of the rural residential estate. It would apply to far less of our R200. And it would still apply to 3,600 acres of R90 and just under half of our R60. And so we have a map of what that would look like. So you can see, it's obviously you see a lot of circles because it's an exact 3/4 mile buffer around our rail stations, including the marked rail stations. So just wanted to, throw all that out there for you to see. So some of those marked rail stations are didn't pop up in any of the other. So there could be combinations of these, but we wanted to give you all of these so you can see the different areas. So one, you can pass along comments you have about the policy, whether it's good or bad. You could pass along comments about the geographic applicability. You can pass along comments if you want to. We haven't weighed in on this here about whether it's appropriate for the state to be dictating these specific zoning standards. But we wanted to at least show you different options and different ways to look at this geographically.
How does it impact the R60? The R60 had the highest one. Why is that? How is it going to be?
Or R60.
Because R60 tends to be, that's our more,
6,000 or?
But it's 6,000.
square feet, so it would say that, well, I'll give you an example. So my property is in R60. My property is 11,000 square feet. I could not, if I wanted to, subdivide that and build 2 single-family detached homes because each one would have to be 6,000 square feet. I don't have enough to have 2 6,000 square foot. But if this were changed and said we couldn't require anything more than a 5,000 square foot in R60, or I would fall within one of these, then I could actually subdivide my 11,000 square foot into 2, because one would be, they could both be under 6,000, but they would both be over 5,000.
I got it. What about RE2? You didn't have any for the 2 acre that in your impact. Is that going to be impacted also?
Yeah, the RE2 is the yellow, that residential estate. So we combine the RE2, RE2C, and RE1.
Oh, okay.
You could still see there are some in the White Oak area, Fairland area, and some up by Germantown in this one.
I would like to clarify, I think that practically, I mean, we need to address both the issue of the current minimum lot size, but also like none of these R60 lots will be subdivided because they're already at 6,000 square feet. Like practically speaking, I understand, but I mean, they could. There are plenty that are oversized. We went through that when we went through the housing needs assessment. But for the most part, none of them, like not a ton of them are large enough that they would be split. And if they are large enough that they're going to be split, a lot of that's practically going to come down to the positioning of the house and whether or not you can end up with frontage. And if you have a 10,000 square foot lot in an R60 that goes backwards, you're not going to be able to subdivide that in any practical way to add an additional home. And even if we were to take the most expansive version of this, which I think was slide number 2, we're only adding within, I'm making rough calculations here, within the, if everything was subdivided tomorrow amongst the rural and and anything below or anything above R200, you'd only be adding 6.8% lot of the number of housing units that currently exist in the county. So like, if we're going to do this and we're going to actually, like, we have been scapping at housing supply for a long time now, and we're falling further and further behind. Our estimates are currently at 4,000 units per year. That's not including what you put this morning where you're talking about the state DHCD housing requirements, which are scaling up to 8,000 to 9,000 a year just to keep up with expected growth. That's not to include and bring in more people. This is not going to get it done. Like this version of it right here, nothing down county will be subdivided, or at least an amount that will be subdivided down county is going to be statistically insignificant. I mean, look at it's all the light pink of R60. You have to go after the R200 and the R90 to get any, and even R90 at a minimum lot size of 9,000 is going to restrict considerable amounts of that orange from being able to be subdivided. So, and I understand that we've gone through processes and there were things, but we also have master plans that are from 1984. And we're not keeping up with the growth that we need. And we keep going back and forth on, do we wait for the supply to come and we provide the transit? Do we wait for the transit to come and then we allow for the construction there? And as we do that, we fall further and further behind our growth expectations. So while this is better than, this one on the transit buffer is great, but if we're going to actually address the problem on a practical level, we have to go for something larger than that. And I think that, honestly, if it's served by water and sewer and we still have to go through the APFO requirements, right? Like it can be served by water and sewer, but not enough water and sewer for a development, at which point they would have to add that capacity. So like, I suggest we either go big or go home on this one, honestly. Like I'm perfectly happy with the priority funding areas. I think that's reasonable and consistent. And as a long-term government employee, I like reasonable and consistent. I don't get it that often, but it does happen. Like priority funding areas are fine. The minimal amounts, are fine. The transit area buffer thing is not going to get the amount of housing supply done that we need to get done.
Well, it's going to create a chaos. One thing that I'm proud of our county is the way that we are doing the master planning and everything. We incorporate exactly all the reasons that Jason, you just brought it up. So let me ask you this. From the planning point of view, which alternative is the one that you would be recommending? Because I know what I want, but I want to see what you want.
Well, can I just say before so you've gone through each that you've gone Right, okay. So, given what happened also, what we had about solar this morning, about, even just a little bit about preemption, and how that could create. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So, big picture, let me just say, we should be doing more, but I do, over time, really feel that we spend a lot of time in our master plans and sector plans. Part of us is, we're trying to get community input. We're trying to make best decisions based on who we are as a county. I wish that we could, people would come to yes better, or we could, even in the last few plans that we did, that we could get more out of it, because we spent a lot of time in our master plans, background work, showing best practices, and lately we didn't get as much as we'd liked. And that doesn't feel good. At the same time, we do have a master plan process. Our county is unique in many ways. We have a urban core, we have a suburban core, and a ag core, and we do need more nudging and to get people to see that we do have this housing crisis. But I think my thought is that housing is a big thing to have exemption, to be, have state exemptions on. Bigger, like you must do this given our process. So I would prefer not, I'm definitely not in support of the plan that was the original plan, but if there was a plan that there was, that nudged us in a certain direction, I would like it to at least be along this transit buffer applicability, because we know that's what we want. We have at least transportation in place for it if we had to, and then still push for something bigger outside of a state exemption push. But my big picture is that I would not support the current state's recommendation. It would just go.
Well, if we're going to do the transit buffer applicability, then why are we sitting at 5,000 square feet as a minimum lot size? If you go back to our residential options, of which there are 19 in this county, why not make it 1,000 within 3/4 of a thing? I would be much more reasonable. I think it would be much more reasonable to support a transit buffer applicability option of state nudging if the minimum lot size were not retained at 5,000 square feet.
It's specifically for single-family detached. So in our R60, through the optional method, we have the opportunity to do single-family attached townhouses on, I think, 1,000 square feet. There are, I think, in R200, it's 1,200 square feet. So, we do have options for different housing types on smaller than 5,000 in most of these areas.
Yeah, but I mean, the by right is where we get the movement, and the by right is single family, not optional method. So it's still easier in that regard. I think if you're going to go for the transit applicability buffer, which is perfectly reasonable given what we have, we can't retain a 5,000 square foot minimum lot size for any single-family home, detached or attached. I think if we're going to go for that route, I think we have to make the note of the fact that you have to be able to not enforce a minimum lot size of 1,200 square feet, something like that.
And I think, it could be, acceptable for the board to pass along comments that, suggest that you think this concept is appropriate, maybe even smaller lot sizes in a tighter area around our transit.
Yeah.
The question, though, to answer Commissioner Pedoweem's question about where we stand, what we think our preference, I'll speak on my. I guess I speak for the department, but I will say that I generally don't mind state preemption that gives us the flexibility to pursue it in our way. So that's kind of the beauty of the smart growth package from 1998. It said, we're not going to tell you exactly what to do. We're just going to say, we're not going to help you if you do it outside of these areas. So if there were a way for the state to say, look, you need to find ways to accommodate a 25% increase in your capacity, figure it out. And then they gave us a timeline to do that. Then we could say, all right, well, where are we going to find this capacity? Well, we can lower the lot sizes here. We can do this. We could do a master plan that maybe looks at all of our rail stations. We could do a number of different things, go through our process to try to find that capacity. It's just, I prefer that over the state telling us exactly how to get that capacity.
And
I prefer that also, because it really, the way that it is right now is a complete chaos, because it's not a size fits all. We are different. People want to come to Montgomery County, and we want them to continue wanting to come to Montgomery County. Creating chaos, it's going to push people away. It does.
I mean, I'm not sure that simplifying what we're available to enforce is going to create all that much chaos, quite honestly. I don't necessarily agree that would create a great deal of chaos. I think it would create a, more consistent system across the board, which is, a simplification, quite honestly. But I'm perfectly happy with going to the state or asking that. But if the state's going to do something like that, it seems that ship has sailed from the state. If the state was going to do that, which is what they tried to do previously, give us some sort of guidelines and thing, and it didn't go, that's fine, that's great. If they have to say we have to increase capacity by 25%, that's within a couple of years, that's one thing. That's not what this is. And we have to sort of go with what they're providing, what they're asking for comments on. And I think that if it's, I'm perfectly happy with our comments being focused on priority funding areas, but I think it's completely reasonable given the infrastructure there. I think it's perfectly reasonable going with the transit buffer, as long as I would go for a mile and I would go for a significantly lower lot size across the board that's enforceable, single family detached, or otherwise. But if we're going to be, we have goals. And we have goals from the state that the state's provided. We have goals that we've provided ourselves, and we're not going to meet any of them, particularly if we don't do something that addresses the problem at scale. And the lower that we go and the more that we restrict it, the more that it isn't going to scale, particularly if we're focused on trying to subdivide single-family lots into 5,000 square feet where you can't split them. And for most of them, you can't. We do have oversized lots. We've gone through that. But it's got to scale in this, and I don't think that does unless we change lot size and address the setback issues and everything like that.
Yeah, I do feel, 5,000 tends to be too large. Maybe it's 4,000, maybe it's, I don't know, single family. But one of the things we have to make sure we do things that we can get support for. You talked about transit buffer, a mile. We couldn't get, in our own term. So I think, even though I would love to say mile, but I think it has to be in the 3/4 half. But so we can move forward. What were you thinking, Director Sartori, about, okay, what are some guidelines, and not you must, but here's some guidelines that you need to hit, and these are some, and we could say around certain parameters, like the priority funding areas, near transit, but what are the guidelines, other guidelines you're thinking to incentivize or to push the counties, especially our county, to create more housing? Okay.
So in terms of the feedback to put on...
feedback, or other counties.
There's a lot there. But it specifically in terms of the geography, do you want, what I would suggest going, submitting comments that you disagree with the water and sewer geography.
That was one thing, yes.
And, that the state consider alternative geographies that we are happy to engage in a conversation with them around, whether it's PFAs or something more consistent with something like the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act's applicability. Because I would say if we were doing this ourselves, if this wasn't, the state telling us to do this and the county was like, figure out a plan for us here, we would probably focus more on the transit. And I don't know if we would include any of the rural zones. If they're close to transit, we might, the MARC rail stations, something that we've said should be 5 acres per unit. I mean, going to 5,000 is an increase of what, 80 times, right? But the state doesn't use our zones.
No.
So we could think of some way in working with them to come up with something that's consistent with that. It'll also be interesting to see where the council is on this, but I would prefer us, if we were to recommend a geography, maybe at this point we could just say alternative ideas such as PFAs, transit accessibility.
Right. I agree with you that I would not recommend the rural residential zones or the residential estate zones, regardless of where they're located.
Yeah, and it's tough to figure a way to exclude those without using our specific zone names,
I also, what's the point of the rural residential zone if it's next to a metro station? If you can't build densely next to a metro or a MARC station, what's the point of that zone anyway? It's not the number of lots that would be within 3/4 to a mile of a metro MARC station that would also be rural residential or residential estate zones, they shouldn't exist that close to transit anyway. They shouldn't be there, and we shouldn't have them at that point if they're that close to mass transit. And we should take them out, and we just haven't gotten a lot of them. But I don't see why we need to sit and wonder about how to protect 720 lots. Essentially, I'm doing the back of the envelope math on everything being 5 acres. It's actually less than that because many of them are much more than 5 acres. Okay. But why? If they're next to a transit station and we've put in the infrastructure and they're why do we need to maintain that level of density? That if we're going to do smart growth, then do smart growth. If we're going to protect residential and rural areas, then why are we talking about any of this? Yeah. I don't mean to be harsh about it. What's the point?
Right. And the question then is, should it be done through a master plan process? And also just there's an acknowledgement that there is a difference between a MARC rail station and a Purple Line station and a Red Line station. And, where we have much more frequent, regular, consistent service than, one way or only once or twice a day.
But we've also canceled transit things because we say that there's not enough density to support them when the density was created because of the planned corridor cities transit ways, or the MARC station doesn't run twice a day because there's not enough people there because we've zoned it R200.
Well, I want to say, it's not the biggest bang for the buck that they're ready. So let's focus on. You said what would we respond back to? I don't have that in front of me. But,
I just don't think that we can. It's hard to say we're supporting smart growth when we're trying to cut out the large-scale residential zone, or rural residential or residential estate zones to focus on the smart growth transit applicability. It's hard to make the case that we're focusing on transit applicability buffers if we don't recommend reducing the lot size. Because quite honestly, there's no bang for the buck on doing the transit buffer in Down County when, as we saw on the map, most of it's R60 and 90 and can't be subdivided anyway. So just as a thing.
Well, yeah, let's go back here. And we did one study, didn't we do, Lisa, Ms. Cavoni, about what are the oversized lots? I don't know,
Yeah, we've got the oversized lot.
And how
We've done that analysis, yes.
Right. Yeah. Well, so you consider alternative definitions to locations, and we said, one of the things, their transit, what did they call it, priority areas, that was one thing.
Funding areas.
Because it's consistent with our goal of smart growth, and where we already have infrastructure. We said potentially along certain distance from a metro station, and that's consistent. What you said, what was their you said a definition of what they had. The what you said, HEA Act, or
Yeah, that's the Housing Expansion and Affordability
yeah,
Act.
and that gave some,
That was 3/4 mile buffer from MARC and rail transit. It didn't actually specify BRT. We added BRT in our analysis.
right, and then also the place, your definition that just because it's has water and sewer is not where we really wanted to go. And then I don't know what else maybe we could suggest. I don't know. Do you, other board members or directors, some other suggestions?
I was just wondering whether you wanted to weigh in on the state preemption question. I mean, we've only really talked about the lot size, but there are other things like minimum setbacks, side setbacks of 5 feet instead of, we have 8 feet right now in R60, would go down to 5 feet. You know, so and that may be a good thing. It may be something we want to do, but should the state be telling us to do that?
I don't think they should. I think the biggest piece is about slot size and where it can be located. I personally, and then I think we can figure out ourselves the rest, the site widths and lot coverage and all that other stuff, because that's not really, you know, yeah, and we found out that if you add in the stormwater management, all that other things, you're not getting a huge lot coverage anyway, right? I mean, the other things that have to weigh in, I think we determined that even through our.
Well, the addition of increased flexibility for where one can place things, if we're going to talk about subdividing lots, and take the square footage of 3 extra feet, run it around a lot size of approximately 6,000 square feet, give it an R60, I'm just going to do the numbers fairly easily. It's going to affect where you can put those things and where you can subdivide from a smaller piece of property if we put it at 5 or 1,200.
Okay.
I mean, you know, we could do all of these things ourselves and have tried to do and are doing a lot of these things ourselves, but we're still talking about portions of the county that haven't had a master plan update since the 90s. We can't do it at the level and speed that we need to actually scale up. And so if they want to force us to do it faster, that's one way to go. But if they're asking us to address, you know, these issues for the purposes that they're asking us, then I think we have to, you know, either focus on the smart growth aspect, which requires talking about diminishing lot size to make it practical and scalable, or, you know, we have to, for some reason, carve out the rural and the state zones for some reason that does not actually have anything to do with smart growth, because we just don't want them to be smaller.
Yep. Okay, so it's my understanding that when are we need to come up, I'm just not, but given what we talked about this, do we, Ms. Borden, do we have to prevent comments to window, we have to make comments back to the state on this?
Jordan, is there a hearing on this?
Yes, the hearing for this has been pushed back, I believe, to the 17th. So we would likely want to bring it to the board, I believe, we can bring it back next week after we had some conversation with some partners.
Okay.
Okay, so we can bring a closer version of a final version to you next week.
Yep.
With some of this information that in this discussion. By the way, thank you, Planning Department, for putting this together. That was a really helpful discussion for us.
Absolutely.
And we'll be looking for your additional comments to cover some of this information. So we'll bring it back next week, and we have the time.
Yeah, because personally, I want to balance the preemption, that I think that locally, to be talking about in our county, we're not talking about setbacks and front setbacks. We've got, you know, we've been developing some standards of our own. I don't think we're that strict. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're flexible enough, I believe, that we're not killing deals because of side setbacks, I don't think. But it's how many square foot you could have per a single family detached, that's a big deal. And where they go is a big deal. So I think we can come back with maybe the Director Sartor with a plan, sort of an A plan and a B plan, and go through that next week. But
yeah, I just want to make sure that I want to clear with my position that I do agree with the comments you made with the, you know, the options, the last two options, that's fine. But in regard to getting state dictate everything, I think that is not, we need to keep our flexibility. That's not the state. We have our zoning, we have our requirements. If there is the hearing officer that allows waiver for the, zoning requirements, maybe we could work on that, make it a process easier or something that allows that everything moves by not just one size fitting all. You look at the, the conditions and then they make the right decision. So I like us to keep the flexibility rather than to be told that what we have to do.
Is that some direction? Yeah. Okay, great, thank you. All right, Ms. Borden, anything else there?
No, that concludes our presentation for the day, and we'll see you next week.
Okay, thank you so much, and we'll come back at 2:30, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 9, Maryland 390 16th Street Bikeway. Mandatory referral with staff is recommending that the board approve with comments. This afternoon, we have Sophia Aldrich presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Sophia Aldrich with the Transportation Planning Division, here to present the mandatory referral. Today, we have the applicant, project manager in the audience, Marie-France Gouteau. And we also have the Deputy Director for the Office of Highway Development, Mr. Jeff Davis. He's with us online. All right, so today we're going to take you through the mandatory referral. We'll talk about the project and some of the details. We'll then look at detail at the consistency of the project with all of our various master plans, transportation best practices, and then we'll touch on historic preservation, the environment, and then to recommendations. At the end, we'll stop, pause, and have room for discussion of comments received and testimony for, I think we have one speaker signed up today. All right, so the Maryland 390 or 16th Street Bikeway is a great project, and this project was developed by SHA, I would say just really in response to probably a lot of the things that are going on in Silver Spring. You know, the Maryland 97 Montgomery Hills project, and especially after we took this through mandatory referral here at the planning board, SHA looked at their network and decided that they wanted to make this connection, especially with the Purple Line opening at some point. And this makes so much network connectivity sense, and really trying to focus in on you know, getting people out of their cars into transit or from transit to the downtown area. So it's a great project. So I'll get right into it. So the project involves pedestrian and bicycle improvements to connect the two-way separated bike lanes proposed on the Maryland 97 Montgomery Hills project to downtown Silver Spring, the Capitol Crescent Trail, and the proposed Woodside Purple Line Station. I will mention that the Maryland 97 Montgomery Hills project is a separate project on a separate schedule, and that project goes from Forest Glen Road on Maryland 97 down to 16th Street, and then down 16th Street to 2nd Avenue. All right, the length of this project is a little bit over a half mile. All right, the graphic you can see on the right is actually a nice little summary graphic from the State Highway Administration, and it really shows in orange the limits, orange and yellow, the limits of the Maryland 97 Montgomery Hills project, and then in green, the limits of this proposed project. And, you know, it really, like I said, I think it's very well thought through and put together. So a lot of kudos to SHA for this. Maryland 390 or 16th Street is a very important road connection in Silver Spring. Provides a connection between 16th Street in the district and Maryland 97, George Avenue, and the I-495 Beltway. The traffic volumes on that Georgia Avenue piece, some of the highest that I've seen in projects I've worked on. However, within the project area, 16th Street still carries a substantial amount of traffic, but you know, less than half of what you see on Georgia Avenue, 28,000 to 34,000 vehicles a day. The project is helping to implement previous council-approved recommendations from the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan and the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. And we believe the project is responsive to the Planning Board mandatory referral comments provided in 2021 on the Maryland 97 Montgomery Hills project. All right, so I'm going to take you through the project in really 3 phases, going from north to south. The northern section starts at 2nd Avenue and goes to the CSX Bridge, which is also where the Capitol Crescent Trail goes underneath. And in this section, the project in general, I will say, the project is primarily in the northbound direction. So almost all the improvements, except at some of the intersections, are limited to the northbound direction only. So you can see the cross-section here. This is looking north. You see 2 travel lanes. There's a center line that, that's on the left side. And then you see a buffer, a proposed set of separated bike lanes, and then another buffer that's 12 feet wide, which we call the pedestrian bike buffer, and then a sidewalk, which is shown here as 6 feet wide. The CSX bridge is probably the main constraint within this corridor. It's an existing bridge, and right now, 16th Street is a 6-lane roadway. So what's proposed here is essentially to remove 1 travel lane and fit in a 2-way separated bike lanes.
Is that just for the bridge or the entire length of the project?
No, I'm sorry, I should have said. A major effort to support this study was looking at implementing the recommendations from the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, which was to reduce the number of travel lanes from 3 to 2. And that recommendation is for both directions. This project is only addressing the northbound direction. And so one of the things that they did as part of that, they did a very detailed traffic study that looked at traffic simulation, existing and future, to determine whether the road could still operate with 2 lanes in the northbound direction, and they were able to make traffic work.
But this is 1 lane on the bridge. Is it like a bottleneck? I don't know how it, or is it still 2 lane on the bridge?
This is 2 through lanes in the northbound direction, and then the bike lane replaces what currently is the outside.
Okay, so on the bridge, the northbound still have 2 lanes.
On this whole project, from Spring Street to 2nd Avenue, the northbound direction will have 2 travel lanes continuously.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, and then the southern section, again, you see the 2 travel lanes. On the left side, you see a 5-foot buffer, the 2-way separated bike lanes, another 5-foot buffer, and a 5-foot sidewalk. And these dimensions, they're typical dimensions. I think within the project area, they varied in a few places. All right, so as we looked at master plan consistency, you can see the master plan, the bicycle master plan approved bike network is shown on the right. And what that showed was separated bike lanes on the east side of 16th Street, which is exactly what this project is. So it is very consistent. The other thing that the network sort of showed, but not really that well, and I'm gonna slide over here so I can, this is the Capitol Crescent Trail, and there's a little green bump right here. And that was intended to be a connection between the Capitol Crescent Trail and 16th Street, which, as we'll get to in a little bit, is part of this project as well.
So the purple line follows the Capitol Crescent Trail, or it follows the CSX tracks? Or?
Yes. Next, looking at the master plan of highways and transitways, in the northbound direction, the proposed project is generally consistent with a road diet from 3 existing travel lanes to 2 travel lanes. The proposed project is inconsistent with the master plan of highways and transitways for target speed, as no change in posted target speed is proposed as part of this project currently, and the posted travel speed now on 16th Street through this area is 35 miles per hour. So the one comment we have here is that the project should be modified to achieve a 25 mile per hour design speed and posted speed limit in the northbound direction along this section of 16th Street. So next we looked at transportation best practices, and certainly the Complete Streets Design Guide is where we go to first. This is a cross-section of a town center boulevard, and that is what 16th Street is classified in the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. And as you can see, this is a pretty typical major arterial road, and you can see that there are bike and ped facilities generally separated from auto vehicular travel. The types of facilities can vary based on the context and also based on specifically the bicycle master plan and maybe recommendations from the PED plan as well. So we compared some of the guidance default guidelines versus what's being proposed. And there, it's broken into 3 segments. Segment 1 is the northern section, segment 2 is just the bridge, and segment 3 is the southern section. And so I'll start with target speed, which is a big one. For a town center boulevard, 25 miles per hour is the recommended target speed. And this project is not changing that milepost posting. One thing I will mention is that if you look at, speed limits are sort of, you have to think of them as a quarter function. In DC, the speed limit's 25, goes up to 35, and I believe with the Maryland 97 Montgomery Hills project, the speed limit on Georgia, I believe it's 30, and it might be staying at 30. So, having it jump up to 35 for this section from a long-term perspective doesn't make sense. Makes sense to be more consistent. So trying to get that down to 30 or 25 is definitely what we would like to see. Next, protected crossing spacing, which is, the distance at which, if there is a significant pedestrian demand, you'd like to see a pedestrian crossing. For Town Center Boulevard, it's 600 feet. And what we find with this design in the northern section, there's a 1,750-foot long distance. And I wouldn't say there's necessarily a obvious demand for people to cross along this section. In the southern section, segment 3, the protected crossing spacing will occur between Spring Street and the proposed signal at the Purple Line Station, which is 750 feet. It's a little longer than our 600, but it satisfies that requirement, and certainly you wouldn't want to put another protected crossing once you satisfy that. Next, when we looked at the travel lanes, I think the main issue we have is in the southern section, the travel lanes are 1 lane wider. I mean, 1 foot wider than, 1 to 2 feet wider than the standards. So, you know, certainly if you're looking at trying to lower target speeds and lower posted speeds, having narrower travel lanes is one major step. And I will mention that when speed limits were lowered on Georgia Avenue north of the Beltway, that was one of the first things that SHA did, is they went back and they restriped all the lanes to something much more narrow, because that was probably a prerequisite to lowering the posted speed.
Can I clarify a quick thing real quick, because I'm trying to just orienting myself on the protected crossing spacing. That's the segment that's across from where the new Purple Line station will be, right? That's this, okay. That was why I just wanted to go back to that, because that is a long way around to go and get from a fairly heavily residential area over to the potential, you'd have to cross the street there, right? You'd have to cross 16.
Yeah, I mean, what this project also is doing, there's an existing sort of staggered pedestrian crossing. That is going to be eliminated by the Purple Line project.
Okay.
So with the signal, the distance that people will have to walk from the other side of the street to get maybe a little longer, but it will be safer. I think is the trade-off.
It's a trade-off between those two. Okay.
All right, next, we're looking at street buffer. You know, I think typical of, you know, what we would call sort of retrofit projects, when you're trying to create facilities within existing facilities, sometimes there's some limitations. You know, our default standards, you know, they're perfect when you're building a new road, but when you're actually trying to fit something in, it may have a problem with that. So this is one location. You know, all 3 of the segments have a street buffer that's less than our default guideline, which is 8 feet. So 2 feet is what's being proposed in the northern section, 2 feet over the bridge, and then 5 feet in the southern section. I will mention in the bridge section, they're actually proposing sort of a combination of some shoulder and hard median. So it's actually more than 2 feet, but 2 feet is the number that we use because that's the size of the concrete that's going to be provided out there. The last one to report on is looking at the sidewalk that's being proposed. For our Town Center Boulevard, 10 feet is the default. And I definitely think with the presence of the Purple Line station along this route, you know, to me, 10 foot is really what we need to strive for. It may not be possible, but everywhere, but certainly that's what we should try for. In the northern section, the sidewalk proposed is 6 feet. Over the bridge, it's 6 feet. And then in the southern section, it's shown as 5 feet. So the one comment that we can provide from that is between Spring Street and the CSX Bridge, which is the southern section, widen the street buffer from 5 to 8 feet, and the proposed sidewalk from 6 to 8 feet by eliminating the ped bike buffer. Upon redevelopment of the adjacent parcel that is currently being used by the Purple Line Station project as a staging area, remove the sidewalk and add in a 2-foot wide minimum bike buffer and a 10-foot wide sidewalk. So there is some development opportunities that can make this part of the project better at a later date. That one little parcel, you know, I think there used to be post office and a bunch of other things there. There is some potential that could be improved further at a later date. But right now, we feel like this small little change, increasing the sidewalk out to the minimum of 8 feet, is a needed improvement.
At some point, could you just show us on the map, like,
Sure,
where all
sure.
these places again.
While you're looking for a map, this project would be coming after Purple Line, correct? Yeah, she's behind you saying that, okay.
And bear with me for a second, I have to load up. I think in some of the documents, it was listed as potentially being built by the end of this year, but that didn't seem optimistic. All right, so that is not the plan. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom in on this a little bit. So what's referred to here as the bicycle buffer is the buffer between the bike lane and the street. And then if there's room for a grass buffer between the bike lane and the sidewalk, it's called a ped bike buffer. And so the idea is that when peds and bikes have no buffer, there is a potential for collisions between those two vehicles, which can be certainly more serious for pedestrians than for bicycles. And then the flip side, the more important buffer is to protect the bicycles from the cars. And this is also shown, yeah, there we go. This is probably a more appropriate one. And what is proposed for this project, what you can see here is there's going to be a curb, and then there will be a grass buffer, and then the bike lane, instead of being built down on the street level, will actually be built up on the curb level, which is great because then drainage can roll right off of it. And then the sidewalk, I believe, will be a little bit higher compared to the bike lane as well.
Thank you.
All right. All right, looking further at our transportation best practices, we had to look at traffic operations. So the first thing we looked at was the pedestrian level of comfort that would be provided by these facilities. Today, there is a sidewalk along northbound 16th Street. It's very narrow without buffers. And again, the speed is 35 miles per hour. So the existing pedestrian level of comfort has a score of 4, which is, I believe it's undesirable. And then north of the bridge, there's more of a separation from traffic. And that's, that then becomes somewhat comfortable. With the project, the pedestrian level of comfort will be improved significantly along the entire stretch.
So the pedestrian level of comfort, the higher the score, the worse the comfort.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that street. I used to live at 8510 16th Street, and there used to be a shopping center with a Chinese restaurant, dry cleaner, and Blockbuster, and it was not safe to walk back then.
And the post office.
Yeah, and the post office and UPS store. Yep, all that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, definitely, you know, the existing facility is not great. And the fact that a Purple Line station is proposed there sort of raises the concern. You know, and as we mentioned previously, looking at our standards, but definitely, you know, what is designed so far is going to significantly improve the pedestrian level of comfort. Next, we looked at bicycle level of traffic stress. Today, there are no existing separate bicycle facilities. There aren't on-street bike lanes. There aren't, yeah. So existing bikes, if they dare to ride on 16th Street, ride in the travel lane. So it is very high stress. The project, which was going to create the two-way separated bike lanes, will significantly reduce the stress to low stress along the entire length of the project. Next, peak hour traffic operations. And this was a major focus of the State Highway Administration, certainly to implement the bike lane improvement and at the same time accomplish the road diet recommendation in the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. You have to make sure you can continue to provide adequate traffic flow. So they conducted a detailed study, and they used some traffic modeling software to do the analyses. And these are some of the results from that. And, you know, the couple things I want to point out is that, you know, when you look at the PM, well, actually, I'll just read through it. During the AM peak hour, the proposed project will improve the traffic operations at the intersection of 16th Street with East-West Highway from LOS F to LOS E, which is the one red item on the chart today. And during the PM peak hour, the proposed project will decrease the level of service from level service C to level service D at the intersection of 16th Street with 2nd Avenue, which is here, from C to D, and at the intersection of 16th and from D to E at the intersection of 16th with East-West Highway. Now, typically when we do this, we start to worry about, well, are we, you know, does that meet our growth and infrastructure policy standards? The areas where this project is located is in a red policy area. Therefore, there is no average vehicle delay standards. I think general good design and traffic impact mitigation is to make sure that you try to improve the project or try not to make it significantly worse. And as you can see, in general, with the exception of one location where today it's C and it's going to go to D, the traffic operations really were shown to work pretty well. And this was, the no build condition was with a 6-lane road, and the build condition is with the 5-lane road, 2 lanes northbound, 3 lanes southbound.
So, I mean, though it got worse, people aren't concerned because other things are improving. Either the AM improves a little bit from F to E, right? And it's mostly about, this is automobile, but the pedestrian safety is so much better. Bicycle safety is so much better. So in terms of car level of service, if it goes down a bit, overall, we're better off. Is that how you read this?
I would say in general, yes. We are adding a signal along this. We are adding another crossing location. And there's a lot of work that is being done to make this a safer facility. And so there might be slightly longer delays in some places, but we think that this has been very well thought of in terms as the project was developed. All right, as we looked at some of the design aspects of it, here I wanted to point out, this is, the photo on the screen shows you 16th Street north of the CSX bridge. And right at the bottom of this image is the connection from the Capitol Crescent Trail. And it's a trail connection. It then comes up a hill a little bit, and then connects to the existing and proposed facilities. And what you can see here is that there's actually, the sidewalk, I think, is right here. The bikers would have to sort of cross or pass by the sidewalk users. They'd have to get to this junction, and at that point, people from the Capitol Crescent Trail would decide to either go left to go south or go right to go north. Almost like a bicycle intersection. So the one comment we noticed when we looked at this is an important bicycle connection, and there's no signage to support this. So our comment here is that bike lane wayfinding should be added to the project to direct bicyclists between the separated bike lanes and the side path connection to the Capitol Crescent Trail. That this is there's definitely a place where we definitely need to focus on that. All right, next. As part of this design process, and one thing I'll just say in support of this application is State Highway Administration has worked really in tandem with not just our agency, but Montgomery County DOT. In Montgomery County, we're building and designing and planning a lot of bike lanes. We have some really good people, especially at the county DOT. And we have definitely some experts when it comes to bike lane design and including floating bus stop design. So the coordination, I just can't commend enough how well it's gone so far. And some of the next comments are comments really that Montgomery County DOT shared with us. And after reviewing it, we agreed with them pretty much 100%. So the first one is that the north-south side, this is the intersection of Spring Street and 16th Street. I'll move my cursor over. The recommendation here is to realign in the north-south sidewalk at this southeast corner so that it lines up with the crosswalk across Spring Street. The current design doesn't have a bike facility, and when you put the bike facility in and you cross this location, you have curb ramps, you have a bunch of things that need to move over. So it just needs to be designed, redesigned appropriately. The next comment, same location with some different notations. At the same intersection, the northbound bike lane needs to shift to the east slightly to align with the northbound direction of the two-way separated bike lanes. You don't want to send the northbound direction into the southbound direction. You don't want to create that kind of conflict. So some slight modifications are required here to make it work. And some signage has been suggested, to really help improve this. Making sure we want bicycle traffic to, go through this intersection as clearly as possible, and having supporting signage is basically what we do in traffic engineering.
Can I ask one question on, sorry to interrupt,
Sure.
just one question on that intersection. It looks like, so if I'm understanding this correctly, just to orient myself, Spring Street coming in from the top right, going left to 16th, right? That's where we're looking at. So Spring Street.
Spring Street is here,
Mm-hmm.
over on the right.
Yeah. And so the top two lanes, those are two lanes in the same direction going west, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how, if we don't know the answer to this, that's okay, but I'm just trying to understand when the bike lane turns off of 16th and goes east toward the bridge on Spring, it's then sort of going against, it's sort of in between the directional lanes, right? So is there a plan for how, I see Matt Johnson's hand is raised, but is there a plan for how that bike lane will tie in to whatever is coming on Spring Street and the bridge going over?
Yeah, why don't we, Matt, I see your hand is up. Do you want to respond to that question?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, Matt Johnson, Bikeways Coordinator at Montgomery County DOT. Just wanted to clarify, the lanes you see at the top right of that image are not westbound lanes. Those are the eastbound lanes of Spring Street going away from 16th Street. The thing at the very top right corner is the median between the two lanes. So this bike lane going eastbound is on the right side of Spring Street. It's not in the median. It's on the right side of Spring Street. And the situation that is going to be in place very soon is when the Spring Street Bridge over the red line and purple line and CSX tracks reopens, whenever that is, as part of the Purple Line project, they will be building separated bike lanes on that new structure. The Purple Line team is delivering that for us. So the Spring Street bike lanes will be extended from their previous terminus at the foot of the bridge over to 16th Street when the bridge reopens, which will be before this project happens. So those bike lanes are already going to exist, and the state will be modifying the intersection somewhat to insert this connection, but there will be bike lanes there that already exist on day one.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. That makes sense. I appreciate it. I was just trying to orient myself to kind of where things were and how it tied in, but that all makes sense.
All right. And again, working at the same location, and again, on the northeast corner, the recommendation is to pull the westbound separated bike lane on Spring Street and the two-way separated bike lanes on 16th Street back from the curb line. And this, graphic sort of shows how that would occur in the, and it's, trying to get this right at this point, I think, is particularly important. So that we're going to have different contractors doing different things, tying it in. And of course, supported with clear signage. And I think one thing that's important is that bike riders need signage as much as car drivers do, as much as pedestrians do. So with any improvements in certainly in the area of a transit station, making sure that the signage is clear and direct is certainly very important. This next comment uses the same graphic, but it says to provide a bike ramp to allow cyclists to cross 16th Street from the northeast corner, which is here, of the intersection with Spring Street. So it would be crossing the street over to the west side. And the reason for that is that there is not a facility going southbound to the south of Spring Street for bicycles. So that if a bike wants to continue, they need to move over, and they need to cross with the signal if they want to continue south on 16th Street. All right. The next several comments relate to floating bus stops. Right now, in the project plans, there's a floating bus stop proposed just to the south of 2nd Avenue. And for that, a lot of really good comments, basically really just trying to make sure that we include the state-of-the-art standards that meet the requirements for ride-on and for good floating bus stop design. So the first one is for bus boarding islands, provide a 10-foot minimum width where possible. For those islands, also consider a level crossing across the bike lane at the crosswalk aligned with the forward door of the stopped bus. And actually, I'm going to move forward a couple slides to just sort of show some drawings. So the drawing on the left is a floating bus stop on 2nd Avenue, somewhere near, it's either Cameron Lane or Fiddler's Court, I'm not sure which one. And most of floating bus stops often have two crosswalks, one towards the rear doors, one towards the front. We just want to make sure that that occurs in this design.
Again, remind us again, what is a floating bus stop? I mean,
Sure.
You can change at any time?
A floating bus stop is a bus stop that's provided behind a separated bike lane, and it's provided that in that manner so that a bus can stop in a travel lane, drop passengers off at a bus stop, and then the passengers can then cross the separated bike lane to get to the sidewalk. You know, it is a key component in the design of separated bike lanes is to separate conflicts, and floating bus stops are pretty much a standard practice when separated bike lanes are provided. The design techniques I think are still in evolution, so trying to make sure that all the standards are done to the best possible way is something that certainly Montgomery County DOT is working on. I know State Highway is looking at that as well. Probably MTA as well. So it is something that that really needs to be considered. And usually when a project has a floating bus stop recommendation, we're always going to have some comment because the standards are not as in stone as other things. This is one of the details from the plan showing the 2nd Avenue bus stop. It's not a very good drawing, or it's not very specific, but basically this is northbound 16th Street. 2nd Avenue is off to the right. The bus would stop here. This is the platform. And typically you would have the bus stop, or the covered waiting area would be in the central section, and then the two ramps would be provided so that people who exit or enter from the front or the rear of the bus can then cross the separated bike lanes to get to the sidewalk. All right, so I'm going to go back to that recommendation, which was the first and second. The third one is to provide railings along the bikeway edge and at each end of bus boarding islands. And this is really to make sure that pedestrians waiting at the bus stop don't accidentally step off the edge into a bike lane and then get hit by a bike. And the last comment here is that for bus boarding islands, provide detectable guidance surfaces to help pedestrians with vision impairments find the crosswalk aligned with the forward door and determine where to wait for the bus. And again, this is an evolving design practice. And I think we're going to see more and more changes in the coming years. There are a lot of interesting techniques that are done in Europe and in Asia, using detectable strips in the ground, which people with vision impairments can actually get specific instructions, like there's a transit stop here, All right, so that's the transportation comments. Historic preservation did look at this project. It is located adjacent to, but not within, the Woodside Locational Atlas Historic District. This project in general, because it's an SHA project, a lot of the review for this project will be done by state resources, so that would be MHT. However, our staff did look at it, and what they found, the project will have no impact on historical resources, and that no review is required under Montgomery County Historic Preservation Ordinance. Next, from the environmental side, again, because it's a state project, the forest conservation law, this plan is not subject to that. So therefore, they're not subject to the review or an associated tree state plan, and so there are no specific comments provided on this project. So with that, we come to, I think, 11 comments that we provided. Some, all of these, we try to present them during the presentation, and then we summarize them back at the end. And I could read through them, but I think maybe at this point, I'm just going to go to, we can come back to this, or we can go through them point by point, but I did want to give you, Mr. Chair, the opportunity to talk about the comments we've received, and we do have one person signed up to testify.
Okay, great. So there are no big picture comments you want to go over beforehand before we have the...
Sure, I will mention that we received three comments in writing, and there were some pretty well-informed and I think helpful comments. Many of them were supportive of the recommendations that planning staff is proposing. And certainly the reduction of the posted speed limit, which we addressed by saying reducing the target speed. I think there was some disagreement about whether the buffer that's being proposed between the bike lanes and the street, which at some point is 2 feet wide, whether that's good enough. That's probably a valid concern. One of the things that we find when we review these projects is that when MCDOT and State Highway Administration build a project, sometimes the project reconstructs a bridge and then plans for what they're trying to fit. In other cases, they retrofit something in, and they have to make it fit. And this is one of those projects. Certainly on the CSX bridge, there's limited width on that existing bridge to do the ideal default improvements that we'd like to see.
Okay.
And in other places, there might be some design constraints from the Purple Line station project as well.
Okay, great.
So we did have some, we do concur that there are some changes that can be made, but, I think we recognize that this project by its design, and I guess I would say that's funding, is limited in what they can do within the existing right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we go to our teams to Juanita Hardy from the Woodside Way HOA. And you have 6 minutes, correct? Great. You have
Okay, I
6
don't
minutes.
know, but I won't.
Yeah,
I
you
won't
have,
forget.
you have 6 minutes, so welcome. Thank you for testifying. If you can state your name and you can begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. My name is Juanita Hardy, and I represent the Woodside Way Homeowners Association in downtown Silver Spring. I'm a member of its board and board of directors, and I currently serve as the board chair. First of all, I just want to thank the presenter for a very in-depth view of the project. It was insightful, it was illuminating, I gained a lot from it, so I'm really appreciating all of the thoughtful work that has gone into the planning for this bike and pedestrian pedestrian path. Our property, the Woodside Way community, borders a part of the bike path along 16th Street, the proposed bike path, and that's on a northbound area. And while we are quite delighted about the benefits, what promises to be a lot of great benefits of the path, of the bike path and pedestrian path to Silver Spring, to our community, to Montgomery County at large, our visitors and so forth. It's a wonderful, there are many great aspects, but we have some concerns. So the main point of this, my testimony is to advise the planning board that, just to register that we do have concerns, and that we have presented those concerns to MDOT, to the appropriate parties within MDOT. We're discussing the impacts of the bike path to our property, both during the construction and after the construction. And our goal, and we believe from the early conversations and communications that we've had with MDOT, is that they appear receptive to our goal. They appear aligned with us in the sense that we want to work as a partnership with MDOT to both support the state's transportation goals and also enable the security and livability of our Woodside Way community. I don't need to get into the impacts unless there is an interest in discussing them, but the main thing is to register that we are in conversation. It's a cordial conversation, and we hope that all of both parties' concerns are addressed, that we can bring this great amenity to our city and to our county. And that concludes my comment.
Yeah, thank you so much. Could you just take a minute to go, are there some key issues or concerns you had? I don't understand the concerns, but.
Okay, I have what I could do, and I'm happy to follow up with the letter that we sent to MDOT that outlines all the details. I did not put those
No
in
worries.
front of me.
No.
So I don't want to misstep, but I will say that things that have to do with security, with duration of the project, with safety, with potential harm to the property along that line that borders the pathway because of the construction work. But I can give you in great detail what those issues are that we have discussed and that they are exploring and intend to get back
Okay,
to us.
all right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So why don't we go
Thank
from
you.
here? Would Ms. Gateau want to come up with, and then why don't you, Ms. Aldrich, go over the 12, 11 or 12 recommendations, and then let's talk through them and move on, okay?
All right, great, thank you. All right, so going back over the comments, the first one was recommending that the project, that the design speed and posted speed limit in the northbound direction essentially be reevaluated or included in the design to provide something at a lower speed. And we put the 25 miles per hour. Honestly, we would be happy with 30. We'd be happy with some change. And we do feel like what's been proposed is actually going to encourage people to drive slower already. So, I think sometimes the, trying to make sure that, when we do target speeds, we need to not, the focus is not just changing the speed limit based on a target speed. It's to ensure that the design elements are appropriate and that they essentially encourage the lower speed.
Great, you can go through them really
Okay.
quickly.
Sure,
here.
next.
Okay, the next.
Between Spring Street and the CSX Bridge, this is one where we recommended widening the street buffer from 5 to 8 feet and the proposed sidewalk from 6 to 8 feet by eliminating the ped bike buffer through this section. And this would be primarily south of the Purple Line station, which is a 750-foot distance. Upon redevelopment of the adjacent parcel, which is this area, with redevelopment, we would recommend removing this sidewalk and adding in a 2-foot wide ped bike buffer and a new 10-foot wide sidewalk. In an ideal world, we would like the sidewalk placed where it's going to go ultimately, but within the constraints of the existing right-of-way. Right now, there's not room to do that, but I think long-term there will be. Recommendation 3 is that bike lane wayfinding signage should be added to the project to direct bicyclists between the 16th Street separated bike lanes and the side path connection to the Capitol Crescent Trail. Recommendation 4, on the northeast corner of 16th and Spring, pull the westbound separated bike lane on Spring Street and the two-way separated bike lanes on 16th Street back from the curb line. Recommendation 7, provide a bike ramp to allow cyclists to cross 16th Street from the northeast corner of the intersection with Spring to get to the other side of 16th Street, and add a guide sign to inform cyclists traveling south that they must turn right, cross, if they want to continue south on Spring Street. Which with the current design, we don't feel it's going to be intuitive. People will end up crossing the street on the east side and then only to realize that there's not a bike facility, and then they'll have to double back or they'll go the wrong way. Recommendation 8, for bus boarding islands, provide a minimum 10-foot width where possible. Also consider a level crossing across the bike lane at the crosswalk, aligned with the forward door of the stopped bus. Provide railings at the floating bus, at the bus boarding island along the bike lane edge and at each end of the bus boarding islands. And also provide detectable guidance surfaces to help pedestrians with vision impairments to find the crosswalk aligned with the forward door of the stop bus and determine where to wait for the bus.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm sorry, you have one more?
No, that is it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I know this is a great project. It's a lot of coordination. I appreciate all the departments, SHA, MCDOT, and our staff for going through this. I have no, we're all excited about any question. I mean, my question is, when would this be implemented? Do you have a sense of when it would start and when it would finish?
So yes, so this project has been is fully funded. So obviously, as we mentioned, we are prepared to go right after the Purple Line construction is complete. With our coordination with the Purple Line, the intent is to finish this spring. And so it's our goal to start our construction this summer.
Oh, this summer, okay.
Yes.
And how long would it take to complete, you
So
think?
currently, right now, we are projecting a completion date of December 2027.
Okay, oh, great, great. One of the questions I had, so in the buffer between the walkway and I think it's the bicycle way, or it's it could be as wide as 11, 12 feet or something. What, is that all a grassed area? What's, I mean, I know it's going to vary, but what does that buffer look like?
So today, that area is actually quite nice looking because there's not a bike facility. So it's the road, it's a very nice wide grass strip, and then there's a sidewalk off to the right and then some trees, all within the right of way. And so that area, when the separate bike lanes go in, they have to go in part of what is now that 12-foot wide grass buffer. So that buffer will be lower because, they'll be inserting a two-way separate bike lane in there.
Okay. But in some of I saw in some section, there will still be a 12-foot wide buffer, so it must be much larger than that today or whatever. Okay, those are all my questions. Do any of our board members have any questions or comments?
No, it's a great plan. Generally, I'm not for speed reductions, but along the stretch of the road, taking into consideration the bike lane, I think it's a great move.
Great, and thank you. And you were looking to us, I mean, did the board members think 25 is too low, 30 is a better compromise, but do you have any thoughts on that?
25 is fine.
I think 25 is a sort of laudable goal, but as was mentioned by staff, whether or not the design facilitates that level of speed. I mean, right now, I think this was mentioned, but if I'm not mistaken, it's 35 miles an hour going down that
Yes.
way, and the lanes and the design and everything about it facilitates higher than that. So I think 25. It's one thing to lower the speed. That's the easy thing, obviously. But going from 3 lanes to 2 lanes in some ways, with 11-foot lanes, at least in the northern direction, I mean, that could lead to somewhat lower speeds. But yeah, I guess that's just to say I don't have a problem going down to 25. I don't expect speeds to dramatically reduce, unfortunately, unless other design decisions are taken. Maybe, or things like speed. There's a speed camera, I think, right now there, at least in the southern direction. But yeah, I don't have a problem with 25 as the target.
Okay,
or as the recommendation.
Yeah, I'm good with that too. My last question is not related to this, but as the 16th Street meets Georgia, there was a wooded area, and now they've thinned it out. I'm not sure. Ultimately, that's going to be a park there? And could you talk a little bit, when would that happen?
Well, it's not part of this project. And I know that project has some implementation hurdles right now. So, but this project is being tied more to the completion of the Purple Line improvements and getting it in the ground. So, I think at some point we thought that maybe they would be built together or this one would follow that one, but now it looks like this one will be in first.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to transmit the mandatory referral with staff's comments? I don't think we've changed anything, so it's just with staff's comments, yeah.
Yeah. I'll move to approve mandatory referral and transmit comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. We'll just take a 1-minute break and go with our next item. It's the Reach Hub at the Mario Loideman Middle School mandatory referral. Our staff is recommending approval and a request to transmit comments to the Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, Reach Hub at Mario Loideman Middle School mandatory referral, with staff is recommending approval and request to transmit comments to the Montgomery County Public Schools. So this afternoon, we have Tamika Graham presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Harris, and good afternoon, Commissioners. That's good. For the record, my name is Tamika Graham, and on behalf of the East County Division, we're really pleased to bring this unique and environmentally impactful project to you this afternoon. The applicant, the Montgomery County Public Schools, has submitted this application. It's cited at the A. Mario Loideman Middle School, and it's for the REACH Hub, which is an acronym for Resilience, Education, Action, Climate, and Habitat. So this is a pilot project that they are implementing to explore the installation of solar energy and resilient energy systems on county public school properties. So staff recommends that the planning board approve and transmit the comments that are enumerated in the staff report. So the subject property is located at the intersection of Connecticut Avenue and near the intersection of Connecticut Avenue and Weller Road. This site is bordered on the west by Good Hill Road, to the north and northeast by Dean Road, and on the east by Weller Road, and to the Weller Road Elementary School, shown here, and then to the south by Weller Road. It's also located in the R60 zoning district, and it's subject to the 1989 master plan for the communities of Kensington and Wheaton. So just moving in a little bit closer to the site, this is a 17-acre school property. It's outlined in blue. It's addressed at 12701 Good Hill Road. The property is currently operational. This is a middle school. You can see from this aerial, there's the bus loop, parking areas, there's grass play fields, there's asphalt play areas, tennis courts, and baseball fields. And since this building was constructed in the mid-50s, it's undergone a number of additions and renovations, but the latest one was in 2021 with addition of the Performance Arts Building. And then the areas that we'll be focusing on in this presentation, they're actually highlighted. This is a really fresh aerial, and you can see some of the changes that are already underway that are generally within the area of the existing tennis courts. In terms of history, this site has been before the board in terms of a mandatory referral. That was for the Performance Arts facility, and it had some associated improvements with that application. It also included a forest conservation exemption under qualifying under an existing non-residential developed property. Okay, so getting into this proposal, again, this is the Resilience, Education, Action, Climate, and Habitat Hub that aims to help the surrounding community prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters in a more collaborative way by providing focused support, investment, and resource delivery. But more specifically, this project vision is really trying to align with MCPS's sustainability goals for climate action. So they have their goals to cut greenhouse gas emissions. Another really great goal that they have is to provide opportunities for students and staff to engage in actions that contribute to climate solutions, adaptation responses, and environmentally sustainable practices, and also to explore related career paths. So there are 5 improvement areas that will be, these will be used during and after school hours. The first is a welcome center, a market area, a teaching farm plot, a production farm plot, and a stormwater education area, and I'll go through each one separately. But I do want to note that due to the amount of available land that's on this property, none of the existing fields or play areas will be touched or or I should rather say, will be removed in order to accommodate this project. And as I noted, some things are underway, but completion is expected sometime during 2027, but it could vary because this project is primarily supported by grants for implementation. So students in the surrounding community will be invited into the hub via this welcome center. It's located at the existing trailhead that's accessed from Weller Road. So this area will have an entry garden, a welcome arbor, and a tree alley, which is row trees located along both sides of the path, and this will help define this entry area. So from the Welcome Center, students and visitors continue along the existing trail, and they go into the market area, which is located to the southeast of the existing tennis courts. So this area is expected to have seating, tables, food murals, community boards, and photovoltaic or PV array shade structures. And an accessory farm market in the R60 zone does, for an accessory farm market in the R60 zone, agricultural products for retail sales must be produced on site and have a minimum setback for the display area of 25 feet from any lot line where it's abuts a residential zone, and the proposed hub satisfies these requirements. So the next area is the teaching farm plot. This is located at the south end of the existing tennis courts, or it's highlighted on the screen, and between the proposed market area that's to the north and then the stormwater education area that's to the south. So this area will have raised beds, seating, a demonstration table, solar PV on the tool rack and on the roof of the shed. This area is already underway, as you can see in the photo. So students have already been out actively engaging in this area. The photo on the left is a solar-powered resiliency pod that's been donated by PEPCO. It provides charging ports, batteries, a dashboard, and much more. And so the fifth area of the project is a 1-acre urban farm for food production, recovery, and waste reduction, and this is located to the north of the existing tennis courts. This area will have raised beds, as you can see in the graphic here. There will also be an accessory greenhouse with solar arrays, a pergola, a tool rack, a composter covered with solar, and also refrigerated food storage. There will also be 2 rows of agrivoltaics installed to the north of the farm. This allows the combination of solar and agricultural production. We could have pollinator habitats in between or underneath the solar panels. These will be installed, as you can see, substantially from the property line. Dean Road, I'll note, is also tree lined, so that also provides some visual protection between this edge of the property and the confronting residential uses. The project also includes these planting areas that provide a transition between the farm and the north portion of the school property, but also the existing conditions on the school. There's a berm, there's also, it's not shown on this exhibit, but there is substantial tree cover at the intersection of Good Hill and Dean Road, so that also provides a lot of visual relief for the residential uses along those roadways. I'll just also note that the operations, this may be a question that you have, but the operations of this farm will be handled by the Charles Coiner Conservancy for Urban Farming. And then the fifth area is the stormwater education area. So this is located to the west of the tennis courts. This area will also have an outdoor classroom, what we're calling a living schoolyard. This area will have a lawn, stormwater management, a new walkway. There will also be educational materials and art. And then there will also be an accessible 8-foot wide pathway through this area. And the standout feature of this section of the property is a shaded amphitheater that can hold up to 150 people. And then you can see here in this photo, this is the land that's currently available on the property. So this will be the area where these particular improvements will be located.
Are some of the improvements already there?
Some of the photos, yes, were existing, but there are many improvements that are not constructed yet.
So they are in the middle of building it, or it's just gonna happen piece by piece?
So what you've seen on site, from what I understand, has been totally constructed through the sweat equity of volunteers. There was a massive effort sometime last year. I think they mobilized over 1,000 volunteers. So some of what's constructed was through that effort, but they still need to go through additional permitting and so forth. So that's why they're here. And then there's also the forest conservation exemption that's tied to the project. So there's still some process that needs to happen for the project to be completed. So some other improvements along the western edge of the existing tennis courts include some stump benches that will be created. There's also going to be a shipping container repurposed for emergency resource storage and battery storage. And then there's also going to be another shade structure with solar. So I mentioned a lot of solar, but this graphic shows some more solar on the property. We have additional solar PV arrays on various portions of the roof of the school building. There's also a solar canopy proposed over the existing surface parking lot. And then you can see where it's marked in yellow, there will be building integrated photovoltaics along this end of the building. And unlike the other PVs that are outside of the building envelope, these actually have, they provide visual interest and increased aesthetics of the building. So there are additional benefits there. So there are no changes proposed to existing Weller Road and Good Hill Road access points into the school. No changes to vehicular circulation or the bus bays. But the project does include stormwater management improvements right in this section here. And this will help treat existing site imperviousness from the parking areas and some of the main school building. And as I noted, some additional improvements include the internal pathways. They're also proposing, this is existing, but the project includes repaving this. And this actually connects Weller Road to Dean Road. The project doesn't generate more than 30 peak hour vehicle trips, so it's not subject to our local area transportation review. So just to wrap up, the project was reviewed for compliance with requirements under our uniform standards for mandatory referral review. So under that, we determined that the project is consistent with the sustainability goals of the Thrive Montgomery 2050 General Plan and also the county's Climate Change Action Plan. The various uses proposed with this project are consistent with the intent and requirements of the R60 zone. We found that the nature of the proposed site and development is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and properties. The property has an approved natural resource inventory and forest stand delineation. It also has a preliminary stormwater management concept plan, and it does meet the requirements of forest conservation law through an approved exemption that preceded this application, and that was approved by staff in 2025. Our additional findings are detailed in the staff report. I also just want to note that The final design for the Reach Hub really reflects a culmination of intensive public input and intensive community visioning sessions. MCPS led stakeholder efforts by coordinating 13 site visits, meetings, and work sessions during the concept phase. And as you just heard, over 1,000 volunteers were mobilized as part of an Earth Day groundbreaking that occurred last year. There are also volunteer build event meetings that were advertised to parents, the general public, neighbors, and neighborhood associations. So this has truly been a community effort to get this underway. The applicant has met all of the proper noticing, signage, and submittal requirements. Staff did not receive any written comments, but I did receive a telephone call from an adjacent neighbor. They were upset about, excuse me, they were upset about student drop-offs that sometimes occur in their driveway. Since that is not under the scope of this project, we did pass it along to MCPS, and hopefully their staff and consultants can explore that comment a little bit further, if not with this project, perhaps with another amendment for this site. But overall, like I said, we're really pleased to bring this project to you. It's really innovative, it's transformative. It'll help reduce our carbon footprint. It'll enhance resilience of our communities. And staff recommends that the planning board support, approve, and transmit our comments for this project. And we're happy to answer any additional questions.
Yeah, great. Thank you for your report. This is an amazing project, and I'm totally in support of it. Urban farming, teaching our residents about environmentalism and urban farming, and and conservation, being green. It's just so important, and we're creating new leaders, new advocates for those items. So, and we're part of our Thrive Montgomery 50. One of the core tenets of it is environmental resiliency. So this is a wonderful project. So I'm all for it, and I want to hear from any of my board members. Thank you.
I would second the chairman, and would also like to say we'd love to see this at William Farquhar Middle School. It's an amazing project, and the students that are going to get the benefit of this are going to have really enhanced educations and lives. Thanks.
Great. Vice Chair Linden.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Harris. I'll try to make this brief because I may not have much silence while I'm holding my son here. But yeah, this is a wonderful, wonderful project, and it's also great to see Coiner Urban Farm involved. And Coiner has just been such an incredible addition to the Silver Spring community, and a way to both build community, do legitimate urban farming, do a lot of kind of social cohesion stuff, connecting different parts of community, and a lot of teaching. So it's amazing that they're expanding beyond. I know they're sort of a partner in this, and it's obviously owned by MCPS, but it's great that they're expanding beyond kind of their first site, and doing a lot of just providing a lot of their expertise and kind of sweat equity into this as well. So that's great to see. I love that there's at least some kind of interest in doing some, well, maybe even agrivoltaics on site. I just wanted to just briefly note that, agrivoltaics has sort of become colloquially known for kind of everything from what's apparently happening here, which is, pollinators, to legitimate kind of crop production. But I think the state of Maryland actually recently redefined it to exclude things like pollinators and apiaries, to sort of make it focus a little bit more directly on agriculture and various forms of that, to including crop production. So one of my questions was if there was interest on the part of MCPS or those involved, those partnering on this project, to experiment with some kind of crop production underneath and around solar panels, to sort of get at kind of the core of what agrivoltaics is trying to do. I think that could be a really interesting way to experiment on this site, to the extent that there's space and interest and kind of energy for that. So I just wanted, that's sort of a, I guess, an open-ended question or comment that it would be great to see if there was interest in doing that, because as folks know, we don't have any crop production agrivoltaics in, well, actually in the state of Maryland. There's nothing in the state of Maryland at all that is crop production agrivoltaics, and there's just a few that are pollinators. So I think that could be, if this is already a really innovative thing going into this school, maybe one of the first of its kind in the area, and we could even elevate that further potentially if there was interest in doing agrivoltaics on site. So I think that could be just something cool to consider. The final thing I'll note, just really briefly, this project has an incredible amount of community support. As was mentioned, there are 1,000 volunteers pouring their time and energy into building this. And we received exactly 0 comments in support of this mandatory referral, right? And I note that just to say that the absence of letters in support of this, for our purposes here, is in no way indicative of the actual support in the community. Sometimes I think, we have a process that we go through for public input here that's required by the law and how we do things. But I think this is a good example of how oftentimes there's a little bit of a disconnect between things that we hear and sort of what motivates some folks to submit testimony and kind of the interests on the ground and the level of support on the ground in community. This is just a perfect example of that, where it sounds like the one note that we've received about this, obviously it didn't directly relate to this project, but it was about kind of concerns around drop-off. I'm not dismissing concerns around drop-off, because obviously that's a huge issue in many school areas. But the one thing we received was sort of it leaned on that end of the spectrum. So that's just an observation, related to this.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for presenting it. Thanks for for everyone involved in moving it forward.
Yep, and Vice Chair, thank you for your observation about those that don't, don't come out for something that's very good. Based on your question, you have, is it Harris Trotman from MC Public Schools to talk about, you asked a question, okay?
Yes, thank you so much for the feedback. First of all, it is a tremendous partnership, both locally here, including with different agencies, both Montgomery County and state agencies. This is funded externally from MCPS in terms of the grant funding is coming from the county and the state. So we're very fortunate in that sort of support. Yes, this is a true agrivoltaics sort of view. It would be over top of the garden beds that are there. And that would be grant funded through the Maryland Department of Maryland Energy Administration. So it's tentative to that follow-up there, but we are looking at that there.
Yep, so it's crop production under the
Raised beds. Everything we're doing is raised beds to minimize want to be as safe as possible around, particularly with the students associated. So following best guidance there.
So it'll be raised beds under the
solar canopy.
Under the solar, okay, great,
Yes.
great, thank you. All right, wonderful. So do I have a motion to approve the transmitting staff's comments on the REACH project, the mandatory referral piece to MCPS?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the comments and approve and transmit the comments to MCPS for the mandatory referral.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, 5-0. Thank you so much. We look forward to it. We look forward to coming and seeing the crops growing, okay? And thank you. So we're going to just take another 1 minute, and we'll go immediately into item number 11, 2300200350 Century Boulevard Administrative Plan, Expedited Approval Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan. Each staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 11, 2300 to 2350 Century Boulevard Administrative Plan, Expedited Approval Plan, and the Forest Conservation Plan. Each staff is recommending approval with conditions. This afternoon, we have Mark Bill and Philip Estes presenting this item. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mark Beal for the record, Up County Planner. Really excited today to bring this project to you. This is the first commercial to residential reconstruction application and the second expedited approval plan that you all have seen. We're really excited to bring this to you. It was a huge collaboration amongst staff members, everybody from planners to supervisors to chiefs to director's office, as well as the applicant team. This is a 60 to 65 day window from the date of application to the date of getting it here. We are at 64 days, so we can't go past today or tomorrow. So we will get this done for you today. But it takes a team effort when it comes to this type of project. This is an admin plan with an expedited approval plan. This is similar to doing a preliminary plan and a site plan, but instead of doing it in 120 days, you're doing it in 60, 65. So keep that in mind. It definitely was a huge effort between us as well as the applicant team to make that window, and we're excited to bring it to you. Okay, for the record, I already said Mark Beal, Up County Planner. This is the Century Boulevard project. It is for the Administrative Subdivision Plan 620260080. The expedited approval plan number is E20260020, and the final forest conservation plan is F20260250. So as a quick little overview, staff will be making recommendation of approval with conditions for both the administrative plan, the expedited approval plan, and the final forest conservation plan. So I kind of went into this a little bit, but let's get into the actual application types. So as I mentioned, this is a commercial to residential reconstruction plan. Little acronyms, government, we love acronyms, it's CRR. With that, it basically says in the zoning ordinance, chapter 59, that if you have an existing building that's 2 stories or more and is 50% or more vacancy, then an applicant can come in, file for a CRR plan or CRR application use, and demolish that building and build a new building with a residential building type of either townhouses or multi-unit living. In this particular case, we're doing multi-unit living with a multifamily townhouse or multifamily building and 2/2s. So with the CRR type use, it qualifies you for an administrative plan instead of a preliminary plan like we talked, as well as the expedited approval plan. Sometimes I will refer to it as an EAP plan. But, and again, we mentioned 60 to 65 day turnaround time, and we are at 64 days. So let's roll. All noticing requirements have been met. The applicant had a pre-application meeting with the community on September 9th of 2025, and staff has not received any correspondence from anyone in the community. The subject property, as outlined in the yellow dashed line here, is located at 20,300 and 20,350 Century Boulevard in Germantown. You can see over here on the northeastern side is Century Boulevard. Over to the southwestern side is Crystal Rock. The buildings to the northwest and the southeast are all office buildings. The buildings over here on the other side of Century Boulevard are all townhouses and 2/2s. And here we are with a little closer view. The property is just a little under 7 acres. It is in the Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan. It is zoned CR 2.0 with a C of 1.25 and a residential of 1.0 and a maximum height of 145 feet. You can currently see, where's my cursor? There it is, the existing 5-story office building in this location that will be demolished. The property is located in the Little Seneca Creek watershed, and there are no forest, streams, wetlands, or buffers on the property. So for the administrative subdivision plan, this plan establishes the lot lines, property lines, the lot layout, and the parcels. We have one lot that will be in this location where the multifamily building, parking garage, and patio area with a pool will be located. And then the applicant will be creating 4 other lots for one for each one of the sticks of the 2/2s, here, 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 and here. And then there will be 8 parcels that will comprise of all the open spaces for the open space, private streets, alleys, that sort of stuff. The applicant is providing 14.7% MPDUs for a total of, I believe it's 52 MPDUs. So the use itself falls under the expedited plan approval, and that is under Chapter 59 for the CRR use, and they are providing 297 multifamily dwelling units within this building here, and then 56 2/2 units. And as I mentioned, they're providing MPDUs for a total of 52 MPDUs. And in the multi-unit building here, they're actually providing 3 live-work units. And as you can see, there's a new private street that comes down off of Century Boulevard in this location and comes through and around the building here. There's private streets, open spaces. I'll get into some of the open spaces here in a little bit. And the applicant is providing 228.65 public benefit points. So as you can see in this picture here, with the multifamily building in this location and the 2/2s around it, you're creating a nice frame network around the private road. There's numerous open areas. In number 1 in this location is an open seating area with some active and passive uses. Down here in this little corner here, we have an open area that is for a dog run. And then number 3 in this location, we have a playground with a seating area. And then over here at this end, we got a nice little seating area for at least a little quaint little seating area. So here's some of the open space exhibit. It just kind of highlights where the actual open space is located in these green locations. Here's just some pictures of what we're looking at that the applicant's going to be providing in those spaces. Excuse me. You can see here where the blue dots are. This is where the 2/2s are going to be located. And then here is the location where the multifamily building is going to be. So some of the architectural features on the property. You can see the applicant is proposing different facade finishes along the front of the building to help break up the massing of the building. To help activate the street frontage, the applicant is proposing glass along the front entrance as well as along the front walkways. And then at the base of the building, the applicant is providing landscaping. So for the 2/2s, the lower portion of the 2/2s, the applicant is providing a brick facade, and then the upper levels have a series of windows and bay windows to help break up the facade a little bit. So the property is located in the 2009 Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan. There's no specific recommendations for this property. The property is located in the Cloverleaf district of the master plan area. The Cloverleaf district specifically talks about having walkable blocks, which the applicant, as I showed you, has provided. And also in the master plan, it encourages housing to be replacing older commercial properties as needed. And that's the CRR project. So Century Boulevard is a county-owned town center boulevard. The required right-of-way for the per the master plan is 136 feet. The applicant is providing an additional 3 feet of dedication. So for the private street, you can see over here to the right, the applicant is going to be providing a 6-foot sidewalk with a 6-foot buffer on both sides of the road. There's one area where there'll be some parallel parking spaces as well as an ADA parking space, and then the private alleys are for cars only. So per the bicycle master plan, the applicant is providing a 10-foot side path, you can see here in this picture, and an 8-foot buffer. And the side path and buffer may narrow a little bit with different constraints on the site. So the area falls in the Germantown Center policy area. It's exempt from LATR. The applicant gets credit for the previous office use. The new trip generation for the multifamily and 2/2s creates a net decrease of 30 AM trips and 28 PM, and decrease of 28 PM trips. So the application is meeting the Chapter 22A of the Montgomery County Code, along with the Montgomery County Environmental Guidelines. The applicant, it will be taking 1.07 acres of forestation off to a approved forest bank, or will pay fee in lieu of. On page 46, there was one little typo. It should have been 1.07 acres, not 1.08 acres. So in summary, the project conforms to the administrative subdivision plan findings. It conforms to the 2009 Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan, as well as it's meeting all the EAP findings as far as use and development standards per the CR zone, as well as the layout, landscaping, and lighting are creating safe and adequate and efficient situations. And it is compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods that have been built recently. The project is also in conformance with Chapter 22A Forest Conservation Law, as well as Chapter 29 Stormwater Management. So in conclusion, staff is recommending approval of the administrative subdivision plan 60260080, the expedited approval plan E20260020, and the final forest conservation plan of F20260250. Thank you, and staff is here, as
Can
well
I
as the
just-
applicant, if you have any questions.
Could you just show where is the parking? I thought that there is a structured parking, and how many do they get?
Yeah, you want to see, one quick question. So the applicant, is the applicant prepared to make a presentation? And will you be talking about can you just talk about parking in your, okay, why don't you come on up, please?
Mark, while they're getting settled, you have it on the screen. Do you want to point out the structured parking that Commissioner was asking about?
Structured parking is right here in the middle of, you see the building makes kind of a figure 8 shape?
Yes.
So this lower area here is the parking garage, and the upper area is a pool patio area.
So while you have that up, unless the applicant's going to talk about it, could you mention again the need for the live workspaces, or is there a use need, or is it a need just because they need to have some C? Or maybe you can talk about that, where they go and the why, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Matthew Gordon from the law firm of Selzer Gervich on behalf of the applicant, who's an affiliate of Capital City Real Estate. I mainly just wanted to thank staff. I echo Mark's sentiments that it was a lot of collaboration and a lot of hard work from probably more staff members than I've talked to on any other project. So it was a team effort, and we're happy to be here in agreement with all the conditions. The live-work units is one of the, when we started working on this with staff, it was probably last winter around this time, we talked about the master plan, and there's recommendations for commercial and residential. And so the live-work units, they count technically as they're a commercial use. And we were looking for some way to potentially activate the Century Boulevard frontage, where it could be, we don't know who the user will be. It'll be based on the tenant at that time. And it also is a category that achieves public benefit points. So that's why there's 3 units there. So it could be, somebody that uses it as more of an office use, but it could be something more, retail or service oriented.
To be determined.
Yes.
Okay, but it's somewhere, those 3 units going to be on Century Boulevard?
Yes, I think they all front on.
Okay. Anything else you wanted
And
to?
so I wanted to hand it off first to Chris Love from Capital City Real Estate, and then Andres Rubio, who's seated immediately to my left from Niles Bolton, is going to talk about the architecture and the design a little bit.
Thank
you, Matt. Afternoon, my name is Chris Love, Managing Partner at Capital City Real Estate. We are a developer of housing with offices in DC and Atlanta. I'd first like to thank planning staff for your support and collaboration over the past 15 months. It truly has been a collaborative effort between our respective teams, and we're excited to be where we are. I'd also like to thank the planning board for your time this afternoon. When built, Century will deliver a range of housing types, ranging from junior 1-bedroom multifamily units to for-sale townhome product with garages. The project includes 297 units in a multifamily building and an additional 56 townhome-style units for a total of 353, 52 of which will be MPDUs. The proposal responds to the county's need for additional housing by repurposing an underutilized site. The 7-acre site is currently occupied by surface parking and vacant office, and there's very limited activity there today. Since adoption of the Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan in 2009, Germantown has added 2,000 units compared to the 10,000 that were seen to be delivered during that time. Century represents an opportunity to help close that gap while adding housing, open space, improved connectivity in a manner consistent with county policy and planning objectives. Thank you for your consideration, and we'll turn it over to Andres Rubio at Niles Bolton, our architect.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andres Rubio with Niles Bolton Associates. Just a question. Do I have the presentation here? I can.
Do you have? It's, yeah, we sent.
But there's some other project here.
It's for the one after this. Oh.
Well, but I think the staff did a really good job, presenting and putting the highlights. I'm just going to make emphasis on some key principles of design that we utilize for what we're proposing here. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Is it just this one?
It is, yes, that's correct. That's good enough to illustrate the points. Thank you. So, no? Okay.
He's gotten it on. There you go. Good to go.
All right. So what you guys are seeing here is just the site plan. And it's important because it kind of gives you the idea of a very important design principle, is that the architecture and the site design really work together. We were not thinking about buildings and then leftover space and do something with that. Since the beginning, everything was thought about a integration of architecture and site, and making sure that these things were fully activated and having the proper synergies to develop a very strong streetscape. And that is a part of the character of the community that is being proposed over here. In the same way, you can see in the site plan that we want to have a very legible community entrance. And that is important. That sense of is part of the placemaking aspect of the whole project. The other aspect that you can see here before we go into the actual multifamily is that the buildings and the space around and the space between them are equally important, and they work together as a system. And this is what it makes this a walkable community. This is what it actually makes this a very pedestrian-friendly environment. We want that to be a really the ethos of the whole development. Make sure that that balance between the public and the private, those two realms talk together and work together. So the open spaces right here are very carefully designed to be active places where activities can be promoted. The points of these different elements around the development are meant for the community to gather, for people to encounter to each other, to really promote that. That's very important. So what I'm highlighting to you is not just the architecture, the program, is that those spaces that are open, usable spaces are very critical as the building, and they're equally important in the whole approach. We want to, before I go into the other, I want to highlight to you that the multifamily building is what we call a wrap building. And there's one very important aspect here, is that the structured parking is fully wrapped with residential. So you don't have any utilitarian presence of what you normally see in a parking garage. So it's four-sided, wrapped with active uses, which are basically the residential units. In the heart of the multifamily building, we have the amenity courtyard, and it's a very intentional design move to visually connect this interior space with the outdoor spaces in the in the heart of the community. This is a way to kind of really integrate the public and the private realm all together and make sure that those, and we're doing that just by creating a ground level transparent spaces inside the multifamily building that allows that visual connection between the two spaces to create that kind of tension, and at the same way integrate, kind of give also the community presence in the building. With that, let me see, let's go to here. You see this is the proposed ground level. You can see very clearly here the parking garage is fully wrapped. You don't see it from the public side of the building. And you can see the emphasis we have put on creating this amenity courtyard as the heart of the whole. That also gives you an opportunity to see that ground level spaces that we're calling transparent from side to side, so you can see from the street side into the courtyard and vice versa. Highlight also, because it's important to understand that the massing of the building, we're trying to, with the changing materials, the articulation of the roof line, we're trying to really break down the bulk visual of this building we'll have otherwise, trying to kind of create a very pedestrian-friendly environment.
Before you go away, so basically in this garage, people can, from third floor of the garage or second floor of the garage, can go directly to the floor or to the multifamily. The garage goes up while the building goes up. Can people actually walk from the second floor or third floor of the garage into their level?
There's access control in the multifamily building for security purposes. So there are certain areas that will be restricted for residents only. There are other parts of the garage because a portion of this garage has dedicated parking that serves the 2/2s and some visitor parking as well. So there's a part of the garage that is public in those regards.
Oh, okay.
And there's another part that has access control that is for residents only.
Oh, okay, I see. And the pool is at the ground level.
That is correct.
And then people that are on the above floor that can actually look into it.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's very beautiful.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the other plan that is the upper level, and this one, the purpose of this one is to illustrate, what we have done on the upper right corner, where is a feature element. That's where we actually have the Sky Lounge with a Sky Terrace that create the feature in the prime corner of the building. That's when we were talking about making a very legible community entry. This is one of the components that help to characterize the entry gateway aspect of the project. I'm going to keep it at that level, and I want to make sure that I have time to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you so much. Let me just start. Yeah, this is a great project. It's especially great that this is the first commercial to residential conversion and going through this expedited plan process. And I assume this is one that will be asking for a pilot. Is it also true? So great. And it's a large project. Thank you. We're all about housing, getting housing. We need more housing in the county, so it helps that. I love it that there 56 or whatever of the units are for sale. We need also for sale as well as rental property. So this is great. And you said 50-something of all of the is going to be either MPDUs or workforce. I'm not. Is it which is
the numbers? I believe there's 52 MPDUs, which are 44 in the multifamily building, 8 in the for sale 2/2s, and then as part of the pilot agreement with DHCA and Department of Finance, there would be another 8 or 9 affordable units at 60% AMI in the multifamily building. So there's more than 60 affordable units.
Oh, wonderful, thank you. And just and I love it that you have a significant number of 3-bedrooms, because we need housing for families, and so that's the 3-bedroom plus. I wanted to ask a question about common space versus public space, okay? So is the public space for the community, or is it public space, outdoor space for I mean, community means anyone that lives in the area can come through as public, or is that public, what are the requirements? Public, and I mean, also when you have for sale, you call it common area sometimes, so could you help me understand what is truly public space for anybody, and
All the usable open space is truly open to public. There's no restrictions for any community member to go into this open public spaces.
no, anyone not related to the project, but someone that doesn't live in the project, can they come, and is that considered, that's public for the general public, or is it public for the people that live in the community?
The areas that are in sort of like at the street level, not within the multifamily building, but all those open areas. And one of the conditions of approval in here is that we'll record a covenant that allows for public access, meaning if you lived in the community across the street or wherever, those are publicly accessible. But the courtyard in the multifamily building,
Yeah,
that's obviously private. But all the other areas, there's an area contemplated for sort of like that triangular, I'll call it a central park. And then there's like a tot lot potentially, all that's publicly accessible, and there'll be a covenant recorded as part of the permitting and record plat process. That's a standard requirement.
Okay, well, the reason I'm bringing it up, because, we had some projects where, I think it was in North Bethesda, where, was this debate, does the public area be right on the street? You remember, we had, and that's, which makes it more inviting for people to come in, but then sometimes you have environmental reasons, so if the public space is more internal, will you have some sort of wayfindage signs saying, so people know that it is truly public space that they can come? Because if not, then it just feels like it's sort of hidden and they don't belong there,
Let me say something about that. One of the things, and multiple efforts to put this together, but one of those was the alignment of the streets. So from that perspective, yeah, that central space is not necessarily hidden because it's visible from across the Century Boulevard because the alignment of the street. So the perspective allows you to actually see that there's something of interest down there. It's not like it's in a hidden corner that nobody knows about it. There's an exposure from that perspective.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to think through that so people know truly there's a tot lot there for everybody versus it's welcoming versus people just feel it for them. You don't have to worry, but I'm just trying to think through that.
Appreciate the comment, and I know this has always been a challenge of making these spaces as publicly visible and accessible as possible. I think if you put a sign, then clearly that indicates that it's probably not public unless you really want it to be. And I think that the intent with some of the design approaches is to make the streets a little bit more welcoming to come into the site, the landscaping, and some of the placement of the amenities makes it a little bit more openly visible for the public to attend. I think when you bring more residential into this area, the residents typically find the spaces on their own. Okay. But I think from our standpoint, we do try to make them, the legal part of it in terms of making them publicly accessible and putting a covenant on it helps us kind of promote that.
Okay.
And I think that does happen with these developments as they come through.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. Also, I saw that the street, or even the private streets were very wide. I mean, like that 50-something foot, right? I don't know, would tend to think that people think it's a very large street, wide streetscape, and so maybe draw them in. So overall, I love the project. Thank you for being one of the first to come through in the commercial to residential approval. And any idea on the timing of the project?
We're targeting a start end of this year.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, those are my comments. Any other board members?
I really like the way that the architecture look like. Mark put the first picture on the design and the diversity of the, frontage. Yeah, that is really beautiful. It's done very well. Thank you. And we are looking forward to see this. I just want to add one more thing, just for the record, it's not that, that's something that has been in my mind. Another thing that I appreciate that you had in this project, in addition to rental, you had units that could be for sale. Because one thing that we keep adding housing, another thing is that we also think about home ownership, because that's what the younger generation actually needs to develop wealth. And we are lacking. We are thinking about that speed and go ahead and make housing. But at the same time, we have to think about providing opportunities for people to own their own houses. And I appreciate that you have brought that forward with this project.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thanks for taking the risk in this project. It's exciting to be the first commercial to residential. I'd also like to commend your design. It's a fresh-looking design and not a cookie-cutter, get-her-done design. You guys put a lot of thought into it. It's going to be an enhancement to that community, especially being mostly commercial, cookie-cutter. And I'd like to commend you on it. Thanks.
Commissioner Vice Chair Linden.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this just to echo previous comments. This is really a great project. It's great to see the kind of mix of housing like this in this area. Not only the conversion from commercial to residential, but changing these surface parking lots into homes for people in particular is really great. So I appreciate a lot of the attention to detail that you presented today, talking about the open spaces and how you intend those to be used and kind of woven into different parts of the development. One small comment I just have on the open spaces is I noticed that you talked about this, and I saw it in the staff report too, that some of the amenities and things that you intend to put in there, which is great. I would, just kind of on that note, I would very much encourage you to kind of, it sounds like this is already your intention, but to make these real spaces that people want to spend time in, to enjoy, that kind of provides them with some real high quality usable outdoor gathering spaces, which not just means amenities, but obviously things like shade structures as needed, because of course the climate's getting hotter, to allow them to enjoy these outdoor spaces and really just take advantage of what the site is trying to give them. So that's just one small comment there. Another question for staff, just briefly. I was wondering if we thought that there could be, so this is obviously a very long sort of super block-ish type of stretch from Cloverleaf Center Drive kind of to the northwest of the site all the way down to well, I guess where Century Boulevard kind of wraps around on the southeastern side of the far end of this area. And I was wondering if we had considered exploring the possibility of like cutting through, at least providing some pedestrian access from Century Boulevard to Crystal Rock Drive, either through the site or on the edges of the site. I say that not knowing, of course, if that is a sort of highly desired path to take. But one of the things that we often talk about is connectivity, of course, and trying to retrofit and break up existing super blocks into something more of a kind of connected grid. And it really takes redevelopment, of course, to pursue that outside of kind of big capital projects that are, and our capital budget is stretched thin. So from staff's point of view, was that something we explored? Is there potential value there? I don't want to, introduce a complication into the project now. I'm just trying to kind of understand if this was something that given that we sometimes talk about this in the context of other projects, is this something that we would have or could have wanted internally in terms of connectivity?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Linden. First, before I get to the connection question, I will just again go back and give some accolades and a shout out. You are echoing some comments made by our design division, so I do want to point to Atul, Sandra, Roberto, and staff for working with the applicant very collaboratively to make sure that those spaces are very much public and activated. And so, again, I just want to address that comment up front. We always look at exactly what you're describing, additional connectivity through sites. We're looking at that right now as we advance the Germantown Sector Plan Amendment. We'll be bringing you some emerging ideas here, I believe, next week. And there are some intervening properties between this and Crystal Rock Drive that present some challenges. So, and ultimately, again, I don't want to underemphasize the fact that this is our first CRR project and that multifamily structured parking can be challenging here. I think that the staff has worked really well with the applicant to set up the bones for future connectivity. But ultimately, as of now, that connection point comes into the site and then currently terminates with a publicly accessible seating area. We'll look at additional opportunities to connect from Century Boulevard to Crystal Rock Drive through the master plan and where that will be appropriate.
Great.
Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, I appreciate the response on that. And yeah, I understand that when there's properties sort of in the mix, other properties in the mix, that obviously complicates things.
But we are looking at that.
But,
yeah.
Look forward to kind of talking more about the connectivity piece as part of the master plan, as you mentioned.
Well, great. Also, I just can't say enough good things about staff. I mean, to go from having two plans that each can have up to 120 days, is that, into one having 64 is an amazing feat. So it's a lot of kudos for all around and all the various teams within planning to have to review. So thank you so much. So should we have a vote on this? Do we have 3 votes? Would you like 3 votes? Okay, so do I have a movement on the approving the administrative plan number 6, 2026-0080, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the administrative plan with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Is there a motion to approve the expedited approval plan E 2026-0010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, move to approve the expedited approval plan with conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's a new one. I wanted to get everything in.
I know we have this administrative plan, then expedited approval. These are all new terminology for us. We are trying to make sense out of it, you know.
Soon it will roll off the tongue.
I did want to make a couple of comments. Some of this will be duplicative of what others said. First, I want to congratulate the applicant on this. This is a really great example of what this expedited plan and in particular the commercial to residential reconstruction use was intended for. And in addition to the integration of the public space, I appreciate the mix of different unit types. I want to congratulate the team and thank the folks who led the review, Mark Beal and Philip Estes, along with Roberto Duke and Florence Dwyer and Nkosi Yearwood and Doug Johnson, who's not in the room right now. Along with many others who participated in this in some way. When we talk about 64 days, I just want to make this clear to everyone, it's really not 64 days. We have to have this posted 10 days prior to this meeting, so it's really 54 days. So that is a really impressive accomplishment because it's, yes, you throw in holidays, and it's not just collaboration, coordination with the applicant, but it's also with all the other agencies. So I thank all of them who are not here right now, but for their collaboration and work on this and future ones that we will bring to you. because it still goes through with the full DRC process. It is a full-blown effort, and you talked about two 120-day plans. It's also the potential sketch plan for 90 days. So you're talking about taking 90, 120 days down to really 54 days is really, really, really impressive. It really did require a lot of collaboration, and acknowledging also that there was some lead up to this. This didn't all just happen within the 54 days. So thank you for that, and thank you to the team. And yeah, great job.
Well, you know, guys, when you do such a good job, I'm concerned that from now on, that's what with expectation that they say, okay, you did so good, so why not more? And I already see some of the things in the Annapolis that they wanted to get it more expedited. So I said, oh my God.
And we have one more approval.
There we go.
Oh,
Thank
no.
you. That's, yes.
Well, you stole my thunder.
I appreciate all that. I was making sure we were going to do that before we left, so
Okay,
thank you, but thank
Do
you.
you have anything else?
No, I was just going to say that with this board meeting's running so long, we were coming close to not meeting the 65 days. So I just, but, you know, no judgment here.
Okay, no judgment, okay. And the last, do I have a motion to approve the forest conservation plan for this project, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the forest conservation plan with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you.
Thanks, everybody.
Congratulations to you. And we look forward to the fall, to the groundbreaking. Thank you. Bye now.
Looks like a good property right next to
Yeah,
it.
Yeah, we have one more project that will start in 2 minutes. Thank you. It's item number 12, Shady Grove Station Preliminary Plan Amendment, Site Plan and Forest Conservation Plan. All three, staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on our last item of the day. It's item number 12, Shady Grove Station Preliminary Plan, Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval of each of these. So today we have Philip Estes presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Estes.
Good afternoon, Philip Estes with the Up County Division. We are here to review the Shady Grove Block U application where staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan, the site plan, and the final forest conservation plan. The applicant has met all the noticing requirements, and the notice of public hearing was mailed by staff. One letter of support was received, which you do have in your agenda packets. However, staff has received no other comments concerning the applications. Just want to note that the applicant did coordinate with the Shady Grove Implementation Advisory Committee, which includes the Shady Grove West Side community, and they did indicate their support for the application. For this project, there were two geographies. One is the overall property, which is approximately 90 acres and is shown in the green boundary line. And then there's the subject property, which is shown shaded in white towards the top of the image. And then to the southwest is the Shady Grove Metro Station and Rail Yard. The preliminary plan for the overall property is known as the Shady Grove Station. This was approved in 2012, and it was approved for 756 townhouses and 1,458 multifamily units. Also with some commercial retail, library, there's land reserved for a public park and future school as well. The subject property is located at the intersection of Shady Grove and Crabs Branch Way. It's just over half a mile from the Shady Grove Metro Station, which is to the south of the subject property here. It's 3.34 acres in size, and it's unimproved land, as you can see here. It's mostly graded with some tree cover along the edges on Shady Grove Road and Crabs Branch Way. Both the overall and the subject property are within the 2006 Shady Grove Minor Master Plan Amendment area. The zoning for the overall and subject properties is CRT, which is Commercial Residential Town, and surrounding the overall property is a mix of both residential and commercial zones. And then to the southwest is moderate industrial, and that's the Shady Grove Metro Rail Station and the rail yard. For the preliminary plan amendment, the applicant proposes to convert 43,000 square feet of approved but unbuilt retail density, which was approved for the subject property. That would be converted into 40 townhouse units and create 40 lots on the subject property. It would also create a parcel for the private alley street. There would be no increase in the overall number of dwelling units or the density for the overall area. For the site plan, shown here is the applicant's rendering, where the applicant proposes 40 townhouse units, which includes 5 workforce housing units, a little over an acre, 0.67 acres of public open space, which will include recreational amenities. Towards the bottom, most of the public open spaces towards the bottom, which includes an open lawn area, a multi-purpose court, seating areas for community gathering, and also on the left side, community gardens are proposed. The community pedestrian connections are improved with a new pedestrian path across the property, and vehicular circulation is taken off of Front Street, which is on the right side of the image.
Thank you, Phil. Good afternoon, the chair and the commissioners. My name is Natasha Fahim, the urban designer from the Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. So at this point, I would like to highlight some of the design aspect of this project that the design team and our staff has worked deliberately with the applicant's design team to ensure the quality of life for future residents and improving the design. So what I would like to emphasize on the design aspect, it's, I'm sorry, I lost my thought. So as you see on the slide, it's one of the aspects of this project is providing the large open space within this development, which is, if you go back to the first one, yeah, it's on the shaded on a dark green, and it's at the terminus of the Columbus Avenue, which is the main spine of this development going east-west. And that spine road connects all the multifamily that Phil was describing on the east side, coming through the townhome development and kind of ending at the west side of this development. The light green that is shaded is a clubhouse and a large kind of like a community gathering with the pool. So this public open space that you see at the terminus of Columbus Avenue is the highlight that this project is gonna deliver and kind of like complete the overall vision for this transit-oriented development. So next one, please, Phil. So this multifunctional open space offers a large lawn area for kids and adults to play and recreate that you can see on the rendered image here. On the east side of the open space, you see the amphitheater on the kind of like a president images. At the terminus of Columbus Avenue, it's a seating area and amphitheater and shading device, which also helps for gathering for residents and visitors there. On the west side of the park, there's a sport court that is open to public, in addition to the large urban garden along the western edge, that was one of the community requests to provide the like an urban garden at that point, where the resident can grow their fruit and vegetables. So all of these amenities bring a lot of aspect to the future resident and the community that is already exists there. And the red line that you see through the rendered site plan is a pedestrian path that at the terminus of Columbus Avenue, like easily pedestrian can come to the park and get to the community garden, and on the western side of the site get connected to the Crab Branch Avenue, Crab Branch Way. So it creates a very easy access with a wide path through the site that connects these two major streets. So you see the images here on the slide, the community garden, the amphitheater, and also the big lawn that offers a lot of amenity for the residents. So I just want to make sure that we highlight the aspect. Applicants also have the presentation that they will definitely emphasize on the aspect, but I just want to make sure that I cover all of those. At this point, I get it back to the field.
Thank you, Natasha. For transportation, transportation improvements will include upgrading the Shady Grove frontage with a 5-foot sidewalk and a 5-foot wide buffer. Crabs Branch Way has an existing 8-foot wide sidewalk with buffer. Internally, the site will be served with a U-shaped private alley for vehicular access. The original preliminary plan approved 43,000 square feet of retail use for the subject property. For this application, as I mentioned, the retail density will be removed and replaced with the 40 townhouse units. This generates 138 fewer AM trips and 131 fewer PM trips. Since there are fewer trips generated, no further traffic study is required, and the previous LATR remains valid. Forest Conservation Plan Amendment, the original FCP covers the entire overall property. The Shady Grove Station preliminary plan and it includes the subject property Block U identified here. This, the amendment replaces the FCPs approved with Phase 1 and Phase 1 offsite infrastructure, and the amendment also notes that all Phase 1 requirements have been met. Also, for this Forest Conservation Plan amendment, highlighted here, an additional 0.03 acres of forest will be removed. This is primarily to accommodate the proposed community garden space. We have one revised condition, revised preliminary plan condition number 10. This will add the date of January 21, 2026, the date of the fire department access approval letter. And we are also recommending a new condition, added site plan condition number 17I. This is relative to architectural elevations, which will be reviewed by staff at certified plan. As conditioned, the applications before you satisfy all the required findings, including substantial master plan conformance and all applicable codes and regulations. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the Shady Grove Block U applications with the revised conditions we mentioned. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
I suppose it's now good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Philip Hummel of Schulman Rogers. I am Land Use and Zoning Counsel for applicant EYA. I'm joined here at the table by McLean Quinn and Alexander College of EYA. Also behind me is Adam Hayes of EYA, James Buckheiser of VICA. We have others from our team appearing virtually as well. We are very excited to present the preliminary plan amendment and site plan applications for Block U, which is the last remaining phase of development at the west side of Shady Grove project. Block U, as ably mentioned by Mr. Estes, will be redeveloped with 40 townhomes, 5 of which will be workforce housing dwelling units, and other attractive open spaces in lieu of approved but unbuilt retail space. These new townhomes and open spaces will be seamlessly integrated with the existing neighborhood. The west side at Shady Grove project has transformed a 45-acre portion of a county-owned industrial park into a vibrant and walkable neighborhood with hundreds of new homes, new businesses, and attractive open spaces, all convenient to the Shady Grove Metro Rail Station and surrounding services. Reaching this important milestone is a testament to EYA's commitment and perseverance, under which were some very challenging, difficult economic conditions during the last 15 years. Success at Westside is also proof of what can be achieved and accomplished through strong partnerships with the public sector, including Montgomery County government, HOC, and WMATA. And on a personal note, Westside at Shady Grove was the first development project I worked on as a baby land use attorney in 2010. So to get to this point is also personally very special, so thank you for that indulgence. I want to thank planning staff, especially Mr. Estes, Ms. Fahim, and I think Ms. Pereira's in the audience. I want to thank them for their hard work and attention to this application. Our team has had a chance to review the findings in the staff report and the recommended conditions as shown here today, and we agree with them. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to McLean Quinn of EYA to give a brief presentation.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you very much for having us today. I know what time it is. I know you've had a long day, and we'll be really brief. We really just want to thank staff, thank everyone in this building for what has been, if you go back to the start of the sector plan, 20 years of collaboration on this project. It has been a journey with many twists and turns, many times before you all, sometimes just on the consent agenda. But we very much appreciate the collaboration that we have had since the 2006 sector plan, working with Nkosi and many others in this building to bring to life the redevelopment that County Executive Leggett had for transforming the county service park into a mixed-use, walkable residential community. It is a source of pride for me too. This was the very first project I worked on, my first day at EYA in 2012, and so 2011. So this has been a labor of love for all of us, and it has changed a lot. And the collaboration with with the people here to continually evolve, to respond to market conditions, to come up with the right uses, but always to keep the vision of this neighborhood in mind is something that we are incredibly grateful for. I will go very quickly through a couple of fun slides here that show you a little bit more about the project and its evolution. But please, remember this collaboration has included significant upgrades to the entire region surrounding the neighborhood, including walking trails, roadway reconstruction, hiker-biker trails, signalization improvements, and metro connectivity improvements as well. And this has been a close collaboration with the Department of General Services, who controlled the site, who in 2015 delivered it in a vacant condition, or nearly vacant condition, as we moved many of the uses off-site. By 2020, we had delivered the first 148 townhouses, the first 333 apartments, and the main amenity center, which has served all of the residents in the townhome community since. And we were thrilled in 2020 to have the delivery of the first mixed income apartment building here in partnership with HOC, the Laureate. This was the building that was the first in the county to use the Housing Production Fund, which is something we were very, very proud to be part of. And I'll leave it to Alexander to share some updates, but we are now under construction with HOC on the final apartment building here, the Sage, 413 units. Again, 30% affordable, again, a recipient of the HPF. But thank you all for the years of partnership here, and we're incredibly proud of this project.
In turning to Block U, this has been one of the more challenging parts of the overall master plan. From our original preliminary plan in 2012, we have studied multiple uses on site, ranging from an office to retail building to daycare to condominium uses. All of those have had issues with them, which made it infeasible, and therefore we strategized with the county, DGS, and the HOA to really study and put forward a plan that's in keeping with the overall West Side community. As you see forward in front of you today, our plan is 40 townhomes, of which 5 are workforce dwelling units, and keeping with the original preliminary plan by bringing forth the community green space and community garden. In focusing in greater detail on the community green space and community garden, this was an active collaboration with the West Side community, one where we actually had a couple of meetings with them and had a community survey, which we had 135 respondents. Their responses were invaluable and helped us shape really the program that is in the park you see today. This ranges from the entrance feature that is a trellis and prominent feature entering the park, to the rain gardens that are on the southeast corner, which is also a secondary entry to the park, the open lawn space, the sports court, the shade trees that are around the perimeter with shade seating, some of the natural play elements such as the boulders and mounded sod areas, and then also in the community garden with the amount of planting planting that we have, as well as a utility shed and composting capabilities. So I think this was an active and wonderful collaboration, and with that, we're just very proud of the project we're putting forth today. Before we conclude, I just want to give an update to another part of the project that many staff have worked with us. This is the Sage, formerly known as Block B. We have officially started construction on that project earlier this year. Right now, we have installed perimeter fencing and are doing a little bit of site work right now. Snow has kind of slowed us down a little bit, but by the end of this year, our intention is to have this topped out and really have this vision coming to life. So with that, thank you very much.
Well, all done? Yeah. Okay, great, great. Well, thank you. Thank you for bringing this project to us, and thank you for filling in the block there. I know it's has also have been the developer, how the labor of love, you have to dealing with, the economic climate, and other things that happen. So I really appreciate you doing this. You always bring forth thoughtful, attractive projects. I love about the community space, because it's not just housing, but it's, that you brought some community space, not only the play area, but the contemplative areas and the rain gardens and the community gardens, all that are important in the amenities that people want today. And also, just a question for you, so down in where the Sage is going to go, and when you've done the multifamily, will that have some retail in that portion of the project? Just out of curiosity, yeah.
Yeah, so the Sage will have a 7,000 square foot Montgomery County Public Library.
Oh, wonderful.
And the first two apartment buildings contain a total of about 40,000 square feet of retail. We have had some challenges keeping that retail occupied. We lost our Starbucks and we are losing the CVS there. But we are very committed to refilling those spaces, and we're very excited that we have other retailers coming soon, including the relocation of Fontina Grill from King Farm into the neighborhood, which would be a great restaurant option.
Well, great, yeah, and I think that's also a great area where you can have critical mass, yeah, and this is a great spot for residential. I love it that you have 5 units that are workforce. That's really important to have some affordable living, first-time homeowners in an affordable space, so that's really great. So I'm also very supportive of this project. So any other comments or questions from the board members?
I have a question regarding the 5 workforce. I'm trying to understand, is the workforce part of the C, so it's commercial, if you count it, or is it counted as residential? So it's actually, so why do they call it workforce? What is different about it? If it is residential, what is different?
Yeah, it's specifically for a component of the workforce of Montgomery County. It's similar to like an MPDU.
This is the one that
it's
is
residential.
MPDU.
Yeah, it's not live work. I think
I thought it was live work.
Yeah,
I was
as I'm hearing you describe, I'm
with the
thinking
live
yes.
work. Okay,
right.
but the live work.
It's a form of affordable.
No, I understand. Yeah, I was confusing with the live work. But live work is part of the commercial. I think we had it on the previous one, or counted as the commercial part of RC. Or is it residential?
Yeah, depending on how much square footage is dedicated to the commercial component of it, yeah, it can be counted that particular way that you're describing. That it would be C.
Okay, yeah, I was confusing this with that. Okay, thank you.
I don't know exactly the income requirements, but workforce is higher than MPDU.
Yes.
It's 80 AMI, 8120 AMI, I think, yeah.
Yeah. So any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing or seeing none, do you have 3 approvals here? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan amendment? Where staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the amendment to the preliminary plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Oh, there you go. Okay, 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the site plan where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
I'll move to approve the site plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. And lastly, do I have a motion to approve the final forest conservation plan where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
I'll move to approve the final forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this wonderful project. Look forward to it being started. And do you have a sense of when you may start the project?
It'll take us about a year, I think, to get permitted and in the ground.
Okay, great. Thank you. Looking forward to it. So this ends our planning board meeting for today. Everyone be safe going home, and we'll see you next week, next Thursday. Thank you.